since we have changed in visa company.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished mayors, distinguished guests, dear panelists. I wish you a warm welcome and successful work during the second UNWTO Conference on Destination Management in the Mediterranean. Also, I would like to wish you the pleasant stay in Montenegro. My name is Silvana Đurašević, and I will be moderator of the first session. Tourism in the Mediterranean has developed differently depending on the tourist capital and the political and economic dynamics in each country. Despite being competitors, the challenges and opportunities also vary across the Mediterranean destinations in terms of level of development and performance, and therefore the key policy initiatives need to respond to the specific needs of the regional diversities. This session will mainly focus on the current and future aspects regarding the positioning of the Mediterranean destinations in the global marketplace. Dear guests, I have to say that all panelists today have a very good reputation, remarkable and very successful careers, and I am very pleased that we have the opportunity to hear them all. First, it's my great pleasure to present the keynote speaker, Mr. Rolf Freitag, the founder and the president of the International Tourism Consulting Group. There is in Mr. Freitag's CVs, there are a lot of remarkable and eminent positions. It will take time to say all. Mr. Freitag will inform us on the update in the market trends in the Mediterranean. Ms. Freitag, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm keynote speaker, but only because UNWTO tried to avoid that you start to sleep. So in the early morning, you should be wake up. I want to give you an update on market trends into the Mediterranean. In the early 70s, IPK International conducted a study concerning all Mediterranean destinations at that time. Within this scope, also the future demand potential of Mediterranean tourism has been quantified, as well as a customer survey in all major destinations was carried out, and also an evaluation of the product quality at that time of the tourism product in the Mediterranean. Already at that time, the country with the highest customer potential had been Spain. But also other European destinations like Italy and France had good customer potentials. But very interesting is that in 74, the largest gap between the number of current tourism clients and the number of potential future clients in the mind of tourists was very different. Turkey at that time had no tourism, but they had a huge, big demand potential, nearly as big as for Spain. And Turkey, we know, has fully used its chances. So they transformed a potential into reality, in real business. Also, Greece at that time had a huge demand potential, but Greece until today still does not exhaust its potential. They could make much more if they want. And there was a third country. It was Egypt. Also Egypt, high interest potential, and Egypt developed well, but business was always thrown back again and again due to security problems. So the whole Mediterranean has with 32% market share, it's still the biggest travel destination in the world. However, the market share decreased over the last 7 years from 38% to 32%. It's nearly 1% lost every year. Main reason is not the weakness of the Mediterranean, but there are faster growing emerging markets outside Europe, like in China, like in South America, India, Southeast Asia, and so on. And the Mediterranean is for these new markets a long-haul destination, meaning it's an expensive destination and you need time. But the Mediterranean has also some internal problems. I just show you some result of the customer survey in '74. The highest customer satisfaction at that time had Beirut. You might not imagine. Only weeks after we have done our survey, the first civil war in Lebanon broke out and destroyed the number one. And this is a little bit typical for the situation we have also in the Mediterranean. There are parts which are no more safe areas, or even non-go areas. Still, today, Lebanon is only a shadow of its former self. Has improved, but always again thrown back. So the Mediterranean is a divided region to our mind. While the European Mediterranean can do business as usual, the other part doesn't ease. Syria, Palestine, Libya, and so on. And the amenities of those countries can't unfold. So let's come to some facts and figures concerning the travel of the world population to the Mediterranean. It's not all travel, but population from all countries of the world to the Mediterranean. My database is our World Travel Monitor. We are running since 1988 an annual worldwide survey, 500,000 interviews concerning travel behavior in 63 source markets of world tourism, covering 90% of tourism outbound demand worldwide. So just some figures concerning this worldwide outbound travel to the Mediterranean region. Let's first look at the purpose of trip. Not all trips to the Mediterranean are holidays, but however, 80%. The rest is business travel or other leisure travel, like visit of friends and relatives and so on. Very interesting, we have 62% international tourists coming during the summer season from May to October, and 38% coming in the winter season. We have heard yesterday a minister from Montenegro who has said our ambition and our intention is to get more off-season tourists. This might work. If we look at the trends over the last 5-6 years, summer season is more or less stagnation, a little increase, but the winter season, you could say, is exploding. One of the reasons I will show you later. The length of stay of tourists is changing. Short trips are growing above average. Short trip is meaning a stay of 1 to 3 nights in the Mediterranean. And also longer stays, let's say 3 weeks, 4 weeks, is growing above average. The traditional holiday, 2 weeks, is okay, but only a growth of plus 1%. So when it comes to spending, we have about 1/3 are spending less than 500 euro for a trip to the Mediterranean, 34% up to 1,000 euro. Let's say 2/3 are spending a little bit less than 1,000 euro. And we have finally also 11% spending 2,000 euro and more per capita. That's meaning for each person. If a family comes with 1 children and the 2 parents, they spend about 6,000 or 7,000. So these are the high-end consumers or the luxury travelers. And if it comes to the growth tendency, you will see structure is changing. Low spending is decreasing. High spending is nearly exploding. We just have published a worldwide luxury travel survey where we show that the luxury travel is growing at double speed. Spending per night, average is 112 euro. Spending per trip, more or less 1,000 euro per person. Okay, very interesting is business travel to the Mediterranean. 60% is MICE travel, 40% traditional business. Worldwide, if we take all worldwide trips, MICE is about 51%. Last year, for the first time, it was more than 50. But Mediterranean, we can say, it's really a MICE travel destination with 60%. And the performance, the growth, is very clear. Traditional business goes down. Main reason is you replace business trips by internet conferences and so on. And MICE travel has high growth rates. MICE travel finally is meaning that people travel for know-how tanking. It's our information society, and we try to learn wherever we can to become better for business. The leisure travel has two main segments. One is purely holiday, only holiday, nothing else, but it's only 3/4 of the market. And 1/4 is other leisure travel, like visit of friends and relatives, travel for health reasons, religious travel, pilgrimage, travel for studies and language learning, like I see here Malta. Malta is a typical example where you're very successful in this market. Here we see the growth rates over the last 5 years. Type of holiday. Mediterranean holiday is not only sun and beach, it is also touring holiday and city holiday, and some others, of course. Sun and beach, less than 50%. If we see the trend by type of holiday, we have a very interesting distribution. Let's say the countryside holiday, relax in a farmhouse, whatever it is, was more or less stagnating over the last 5 years. You can see here the average growth for holiday to the Mediterranean was plus 30% since 2009. Touring travel was more or less on average growth. Same counts for sun and beach. And the real boomer were city holidays. And here we have the explanation for the huge growth of winter season. It is mainly due to this new segment of city holidays. You can see it here once more. City holidays are the real boomer. And they are an instrument to diversify and to get a better seasonal balance. Information sources used for you, it should be clear, 78% is internet usage. That's meaning before the people come to the Mediterranean, they go on the internet, they check the destination. So your presence in the internet with excellent and motivation information. I'm living in Italy, that's why I'm speaking with the hands sometimes. Excuse me. Internet, 78% is a high percentage. 22%, but I'm a German, but I should be like that. So no internet users, 22%. So if we first have a look at the people no internet usage, we have still growth rate for guidebooks. So we cannot say, internet, we don't need any more guidebooks and so on. I think as a destination, we must support also guidebook writers if they are the right ones and not tell they are and they look for a free stay. Friends and relatives is meaning that what we call the goodwill multiplicator. They have been here and they said, it's a wonderful place, you should go there. It was always one of the key in marketing, and it remains. That's meaning product quality is very, very important to the clients because it's a self-working marketing form. Tour operator catalogs are also growing. 7% is meaning above average. So cooperation with tour operators remains an important thing. travel travel agency as information source are no more looked for. They are replaced by the internet. So the question is, if the traditional travel trade is out, is it no more as a destination for your partner? You can see as an information source we have minus 11%, but careful, as a booking place we have growth rate plus 6% per year, and same for tour operators. So that's meaning that you must work. The business for tour operators and travel agencies is becoming more concrete. You have less clients asking and wasting your time, but you have much more sales via your modern technologies. So another point I want to mention is that booking periods have shortened. More than half of your visitors now are deciding within a maximum of 30 days before going on the trip. Many, even it's only 1 week before. You see here the rest of the distribution. In former times, long-term booking was very clear, was also a good business, easy going. I knew already in advance who will come. And let's have a look at the trends over the last 5 years. The growing segments are short booking periods, short time before. Anyhow, the people usually travel also 2, 3, 4 times. So they make also short holiday decisions and not just looking for the dream holiday which you plan for 1 year in advance. Okay, and finally, accommodation choice. The accommodation choice is diversifying. Only 60% of overnight stays are spent in hotels. And within the hotel category, we see a clear differentiation. Upper hotel categories, let's say 4 or 5 star, maybe 6 stars. I don't know if Porto Montenegro is 6 star or so. Anyhow, this category is growing above average, and the budget hotel demand is decreasing. But also decreasing because there's another segment, the yellow one. Let's call it non-hotels, or we call it in a technical para-accommodation. And in this para-accommodation you have many forms, but just to make it easy, you have para-accommodation paid for, and you have para-accommodation not paid for. So 24% of this para-accommodation is paid for, and the 16% not paid for doesn't mean that the guest left the place without paying. It's meaning they are looking for, they have own houses, they're living with friends, and so on. So, and in this segment we have something very special. It has the highest growth rate, and the main driver is this new type of sharing hospitality. Probably you know Airbnb is one of the examples, but there are new things coming up, and it's due to the internet. It is possible to make bookings and to select products, private flats, whatever it is. Yes, so my conclusion is the Mediterranean remains one of the most attractive destinations of the world, in the world. The region has managed to get its cake from newcomer markets in Asia and Latin America, especially concerning city trips in off-season from November to April. More attention should be given to the changed information and booking behavior of digital outbound travelers, and we have seen 78% of the travelers to the Mediterranean use the internet for information and booking. However, not all destination marketers from the Mediterranean region have arrived in the 21st century, which is the century of internet, high-tech. National and regional marketing efforts are quite often out of date, and marketing money does not arrive at the marketplace. It's already spent before it comes to the motivation of the consumer. In many Mediterranean destinations, also market intelligence is limping behind other global destinations. We know it because our world survey, we have to sell it to the world, and we know which countries are working with forward-oriented information and which are not. finally, in times of increasing global competition, this can become very dangerous. So I want to thank you very much for your audience.
We'll be together. So thank you very much for your challenging presentation. I have one question for you. You mentioned about emerging markets as the faster growing markets outside Europe, that they become the treat for the Mediterranean countries on the global level. So from that scope, how to build synergies for competition in the region?
Mm-hmm. Okay, very intelligent question. Too intelligent for me, but I will try to. I think the first point, to my mind, is working on the quality. I just came back from a business trip to the Emirates, and if I compare the products and the service in the Emirates, it is difficult to find the same level of quality in the Mediterranean. And I can tell you why. Because the Mediterranean is a leader. They have invented, let's say, the mass tourism in the world, but they are a little bit old products. And when you have an old product, you're getting a little bit lazy. I know many people in the Mediterranean, they believe we are the best one. And this is no more the case. In the emerging markets, you find a lot of much better products now. So that is one point. Work on quality. Maybe during the conference one will discuss efforts concerning the quality. Another point is in the emerging, let's say, outbound markets like China and so on, of course they first travel to neighboring countries. And if they come to Europe, for the moment it is still not the sun and beach they're looking for. They're looking for seeing Rome, Paris, whatever it is, the city travel. So in these segments, you can work. But we know from what we call prospective studies in China, for example, we say, okay, now you travel, you want to have been in Paris, you want to have been maybe in Munich or in Malta, and Zagreb, not forget. But in the future, you want to continue to travel like that? No, we want to travel, but not like that. It's too stressy. We want to relax more. And then when you check what kind of holiday they dream of, then you come to sun and beach. So this will be the next step in these emerging countries where you can make much more business also for your traditional summer products. These are just some examples.
Thank you very much. It will be the good messages for our conclusion tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
So now, dear guests, unfortunately, Mr. Ginter Inhau, the special representative from Federal Association of the German Tourism Industry, couldn't be able to be with us today. But his contribution will be in conclusion tomorrow, and also his presentation will be available at the site of WTO, of UNWTO. Okay, now I have a great pleasure to invite our panelists from France. Mrs. Corinne Taraba, from the Agency of Tourism Development of France, responsible for Department for Engineering and Development. The experience from France will be in focus. So, thank you. Please.
I think I'm going to get.
Okay. So it will be there. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning to all, and thank you very much for inviting France to express itself. So today, in this major issue about quality destinations, I will focus this morning on our Mediterranean economic tourism, because as you know, France is lucky to have different seaside fronts, including the Atlantic and Northern, which have activities that are quite different in terms of development. Rapidly, Atout France is the official French tourism agency that is dedicated to tourism promoting France as a major destination around the world. So we work on supporting key operators in their promotion. We also manage categorization for tourism and accommodation facilities on all quality issues. And we also work on engineering subjects regarding resorts, museums, most master planning for different regions in France and abroad. We are represented through 31 offices around the world in 29 countries, and we also rely on the French consulates and embassy, since Atout France is now directly connected to the Foreign Office in France. So embassies and consulate also help to promote France abroad as a tourism destination. So today, of course, France is a first world destination as far as statistic goes, because we host more than 83 million tourists every year. And we want to achieve a new goal, which would be to receive 100 million tourists by 2030. So we are working very hard to promote all different types of tourism in France, because we're lucky to rely on a very diversified offer with seaside coastal tourism, countryside tourism, city tourism, which was mentioned earlier, overseas departments that also provide major tourism in France. And as far as coastal area tourism goes, it's a very strong economy for France, because it accounts for 31% of overnight stays and 24% of tourist consumption in our country every year. Before I present the major issues for France as a quality coastal Mediterranean destination, still to remind that a holiday destination by the seaside is always very popular, and it has been for the last 10 years, since 2005, because most Europeans still tell us we want to spend our summer holidays preferably on seasides. France is also very challenged today as far as Mediterranean tourism goes. Our biggest challenger is Spain, of course, who's reached more than 60 million visits, and who is very challenging for France as far as Mediterranean tourism goes. Today, we have a very mature economic tourism activities on our seasides, which are shared with the northern part of France, the North Sea and the Channel, with the Atlantic coast, and of course the Mediterranean. So it's a strong economic market today. It accounts in the Mediterranean for more than 3 million beds for approximately the same amount of inhabitants, which is a ratio of 1 bed per inhabitant. And we also can rely on major tourism at certain periods. It remains pretty seasonal. Sometimes we have multiplication by 2 or by 6 of the population during that period. Another specificity, if I may say, regarding France is we have an uneven distribution of hotel beds, especially in the French coast. 40% of hotel beds in France account for seaside destinations, and 44% of those beds are focused on the Mediterranean. But 3 out of 4 beds are non-commercial. They're owned by Europeans and French who bought houses and apartments and who go there on the holidays, and only 1 out of 4 beds is commercial. So we have all the time very strong issues with residents and tourists staying in the same resorts. This is even more important on the 3 regions that account for Mediterranean tourism, which are Languedoc-Roussillon, the Riviera through Côte d'Azur, and Corsica. More than 70% of those beds are non-commercial. Regarding commercial beds, we have a variety of accommodations, of course, mostly for the seaside industry in France, most camping sites, it's approximately 70% of commercial beds, but only 33% for the Mediterranean. Residences, locations, rated hotels, more 4 and 5 stars, of course, in the Mediterranean, and also what we call village de vacances, which is family resorts, who account for 47% in the Mediterranean. So there's a very important variety of accommodation possibilities in the Mediterranean. Also, an important change for France is different types of tourists who visit us. Younger population today, which we call more under 35 years old, are going more in other destinations, Spaniards, Ibiza, or Greece, or Croatia, and not going so much in France anymore, whereas seniors are strongly growing in the Mediterranean more than anywhere else. And more recently, we have a reduced presence of families and people from the Paris area, which is the most important market for French tourism for economic reasons. Other point to keep in mind as far as our activity goes is our international clientele is mostly European when it comes to seaside. 80% of international overnight stays are practically only European, and that ratio is made possible because of so much campsites we have that are very popular with Europeans. On the other hand, in France, as general, we account for more international tourism based in Paris and other cities, and coming from Asia or other countries. But as far as coastal goes, it's very European concentration of clientele. It's even, the Mediterranean is different because it accounts basically for the major overnight commercial beds and major international clientele, especially the Riviera, what we call the Côte d'Azur, which accounts for an important number of international overnight stays today. This is made possible through development history, and we have had 3 different development models in France as far as tourism industry goes. Historically, of course, the Riviera, the Côte d'Azur, since the 19th century, has been a major destination for international travelers, and it's still today the case with emerging countries, for example, but it's also very popular with the Frenchmen because France has the chance to also rely on an important domestic market. So it's very high-end, and it's also very popular. So it was developed through real estate investments, ports, cruises, and it's very strong economically. Today, it has to deal with a lot of residents who were once tourists, who are now living there, and who are deciding today that they are no longer tourists, and they're definitely living in this part of France. Corsica, on the other hand, is different because it was, and it still is, very preserved. 60% of the natural coast are preserved through a French organization called le Conservatoire du Littoral that assures we preserve our landscapes and our natural coasts. It also has a very strong identity and a form of resistance, if I may say, to tourism development that we haven't seen elsewhere. So it's also very close, if I might say, to Montenegro, what I've seen so far, because it allies the countryside, mountain tourism, and agritourism made possible through Corsica. And we have the Languedoc-Roussillon, which was originally developed to prevent the French from going to Spain in the 60s for their holidays. So it was a very strong and political investment from the French authorities at the time in the 60s, and dedicated to popular and middle-class families, tourism for the youngsters, and a lot of investments here on campsites. It has today a very strong policy again to landscaping and urban planning after the development we've seen in the 60s. So we have really different types of models that cohabitate and who serve different forms of tourism. So we summarized the quality challenges we face today. As I said, 3 beds out of 4 are non-commercial in the coast side in France, which means we have to work on a controlled development, keeping in mind the residents and the tourists, because there's a change of accommodation use as a permanent residence today. This is especially true with the Mediterranean. 78% of secondary residences, out of which 20% belongs to foreigners. We have to satisfy the needs annually for these populations, and we also have to deal with urban nuisance like everyone else through traffic conditions, less real estates available. And we've done that through different policies, increased protection of our environment. And we work a lot today on city tourism, as you mentioned, through cities like Marseille, like Nice, when we created very strong and cultural investments, as in Marseille, for instance, very recently, creating museums and festivals, and through the Museum, for instance, if everybody's familiar with that museum. And so we work on public spaces, on mobility in towns to get cars out of cities, on developing additional activities, not so focused on seaside and beaches. Also, a continuing, I think, shared preoccupation is keeping quality of beaches and bathing. As I said, Europeans are still very seduced by the Mediterranean as a seaside destination, and we all face the same problems with erosion, pollution, overcrowding, jellyfish presence, excessive urbanization. So we have to keep these problems in mind and work, I believe, together in the Mediterranean to solve these problems. We have dedicated also policies on concessions to work on the anarchy a bit in France at some point in concession to the use of beaches. There's a special French policy on that problem. And we also face other very social and political problems with, most recently, as everybody saw, immigrants that arrive in the middle of the seaside beaches, resorts in Greece, Italy, and even in France. Since we are perfectly aware that sun and beach holiday is still a motivation, even if people don't do that, in countries, we try to create awareness and valorization of our beaches differently. And there are a few initiatives we find interesting, like the city of Nice, for instance, who go all over the city on the beaches to let people read books, and who help people keep busy and initiate them other form of activities. So of course we rely on the European policies to quality and bathing waters, and we promote all sorts of labels, such as Le Pavillon Bleu and so forth. Other challenge for the Mediterranean in France is getting back some of the Europeans who have left us, especially the British and the Germans, because we're very aware of the strong and the great competition compared to Spain and Greece, and especially the value for money that today makes us not always so competitive. And we also understand that we need to get the younger, the less than 35 customers and tourists back to France. On the other hand, we have a strong attractiveness of the French Riviera with the Brazilians, the Chinese, and of course the Russian tourists. Very strong international reputation, which helps us to have a year-round animation, a business tourism that is not so seasonal. One of the biggest challenge for us is not being too seasonal. And we also have policies to support modernization of the resorts, the family resorts, through strengthening of different policies with holidays. And we create vouchers for middle-class families so we can enforce tourism consumption for the French themselves. And finally, we are, like everyone else, I think, other countries, working on preserving natural areas and coastal landscapes. Because, to be quite honest, one beach in the Mediterranean can compare to another. So if we don't have anything else that is going to give us a sort of DNA of what we are with the locals and the other forms of economy, then there's no difference between us. So we are working still on ecological balance of each locality on most coastal areas. We're working on ecosystems, guaranteeing certain form of qualities, especially in Corsica, for instance. We work on helping tourists to develop natural sites, not spending too much time on the beach because we know things change and no one is always so focused on bathing today. We work on diversification of experiences through gastronomy, markets, villages, hiking, better distribution of stays throughout the years because we know what is important is not to be too seasonal, and we work on the interland and through change of management. So thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Corin, as we talked yesterday, can tourism truly be authentic in the face of globalization?
Oh, it has to. I mean, I believe it's an obligation. As I said, you can compare, if you take a picture through Instagram today, how are you going to know which is a Croatian beach or a Greek beach or a French beach or an Italian beach if you only take part of the beach? So what's going to make the difference is where it's located, what the locals have to show and say, what interland tourism can add to that, and not being too seasonal, which permits you to be also innovative with festivals and museums and other opportunities. So it has to be most personalized.
Globalization versus localization, we can say. That's like right. That.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I hope it will be next message to our conclusion tomorrow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a great pleasure to invite our next panelists from our neighborhood from Croatia. Mrs. Blanka Belošević, the head of the Department for International Cooperation National Focal Point for UNWTO, Ministry of Tourism of Croatia. Mrs. Belošević will present us the new slogan of Croatian tourism, the Mediterranean is as it once was. And the second speaker will be Mrs. Đurđica Šimičić with a presentation about quality as the key driver for success in the Mediterranean. So first, Mrs. Blanka Belošević, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Dobro jutro, Crna Goro. Well, I have to say something in the language that we share, almost the same. Just a minor correction, the Mediterranean as it once was is the old slogan. I chose the presentation, I'm sorry, am I too loud? Should I step back a bit? The Mediterranean as it once was is a slogan that's been used for promotion and global positioning of Croatia for over 13 years. And I found it appropriate for introduction for the later, more concrete presentation from a tourist board, how to position yourself and what you need to do. Why? Because at all the international conferences, whenever we presented this, all the Mediterranean countries said, "Oh, you have such a perfect slogan, we should have taken it. So let's see how it functions." So see what it meant for us, what are the common attraction points and differences, and what is our new approach. Well, I suppose everybody is aware of this slogan. It's been on CNN, on all the clipboards, on all the posters for over a decade, and I think it served us all right. And these are just a few images, snapshots of how we promoted ourselves with our history, culture, with our serene looks, UNESCO heritage, with very old, ancient heritage that connects us all in the Mediterranean. And, well, don't you think this is the image of Mediterranean, so peaceful, so serene and inviting, and even so dramatic sometimes? This is the modern type of destination. And here, the Diocletian Palace in Split, something that almost everybody knows, a heritage that is lived in, and I believe that is the true essence of the Mediterranean. And of course, old crafts, the way you make old boats, that is all that we share in the Mediterranean, regardless where we are. But of course, this slogan served only for the literal part of Croatia. Well, to be quite honest, 95 to 96% of our tourism is there. But there is a world of difference, something that attracts perhaps a bit more people from the so-called third markets. And just to share the same aspects from France, which is a Goliath compared to France, but still we have a ratio of 3:1 between tourists and our residents. We also, sorry, lost my thought. But anyway, we try to promote also the hinterland, the continental part. And we also have the same feature. Majority of our tourists come for their summer holidays. In majority, they come from Europe. Out of 100% of tourists, almost 90% of tourists are foreigners. That is a misfortune sometimes for us. But out of 90%, if you take it as 100, 90% are not from Europe, but from EU. And what is Mediterranean for all of us, which is the theme of today's conference? How do we position ourselves? Are we one? Are we different? If we compare it to languages, it could be one language, but we have so many dialects, so many different things to offer at the same time. For distant markets, we can be one geographical position, but still, there is north, there is south, there is east, there is west, and they do differ quite a lot. What are our common attraction points? This is very simplified, but just to draw your attention to them. Very often we are perceived as the cradle of civilizations. History and culture we share from the Greeks and Romans and later on, or even before them. Nature is different, but still one natural feature, the Mediterranean Sea, is the point of attraction, the pleasant climate. And one thing that is becoming more and more important, gastronomy. Mediterranean diet has been put on the UNESCO phenomena list, and that is another attraction point for us. So this is just a medley of scenes from regular life along the seaside of any Mediterranean country. But what differs us? You say position Mediterranean on a global market. How? Yes, Mediterranean, but yes, Croatian, yes, French, yes, Moroccan, Italian, or not to go on and mention all the countries. This is just an example. What is important? New approach. This is how to go forward. We should go, as my colleague from France said, try to focus on more niche products. We should try to do something with clusters of destination, primarily national, and then we can go beyond that if possible, which is something that we managed to do with our project Croatia 365, a project that is trying to combat the seasonality, and the peak in Croatia, I'm sorry to say, is even worse than was presented here in the original in the original presentation. We should aim for experiences. And a few years ago, one speaker from ETC said, all tourists want to come home with trophies from their travels. How do you get those trophies? Through experiences. You have to bring memories in your head. You can buy souvenirs, but if it doesn't stay in your heart or in your head, you have missed the point. You want living history, not just a building. You want storytelling. But then again, we work all day like 9 to 5 in our artificial lit rooms with artificial air. We want health, we want well-being, we want outdoor experiences, and of course, the gastronomy. How do you do it? You do it through destination management. No hotel can do it on its own. No travel agency can produce a magnificent experience if they don't work together. With this, we come to the question of quality, which is the key issue, the key theme of today's and tomorrow's, I expect, conference. And this is something that my colleague from Tourist Board will tell you more about. So we have used the Mediterranean, as it once was, slogan very well. It's time to move on. It's time to come to Croatia full of life. Thank you.
Mislim da jesu. Ja mislim da sam uspjela. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to present destination management in Lošinj and in Croatia. What we do and how we do, how we beginning with total quality management on the island of Vitality. The Lošinj tourism is based on island tradition. Early as 1892, Lošinj is proclaimed as healthy resort. We cherish the tradition and we adopt to modern tourism. We have been awarded with many international prizes. And we are affiliate member of UNWTO and participate in many European projects. Town of Lošinj and Tourism Office were presented this year in Madrid with the prestigious UNWTO Award for Innovation and Creativity in Tourism. The Tourist Board cooperates with the town. This is very, very important. The concept of public-private partnerships is firmly built in our destination brand management. In the moment, Lošinj is in a great investment cycle. In recent years, we have investments more than 70 million euro each year. But sustainability and responsibility are the core principles that our destination brand management and tourism in general rest on. In topic of health tourism, we cooperate with medical specialists. We perform scientific tests. We have scientifically proven that lung capacity in Lošinj increased after just a few days spent on our island. We have more than 1,200 plant species and our wellness centers participating in the project and use natural island essential oils in treatment. And we have 100% natural cosmetic line. We are developing a center of excellence, ensuring education for all, from educational programs intended for kindergarten children to lifelong learning programs. We have also developed a series of workshops, quizzes, and certified programs. We are discovering and presenting the ways in which the island herbs can be used in gastronomy, and we prepared in traditional dishes. We have established good cooperation with media, domestic and international media. We introduce novelties, and thus ensuring ongoing media interest. We have more than 250 kilometers of footpaths stretching across the 5 islands. On Lošinj, you can enjoy natural aromatherapy, breathing the sea salt aerosols and essential oils from our herbs. We have developed theme footpaths on the topic of vitality and health. We organize forums and professional gatherings as well. The destination brand management is based on multidisciplinary approach, including continuous education and further develop in cooperation with entire community. And we together with entire community creating and telling the story about our destination. You can even adopt dolphin on Lošinj. We have more than 150 dolphins and marine research in Veli Lošinj. We keep up the global tourism trends, but in the same time, we care about sustainable development. We respect the tradition, the local speech, customs, dances, and the beautiful folklore, like this one from island of Susak. We are active in European projects. One of these projects is European Tourism Indicator System, and we measure our sustainability. More than 130 destination indicators in the moment. We perform quality analysis in all segments. 4 years ago, we were the first destination in Croatia with the concept of destination mystery guest. Each year, we make a comparison of the results and reward our best partners. We use online questionnaires, and we measure the satisfaction of our guests in destination in general. But also, we measure the satisfaction of our citizens and make every effort to ensure responsible tourism practices, since we believe that only satisfied destination residents can be a good host. Apoxyomenus. The value of apoxyomenus is immeasurable. Apoxyomenus is part of our culture, of our life, of our in topic of vitality and health as athlete. But it is also integral to the ancient archaeological park, archaeological museum. The plants found in the statue during cleaning and restoration, after having spent more than 2,000 years under the sea in the Lošinj archipelago, include pine, myrtle, laurel, olive, which are exactly the plants included in our project Fragrances and Taste of Lošinj. In this way, we combine the projects. We combine ancient times, apoxyomenus, and the present-day Lošinj. Following of recent presentation of cookbook of ancient cuisine and apoxyomenus, our restaurants are implementing and telling the story about apoxyomenus and have dishes in topic of ancient time. We record of increase of number of overnights each year. We have more than 2.2 million overnights. But the number of arrivals during the peak season, this is about 25,000 nights in 1st of August, stayed the same. This is mainly a result of our projects, which brings natural, health, and sport lovers to our island and help us to develop and to have year-round tourism. In closing, allow me to highlight once again the core values of our tourism: preserved environment, quality, responsible and sustainable tourism, satisfied citizens, and impressed guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these inspiring presentations. I have a question, one question for you, I think Mrs. Belošević. Huh? So Croatia did a very good job last year, has achieved remarkable results in tourism. So, as our two countries are neighbors, and we would like to be partners instead of competitors at Mediterranean. So, what is the formula for success? I hope it is not a top secret.
Thank you. But actually, it's a dual question. If you think about formula for success, I think the presentation of Mrs. Šimić just showed you what to do. But if you want a very simplified and quick reply, you have to know your market, your clients. You have to know what they're actually looking for and offer them that. You offer them value for money. And when we talk about competition or cooperation, well, actually, in the European markets, I suspect we will always be competitors, but there are those distant markets which rather tour the continent, and there are hidden, undiscovered treasures, especially in hinterland, in continental parts of our countries, thematic routes, touring, the magnificent Plitvice Lakes or Tara Canyon. These are attractions that could bring in one tour visitors from those markets to both countries.
Thank you very much. I think that it could be a very good messages for implementing destination management in Montenegro. Now I have a great pleasure to present our next panelist, Mr. Charles de Galder, who comes from Canada, Director of Business International Services on the International Air Transport Association, a very important global association for tourism business. This presentation will be about the IATA business. Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank UNWTO for this great invitation. And I would like to thank also Montenegro for the great hospitality. It's my first time in Montenegro, and I love it so far. So IATA just celebrated its 70-year anniversary. I thought I would share that with you. You probably know what IATA is, but just to give you some background, we're the trade association of all the key airlines in the world. We represent 260 airlines, which represent approximately 83% of total global air traffic, international and domestic. And we're active in many areas of this industry, safety, security, regulation, infrastructure, environment, cargo, passenger experience, financial services, and many others. We also run the IATA BSP, Billing and Settlement Plan. The BSP basically facilitates and simplifies the selling and the reporting and the settlement of airline tickets for the travel agents and the airlines. And we do that in 181 countries. 400 airlines participate, so even airlines that are not IATA members can participate in the BSP. We have around 60,000 travel agents that are accredited. And last year, in 2014, we settled $255 billion of airline tickets. The overall on-time settlement rate was 99.98. So basically, IATA is at the center of the air transport industry. We work very closely with our members, the airlines, but also with the airports, with the travel agents, with the GDSs, with the financial institutions and the banks and the credit cards, as well as the air navigation companies and many other industry stakeholders. We just completed 2 weeks ago our annual general meeting, the IATA AGM. It was in Miami this year. And you know, one of the reasons to celebrate that I can share with you today was the fact that for the first time in 20 years, the airline industry has a return on capital that is, for the first time in 20 years, higher than the cost of capital. So finally, some good news on the profitability of the industry. However, if you drill down into the data, you'll find out that only 34 airlines actually have a return on capital that is higher than the cost of capital. So there is still room for improvements for many other airlines on that front. Where is this concentrated? Mostly in US and in Europe. That's where you will find most of the airlines that have a return on capital higher than cost of capital. Now, what I do in IATA, I'm in charge of the business intelligence service. So I'm a data guy, if you want. And to prepare for this session, I performed some analysis based on the data that we have, data coming from the settlement of airline tickets and coming from our members that report their traffic to us on a monthly basis. So I did some study on the Mediterranean region. The statistics that I will share with you are for all passenger traffic, so it covers tourism, but also business and any other reasons for traffic. So if we first take a step back and look at the whole Mediterranean region compared to other tourism hotspots in the world, you can see that it's, by far bigger than the other regions, whether it's Caribbean, whether it's Southeast Asia, where you have Thailand and Indonesia, or Indian subcontinent, or even Australia and New Zealand. I mean, it's by far the biggest tourism hotspot in the world. And this is, again, market share for total traffic, including international and domestic, based on last year's traffic. Now, if you drill down into the Mediterranean region and you look at traffic coming from outside the region to the region, and you rank and identify the top 10, you'll find out that the US is number 1 with almost 13% of the traffic, and then you have Germany almost at the same level, and then you have the UK. And then interesting, Saudi Arabia is number 4 with almost 5% of the traffic. Then Switzerland, Russia is number 6, and then Japan is also quite strong, and then Canada is second to last. So this is basically the distribution of traffic from outside the region going into the region. All traffic, not just tourism. Now, if you look at the same report, but what are the country of origin with the fastest or strongest growth in the last 4 years? So again, traffic from outside the region going into the Mediterranean, you'll find out that South Korea has been growing by 53% over the last 4 years. Russia was growing a lot from 2011 to 2013, 52%, and a big drop last year, 30%. Qatar has more than tripled in the last 4 years, traffic coming from Qatar. Hong Kong is doing well. Saudi Arabia also has more than doubled. China has more than doubled. Australia and Canada are also strong performer because the average is around 28% for all traffic from abroad going to the region. So you can see that some countries are definitely growing much, much faster. Now, if we drill down or zoom on one specific country, for example, Russia. So if we look at all the traffic between Russia and the whole Mediterranean region, you can see the distribution. So where are people going? You can see that it's pretty evenly split between Turkey, Italy, Spain, France, and then Greece and Israel are doing quite well also. Montenegro also at 4%. What are the fastest growing destination for traffic between Russia and the region? Greece, 82% in the last 4 years, and Spain, 68%. Now, if we look at traffic between China and the region, You can see the distribution is slightly different, but not that much different. It's mostly France, Italy, and Spain that are covering about 75% of the traffic. And then Turkey is doing quite well with 10%. So what are the fastest growing destination for China, for traffic coming from China? Turkey with 62% and Greece with 102%. Now, if we look at traffic between Saudi Arabia and the Mediterranean region, the distribution is very different. Egypt covers 62%, Turkey 15%, then Lebanon 7%. So it's quite a different distribution here. And the fastest growing destination is Turkey with 100% growth over the last 4 years. If we look into the traffic between South Korea and the Mediterranean region, France, Turkey, and Italy and Spain are capturing most of that traffic. And they're still growing a lot. Turkey, 66% growth in the last 4 years, and Spain, 109% growth in the last 4 years for traffic coming from South Korea. If we look into traffic between Australia and the region, France and Italy together represent around 60% of that traffic. Fastest growing destination for Australian, Spain, 89% growth in the last 4 years, and Turkey, 51% growth. Now, we also do in IATA, in collaboration with Oxford Economics, we do a traffic forecast for the next 20 years. So I looked at projections for traffic between the Mediterranean region and all the other regions. This is the results for the next 10 years and the next 20 years. I think it's interesting to note that traffic between the Middle East and the region will grow significantly, will almost triple in the next 20 years. Same thing with traffic between Asia and the region also will grow significantly. Same thing with traffic from North Africa and even South Africa. So there's some interesting growth numbers there. So I thought that these would be interesting statistics to share with you, and if you have any additional questions or you need more information, you can come and talk to me anytime during this event.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
So, Charles, as you're the data guy, so can you tell us how serious will be the role of low-cost carriers for accessibility and connectivity in the Mediterranean in the future?
Sure, I can try. I mean, the low-cost carrier in Europe, I mean, the growth for the last 10 years has been phenomenal. I mean, they've grown by around 14% on average every year for the last 10 years, if you do the average. So it has stimulated the tourism industry significantly in Europe. Some will even say that it has changed the way European travel. And Europe is definitely the biggest market for low-cost carriers, and within Europe, the UK is the #1 market, and Spain, I believe, is the #2. However, if you look at where the growth will be coming in the next few years, you'll find countries in the Middle East, you'll find countries in Asia, even Canada has significant growth also, and these markets are not served by the low-cost carriers because these are long-haul markets and they are served by the traditional carriers. Therefore, you have to take that into account also.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. And now we have a representative from Montenegro. It's my pleasure to invite Mrs. Željka Radak-Kukavičić, Director of National Tourism Organization of Montenegro. Mrs. Radak will inform us what are the challenges facing Montenegro.
Poštovane dame i gospodo, dobar dan, dragi prijatelji, dobrodošli u Crnu Goru. Meni je zadovoljstvo da vam u nekoliko rečenica, u nekoliko slajdova prezentiram Crnu Goru. Crna Gora se nalazi u srcu Evrope, na Mediteranu. Površina naše države je negdje oko 14.000 kvadratnih kilometara i u njoj živi oko 660.000 stanovnika. Glavni grad je Podgorica. Zemlja naša se nalazi na putu evropskih i evroatlantskih integracija i ona je jedna multietnička zajednica. Strateška grana razvoja jeste turizam i učešće turizma u GDP-u iznosi negdje oko 20%. U inostranstvu nas prepoznaju po prelijepoj mediteranskoj obali, koja je dugačka negdje oko 300 km i tu imamo kako prelijepe peščane plaže, tako divlje plaže i stjenovitu obalu. Na jugu se nalazi Ulcinj, grad koji ima oko 13 km pješčane plaže, Brar, to je grad istorije, Budva, kraljica Jadrana, grad u kojem se danas nalazimo, jedan od najljepših fjordova, Boka Kotorska sa 3 grada, Herceg-Novim, Barom, Herceg-Novim, Kotorom i Tivtom. Podgorica je glavni grad i poslovni centar i naravno prijestolnica Cetinje. Ono što je, mislim, konkurentska prednost Crne Gore u odnosu na druge turističke destinacije jeste jedinstvo različitosti na malom prostoru. U jednom danu kada ste u Crnoj Gori ujutru možete da se kupate na moru, a u drugom dijelu dana da uživate u planinama. Ono na što smo mi posebno ponosni u Crnoj Gori jeste i 5 nacionalnih parkova i u jednoj maloj državi kao što je Crna Gora negdje oko 13% teritorija uživa određeni stepen zaštite. Također, ono po čemu smo prepoznati jeste naša kuhinja i ono što je jako važno, to je gostoprimstvo našeg naroda. Kada analiziramo gdje se danas nalazi Crna Gora kada je u pitanju turistički razvoj, u odnosu na projektovane strateške ciljeve i kada pratimo trendove na našim emitivnim tržištima, onda možemo reći da je jedan od ključnih izazova Crne Gore nedovoljna ponuda. Smještajni kapaciteti u Crnoj Gori svojim kvalitetom još uvijek ne mogu da obezbijede punu ekonomsku valorizaciju svih naših potencijala. Također, naša turistička ponuda još nije u dovoljnoj mjeri diversifikovana. Kao što smo čuli u prethodnim prezentacijama, većina ponude koncentrisana je na sunce i more, a ono na čemu radimo i nastojimo iz godine u godinu da poboljšamo i da razvijamo, to su novi segmenti turističke ponude orijentisanih na prirodu, seoski turizam, kulturni turizam. Također, veliki izazov za nas jesu ljudski resursi i tu u saradnji sa nadležnim institucijama nastojimo da iz godine u godinu poboljšamo kompetencije, stručna znanja i nove, da kažemo, standarde zanimanja u turizmu, a u skladu sa zahtjevima sve zahtjevnijeg tržišta, a poštujući zahtjeve naše turističke privrede. Ono što mislim da je izazov svih turističkih destinacija, to jeste to upravljanje, održivi turistički razvoj. Ne mislim samo na ekonomski razvoj, nego prije svega održivost s aspekta očuvanja prirode i s aspekta uticaja na stanovništvo i zato mislim da je veoma važno prilikom donošenja prostornih planova i kod planiranja da vodimo računa o našem kulturnom nasljeđu, a isto tako da upravljamo našim zaštićenim područjima. Kada govorimo o Mediteranu, on je već poznata turistička regija i on generiše negdje oko 1/4 turističkih prihoda. Turističko tržište, svjesni smo toga, ono sve više se širi i ono što je činjenica da svake godine na turističkoj mapi imamo sve veći broj novih destinacija. Sada ću pokušati da kažem po mom mišljenju koji su to izazovi kada je u pitanju Mediteran. Kada pogledate ovu fotografiju, onda svi pomislimo na jedan odmor na Mediteranu, međutim stvarnost je malo drugačija. Ovo ovdje je fotografija jednog od najvećih hotela u Las Vegasu, gdje je urađena kopija, da kažem, još najpoznatijeg mediteranskog grada Medecije. Kao što vidimo, mediteranski proizvod je poznat i prodaje se široko, ali mislim ono što je jako važno i što jeste suština, da pokušavamo da Mediteran prodajemo ovdje kod nas, znači da ga mi sami prodajemo. Ono što je izazov o kojem prvi govorila jeste autentičnost. Mi ovdje u Crnoj Gori, mi mislimo da imamo jako bogato, prije svega kulturno nasljeđe, naša običaji i tradicionalni način spremanja hrane. Dakle, ono što jeste jako važno i mislim što mi sve destinacije na Mediteranu moramo da uradimo, to jeste da sačuvamo našu autentičnost i da je kao takvu autentičnu predstavlja jedinstveno iskustvo, jedinstven ugođaj i doživljaj za sve one goste koji dođu ovdje na Mediteran. Ono što je također jako važno jeste upravljati investicijama. I mi u Crnoj Gori imamo zadovoljstvo da imamo dosta investicija, ali ono što jeste važno jeste da te investicije budu uklopljene ambijent i da se sačuva autentičnost jednog mjesta. Ovdje na fotografiji vidite investicija Luštica Bay, investicija kompanije Orascom, koja je autentična, uklopljena ambijent, vrijednost investicije je 1,1 milijardu eura, planirana je izgradnja preko 3300 kreveta hotelskih, visoke kategorije oko 5 zvjezdica će biti preko 60% kapaciteta, planirana je izgradnja golf terena, restorana, dakle imamo jedno pravo, autentično, turističko, mali grad ovdje u Crnoj Gori, a na Mediteranu. Dakle, ono što je jako važno reći da je turistički proizvod je poseban. Mi ga prosto osjećamo i svim našim čulima i zato je vrlo važno da pružimo gostu taj osjećaj. Jer složit ćete se sa mnom, Mediteran ne možemo da osjetimo u Las Vegasu, njega osjećamo samo na Mediteranu. Dolazim na drugi ključni izazov za mene, a to je, a sve moje kolege su to govorile, to jeste kvalitet. Kvalitet izuzetno važan i mi u Crnoj Gori nastojimo da kroz nove greenfield investicije dobijemo nove renomirane brendove, jer od kvaliteta tih brendova svjesni smo da zavisi i kvalitet destinacije. I upravo i naše Ministarstvo održivog razvoja i turizma svjesni toga nastojimo da kreiramo što povoljniji poslovni investicioni ambijent za sve nove investitore. I mislim da se nalazimo na dobrom putu. Kada govorimo o strukturi hotelskih kapaciteta u Crnoj Gori, moram da kažem da iz godine u godinu pravimo progres, ali još uvijek nismo ostvarili one ciljeve koje smo definisali našom strategijom do 2020. godine. Kao što vidite u strukturi smještajnih kapaciteti visoke kategorije 4 i 5 zvjezdica učestvuju negdje sa oko 35% i naš cilj jeste da taj procenat smještajnih kapaciteta bude na višem nivou. Ono što mislim da je važno za nas, mediteranske destinacije, i gdje mislim da možemo da damo zajednički doprinos, jeste da možda definišemo koji su to kriterijumi, koji je to kvalitet koji treba da pružimo gostima, zato što mi kategorizaciju ne radimo za sebe i za vlasnike hotela, mi ih radimo za goste i zato mislim da možda trebamo kao Mediteran da razmislimo o definisanju kategorizacije hotela po standardima koji bi važili za naše mediteranske zemlje. Kad govorimo o kvalitetu, zaista ne mislimo samo na hardware, jer kvalitet, naš cilj u Crnoj Gori jeste da unaprijedimo, da jačamo kvalitet ukupne turističke ponude, kvalitet usluga. Iz tog razloga smo analizirali sistem kvaliteta koji imaju u Njemačkoj i na poziv Evropske unije bili smo u Češkoj. Dakle, naš cilj u Crnoj Gori jeste da uvedemo jedan sistem upravljanja i unapređenja kvaliteta turističke usluge. Kvalitet izuzetno važan, podsjetit ću vas samo, a istraživanja koja smo provodili u prethodnom periodu govore da u prethodnom periodu, dok ovoliko nisu bile razvijene informacione tehnologije, gosti su donosili odluku gdje da idu na osnovu preporuka prijatelja, rođaka. Danas, u vrijeme digitalizacije, u vrijeme kada su aktualni rating portali, informacije o jednoj destinaciji se jako brzo šire i upravo ono što je ocjena gostiju, ono što je preporuka gostiju, ono što je iskustvo gostiju je ono što preporučuje jednu destinaciju da se posjeti. Kvalitet je i ključan i kada ga posmatramo u odnosu na marketing, jer složit ćemo se svi da milione eura koje uložimo u marketing ne mogu da isprave i da kompenziraju neke nedostatke i greške koje imamo u kvalitetu. I sad dolazim do trećeg izazova. Možda ću na trenutak se malo udaljiti od teme turizma, prosto da imam jedno pitanje za vas, da li neko zna i koliko nas zna ko je Charles Conrad. Pretpostavljam ne mnogo, ja sam prije neki dan se informisala i saznala tu informaciju, ali ukoliko vas pitam ko je Neil Armstrong, onda sam sigurna da svi u ovoj sali vrlo dobro znate da je to prvi čovjek koji je stupio na mjesec, odnosno da je to prvi turista na mjesecu i kao što vidite, svi mi pamtimo onoga ko je bio prvi, ko je bio lider. I na ovaj način želim da ukažem na treći izazov, a to je biti inovativan, imati inovativan pristup i u tom smislu mislim da mi kao Mediteran upravo moramo biti inovativni. Na polju turizma također vidjela sam da je Cirih postavio sebi za cilj da postane digitalna destinacija. Njima je namjera da u 10.000 hotelskih soba uvedu digitalni konsjerž, to znači da će imati tablete na kojima će biti digitalne mape i gosti će sve informacije dobijati upravo posredstvom tog medija i evo da pratimo, vjerujem da će liderstvo i inovativnost i u slučaju ovdje biti sigurno prepoznato. I na ovaj način, da kažem, negdje i privodim kraju moju prezentaciju, dakle inovacija, trebamo da je gledamo kao mogućnost, dakle ne samo liderstvo, nego mogućnost za brži i efikasniji razvoj i proizvoda i za brži razvoj usluge. Opet potenciram, ne moramo biti lideri, ali je važno da budemo inovativni i ovim zaključujem da mislim da mi na Mediteranu upravo moramo da govorimo više o autentičnosti, o kvalitetu, o inovacijama i da nastojimo da ujedinimo naše snage, naše resurse i našu energiju i da prosto kreiramo taj jedinstven mediteranski osjećaj koji će nas pozicionirati na svjetskoj turističkoj mapi. Hvala vam.
Thank you very much on your contribution and very good messages. So, Mrs. Željka, I would like to ask you, mentioned in your presentation that the accommodation is on the list of challenges facing Montenegro's tourism. In your opinion, what type of accommodation is missing the most to Montenegro?
Pa vrlo interesantno pitanje. Rekli smo smještajni kapaciteti, izazov pred Crnom Gorom, svakako ono na čemu insistiramo i na čemu se bazirani naši strateški dokumenti jeste da razvijemo osnovni smještajne kapacitete, dakle hotelski smještaj, akcenat svakako jeste hotelski kapaciteti visoke kategorije, 4 i 5 zvjezdica i u tom pravcu se upravo preduzimaju mjere i stvara taj stimulativan povoljni ambijent, ali ovom prilikom naravno kapaciteti 4 i 5 zvjezdica jesu nosioci, jesu magneti razvoja, ali takođe ne smijemo da zaboravimo i kapacitete kategorije 3 zvjezdice, jer svjesni turističke tražnje, mislim da u našoj strukturi smještajnih kapaciteta i ta kategorija mora biti zastupljena.
Thank you very much. So, demand is the must. Okay, we are at the end. So, at last, panelists, but not the least, for the session first, is Mr. Miguel Payeras, Managing Director in Cluster for Technological Innovation in Tourism of the Balearic Islands. Mr. Payeras will present the tourism in Baleares. So, please.
Good morning to you all, and many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I would like to start with our name, the .T. We usually say T for tourism, T for technology, T for transformation, T for territory, T for land, T for all, and T for you. All these words in Spanish starts with a T. So only these seconds to explain why the .T. And we would like to start with the beginning. And tourism, to us, is the creation of wealth on a territory through temporary residence. It's an export phenomenon, but instead of shipping goods into boxes, we import temporarily residents for the creation of wealth. I'm saying this because a repeated word today has been quality, and quality has all to do with the creation of wealth, with the creation of good jobs, with the creation of a good community, with a good interaction between visitors and residents. So tourism is not only the logistics of managing arrivals. It's far more difficult and complex than this. And I would like to start as well to follow how the world looked like in 1950. And in 1950, 5 countries accounted for almost 3/4 of international arrivals worldwide. 60 years later, the top 5 account for less than 1/3. On the other hand, the bottom others, 60 years ago was 3%, and nowadays is almost half of the cake. So it seems that the only destination group that is growing is others. So a good opportunity for all the ones that at some stage were in the others group. My next question is intensity the only way forward? These are the result of the unorthodox exercise of dividing visitors by residents. And as I do come from the Balearic Islands, these are the ratios, impressive ratios that we have in our archipelago. So on average, we have around 15 visitors per resident. In the case of Formentera, we have over 100 visitors per residence. And how does it compare to the top markers of the world? As a country, the top is the Vatican, dividing only the visitors to the Vatican museums by the 1,000 residents that approximately the Vatican state has. It comes up with these 5,500 visitors per resident. And as a city in Europe, the top is the Old Quarter of Venice that has 1 visitor per resident every day throughout the year. And the question is Venice the place where more wealth is being created through tourism? And most probably is not. So it seems that something relevant is to be competitive. And I would like to pay attention for a minute to what is good and what is for free, which are the reports from the World Economic Forum. So I'm not representing the World Economic Forum here, but I do invite all attendants to this conference to pay attention to their reports, because I think it's a fantastic source of information, and it's for free. So essentially, they define 3 blocks with 12 pillars per country, and they come up with 3 groups of countries: the factor-driven, the efficiency-driven, and the innovation-driven. So it's important that you know where your country is at the moment. So Montenegro is at stage 3, and it would be interesting to come up with a reduced picture of all countries of the Mediterranean and to know to what group they belong. So it's important to pay attention not only to the things you do, as well to what the rest of the world is doing. We are living in a globalized world, and competitiveness can't be only of a local perimeter. And now coming up to a second report as well from the World Economic Forum, they come up with all these groups and pillars to analyze the competitiveness of tourism on a worldwide basis. And here you got for Southern and Western Europe the best in class. On a per pillar basis, you can have all countries with detailed information and to know where is the best ground infrastructure, where is the best air infrastructure, where is the best of any pillar, and I do recommend to pay attention to this. Well, is there a road to prosperity? For sure, when you're not in the map, the most important thing is to be on the map. But once you're there, you need the flows of visitors. But once you get them, there's a final or third stage, which is how can we create wealth? And I'm going to use a very simple consumer example. That wants to be white on white doesn't look nice today. A yogurt, and 50 years ago, you were unable to know where this yogurt was coming from. Approximately, it had the same color, the same size, the same material. So it was a commodity. Now we know it. 60 years ago, we didn't know. What is the purpose for companies to offer you this nowadays? Do they like to make things more complicated? Is that the only purpose? Because to manage this, 77 different kinds of yogurt with fiber, without, with fruits, with fruit taste, is far more complicated than managing one simple glass and one simple content. What's the reason? The reason, it has been mentioned, that niche business is more profitable. And once you reach the stage of a mature destination that Montenegro someday will reach for sure, the management of this kind of niche products for niche markets is the only way. Otherwise, you will stay in the commodity business, competing with higher costs every year and with more and more competitors in your group. And finally, something that as well it has been mentioned, I'm panelist number 7, so almost it always has been said, is this simple graphic to show you the field of innovation. What is innovation? Innovation is two things: something new with value. This is what innovation is all about. And the field of innovation has, in my opinion, 4 colors. The gray one, that is the people who ask themselves, what for? Everything goes all right. We're making money, or people are happy. So they won't be able to contribute to this field of innovation. Number 2, the red ones. I can't cope with it. We are in a financial crunch. I'm focusing at the end of the month. I have to pay my workers. I have to settle my bills. I can't do anything else. So all these ones as well are lost. Then the yellow ones, the ones who decide to do it their own without getting involved in what we propose, which is the green field, the open innovation. And essentially, this is what we are doing in this private association of Balears.T. We have, at this moment, 33 members, and a cluster is not a bunch of hoteliers and a couple of travel agents with a registered office. It's far more difficult than this. We have companies that specialize in waste management, for instance, in water supply, in sewage systems, in education and knowledge transfer. Is something as complex as this thing. And essentially, this is what I wanted to share with you. We live in a globalized world. There are at this moment around 5,000 destination management organizations in the world, and all of them will tell you, please do come, we'll surprise you, will be the right choice, please do come. How to compete with 5,000 other competitors in the world in a creative way, knowing what they do, who's the best in class, what can improve, what can be improved at local level. This is the only way. And surprise, surprise, we were having a better position in Europe with 10 million visitors in 1997 in terms of GDP per capita, that nowadays that we are receiving 17 million visitors to an archipelago of only 1 million people. How can that be? Essentially, for the reason I already mentioned. It's not the same thing having flows that having customers. It's not the same thing managing the logistics of arrivals of 17 million than the creation of wealth of 10 million visitors who want to visit your place for the reasons you've given them in a digital age where the costs of conveying messages to the world is cheaper than ever. And this is essentially what I wanted to add to all the things that have already been said this morning. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Calleros. I think maybe it will be interesting for all countries developing clusters, especially those who had started, as Montenegro is. What is the assistance of state in the development of Balearic cluster? Your experience.
The state, I mentioned we are a private organization. Balears.t is not a regional or state agency. The help of the state is needed at the beginning. Usually, the private sector takes a while to realize that we have to do something together. When you have some kind of financial backing from the public institutions at the beginning, at least you have no excuse to be a stakeholder in this process. After a while, approximately 3 to 5 years, this financial backing should be reduced, in my opinion, to only 1/3 of the budget. The other 1/3 should come up from through the development of joint projects, and the other 1/3 should be paid by the members of the association. This is approximately our situation nowadays.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much.
So, dear guests, now is the time for questions and answers. We've heard a lot of very interesting presentation, very challenging, provocative. So, are there any questions, maybe suggestions, comments? Yes, microphone? Yeah. Thank you. So please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Franz Lampenmeier from the European Commission. I really appreciated the last intervention because I heard the word cluster and cooperation, a very concrete form of cooperation. I think this is a word we already heard before in other presentations as well. All the presentations, of course, were very good, but this cooperation in a very concrete way, coming from the sector itself, I think is very important and is the way forward also to do all this business that is in front of us and all the challenges. I had a specific question to Charles de Geldere on the very interesting figures that he presented to us. Just for clarification, these international arrivals from outside Europe, are these only direct arrivals to Mediterranean countries, or did you take into account also itineraries like Beijing to Frankfurt and then coming down to the Mediterranean? Thanks.
Thank you for your questions. So it takes into account connecting traffic also, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you. So now, dear guests, at the end, I would like to summarize the main points of the session 1. Globalization versus localization in order to create an authentic experience. Quality visitor experience as the key to successful marketing. Strategic alliances must to improve the unique Mediterranean brand. Innovation as the greatest opportunity and the greatest challenge. Competitive environment, low-cost carriers as a tool for better connectivity. Competitive environment, I already said that. Digital world, regarding that online marketing plays a vital and growing role. So, that are this is the conclusion for this session 1. Many thanks to all panelists. Many thanks to all of you of your attention. And now is the time for press conference. It will be the next door. Thank you very much.
a tiče se razvoja turističkog proizvoda, diversifikacije i inovacije turističkog proizvoda, upravljanja kvalitetom i naglasku na inovaciji produkta. Imam ekipu reprezentativnu, odličnih panelista, mislim da ih je 7, pogledao sam njihove biografije, svi su iz turizma i zahvaljujem se što su poslali neko prezentacije, neko teze koje se slažu sa pitanjima koja smo im prije jedno mjesec dana dostavili. Tako da mislim da ćemo se lako razumjeti. Mi smo zamislili da se ova sesija odvija na sljedeći način. Prvi speaker je profesor Frederic Dimanche sa Business School Sofia Antipolis Nice, koji će imati prezentaciju maksimalno koja treba da traje ne više od 20 minuta, vjerovatno će to trajati kraće, a naredna diskusija bi se odvijala po scenariju, ja bih ih posjetio na pitanja koja smo ih zamolili da nam daju odgovore, oni bi odgovarali, ako neko od panelista bude želio da kolegi postavi pitanje, imaće prilike da to uradi, možda i ja da napravim neka dodatna pitanja, tako da imamo interakciju i dinamiku u našem radu. Na kraju ćemo na bazi svih diskusija i onoga što nam je prethodno dostavljeno od panelista napraviti predlog zaključaka koju ću vam kao radnu verziju pročitati, a to će poslije biti redakcijski složeno sa ostalim materijalima ove konferencije. Dakle, pozivam profesora, gospodina Federica Dimanche, da iznese svoju prezentaciju. Izvolite.
Good morning, everybody. After the pleasure of having listened to Mr. Freitag this morning, in other words, Mr. Friday, you get to listen to Monsieur Dimanche, who is Mr. Sunday. I don't know who thought about this, but it works really well. Anyway, we'll be talking about product development, diversification, innovation, lots of topics, in fact, and too many topics to put everything in just one or a few presentations. So I hope we're going to give you this morning opportunities to think about several of those issues. And I want to start with a reminder to all of us about what's the point of managing tourism and tourism destination is to create competitive advantage. Yes, we can think about the destination as the Mediterranean basin, but we know that there are different blocks, different areas that are competing also with one another. And I want to make sure that we all understand the distinction between comparative advantage, in other words, the destination's assets, natural endowment, the resources that make a destination attractive. So it could be, the geographic setting, it could be the archaeological, it could be the culture. Those are things that exist and that makes us different from another destination. But that doesn't what makes us competitive. What makes us competitive is our ability to use those resources effectively. In other words, our ability to manage resources, to market resources, to manage the human resources. And this is really what we need to focus on when we talk about product development. It's not only a matter of putting forward assets, it's managing those assets and making sure that they satisfy our guests. So, key things that I would like to address this morning in a few minutes. First of all is to focus on the current competitiveness on the Mediterranean. Mr. Freitag this morning already addressed some of this. I will continue and put a few more points forward so we have a better understanding of this. Focus also on sustainable development. We have addressed this issue. We know it's important. Focus on the residents. I think too often we focus on the tourist. We focus very much on the businesses. We tend not to focus as much on the residents. And it's important for them, and it's important for the tourists increasingly. I will address that point. Focus also on service design. When we talk about quality, one of the key tools that we're using now in management and marketing is what we call service design thinking and service design. I will share with you an experience on this topic. So overall focus on quality and all this to help destinations move towards competitiveness. Before I start, I would like you to be reminded of a few words that some of you may recognize. Globalization has now made it necessary for destinations to stay at the leading edge of new products and ideas to remain competitive. Creative entrepreneurs must contribute to the development of destinations. Tourism policies must be geared towards innovation. If you recognize those words, decentralization, I can add this, to destination is the watchword of the modern tourism industry. Francesco Frangeli said that about 10 years ago, a bit less than 10 years ago, and he was right on the spot, for each of those different points. And many of those points are discussed in this conference, in these 2 days. Back to the Mediterranean competitiveness, okay? I'm using here some data from TCI Research. TCI Research is an affiliate of UNWTO, and by the way, they received the Ulysses Innovation Award a few years ago. What do? They focus on comparing destinations and trying to understand the competitiveness of respective destinations. And my friend who is leading this company, who's worked together with me on the board of the Travel and Tourism Research Association, gave me the authorization to use those slides. So, what can we say? Visitor experience quality is the first driver of competitiveness in the Mediterranean. When we look at some of the factors that prompted people's decision to choose a Mediterranean destination, we see that coming first is friends and relatives' recommendations. In other words, quality. If people like quality, they will recommend a destination. If people are satisfied, they will recommend a destination. You know this is particularly true today with the social media website, with booking.coms, with TripAdvisors, etc., where increasingly tourists are using recommendations from other people. We say here friends and relatives recommendation. We know that we use also recommendations of people we don't know, or peers, through TripAdvisors and others. Second point, world-renowned status, information on the web. We see that a special offer or a cheap deal doesn't have that much of an impact on a decision to choose a destination. Or maybe it will have an impact if it's combined with a recommendation by friends and relatives or world-renowned status. And we look at what we would call traditional communication tools. Think about newspaper articles, public relations, advertising, come very low in aspects that are impacting people's decision to choose a destination. Sun, good food, of course, Mediterranean is known for this, but it's not enough anymore. Quality must be managed at all steps of the visit. So if we look again at the top drivers of the brand experience in Mediterranean destination, we look on top, local communities hospitality. Focus on the residents, hospitality, by people who work in the sector, obviously, but also people that we encounter every day. We encounter them in the streets, we encounter them at the beach, we encounter them in different attractions that we visit. The feeling of safety also is very important. Landscapes, beaches. You notice that those three different things are not services we sell. Those are free. Those are things that people experience. We experience hospitality. We experience safety because it's been managed by the destination, but we don't directly pay for it as tourists. And then come accommodation, local food, convenience for visiting, and other factors. So those are different factors that, again, drive the brand experience and drive satisfaction. I move also on some points to show you that according to the TravelSat survey, if we look at the dotted line, this is the European norm or European average. The Mediterranean destinations are doing slightly better on a number of points. For example, the top points that seem to be better is food quality and restaurant or hospitality, okay? Shops opening hours, accommodation value for money, food value for money. in their index below 150 doesn't mean that it's fantastic, but nonetheless it's better than the European average. So that's something to continue to work on. On the other hand, there are still some issues on which the Mediterranean countries are not extremely competitive, or at least we have problem with. And you look at some of those different points which are below the European destinations average. Cleanliness, inside the cities, outside the cities, cultural shows maybe, festivals, events that are proposed to tourists, urban development and architecture, road infrastructure, or even the safety of feeling. Again, like I said earlier, feeling of safety, we got a good score, and yet it's not as good as it could be in other destinations in Europe. So that gives us a perspective on what to focus on in terms of developing services or improving services. So product innovation, what kind of products do we want? Some of you will recognize this. This is a famous Mediterranean destination in the southeast corner. I see my colleague from Monaco says, oh, of course it doesn't exist. But it was a project that was proposed at the MIPIM, a real estate project a few years ago. And I'm just using this picture as an illustration to say, is this the type of product that we want to be developed in the Mediterranean, whether it's in Monaco or somewhere else, it doesn't quite matter. Do we want to add more pressure to local communities? Do we want to increase the number of visitors to specific communities? And the answer obviously is no. This is not what we want. We don't want to bring more people buzzing by helicopter to go on those, in those hotels or residences. So we have to find something else in terms of development. And I would like to point out a couple of initiatives that I've been involved with in the past couple of years. One of them, some of you may be aware of, is called Take the Med. There is an organization, a not-for-profit association in France called Défis Med, Défi for challenges and Med for Mediterranean, or challenging, or the challenge of the Mediterranean, basically. And it's about changing tourism, making tourism evolve from a mass process, as we know too well on the Mediterranean, towards something that is more involving more participation with the local, something that is more virtuous, something that is more sustainable as well, and something also that brings the benefits of tourism away from the coast. As you know, everywhere on the Mediterranean, most of the tourism activity is on the 5 to 10 kilometers or even less on the coast, next to the sea. But if you go 15, 20 kilometers behind, there is nothing. There is no economic benefit. There is hardly anything. It's true in France. It's true on the French Riviera. It's probably true here. It's true in many countries around. So one of the challenges for economic development and tourism development is to make sure that we manage tourism that brings people away from the coast, relieve the pressure on the coast, and benefit some of the backcountry or we don't need to go too far away, but to benefit some others. So sustainability is important. We're talking about trying to organize or to promote a different form of tourism. And we're focusing on experiences. I mean, this has been put forward by some of the speakers this morning already. We need to focus on experiences, creating contacts with the locals, create opportunities for the locals, opportunities for encountering the visitors, opportunities for economic development, opportunities for creating value, not only for the tourists, but also for residents and local entrepreneurs that normally don't have access to the tourism sector. And I want to give you an example with this. World of Acadian is a startup company. In fact, it was started just last year in 2014. Two guys whom I know quite well because they happen to be my students. They were my students 8 or 9 years ago on the French Riviera at the Schema Business School. One is French, the other one is Norwegian. One is based in Barcelona, the other one is based in Norway. But already at that time, 8 years ago, they were working on rural tourism. They were interested in rural tourism. 10 years later, they developed a company called World of Acadian, and their objective is to be some kind of a distribution system that would be focusing only on destinations and accommodations that are away from the main tourism centers and that create experience, proximity with the visitors. And I encourage you to visit their website and to listen to what they are doing. They really have a vision for this. And they started with properties based in Spain and France. Now they have properties in Italy. Now they have properties beyond. Also, I think in Croatia they started. They want to go on the other side of the Mediterranean, also in Morocco. So they are starting, and their model again is to bring the tourist away from the main visited area. So it's just one drop in the bucket, of course. It's just one example. But I think it's an indicator of the type of new experiences, new tourism products that need to be developed. Back to the residents, whether the residents are hosts in their guest house, in their hotels, in their attractions, whatever, the friendliness and hospitality of residents can strongly influence the destination image. There are lots of studies that attest to this, and again, I hate to repeat myself on this, but it is important. We've been saying this for many, many years, and yet we don't use residents the way we should. We don't communicate to them. We don't tell them how beneficial tourism can be to them. If we are able to convince them of the benefits of tourism, we'll have more hospitable residents, more involved residents, maybe residents that become entrepreneurs as well, and who can take advantage of developing the benefits of tourism for a destination. Service design, another topic that I wanted to address. I was involved in the from 2011 to 2013 in an EU-funded project through the CIP, Competitiveness and Innovation Framework Program, on exactly that topic, service design as an approach to foster competitiveness and sustainability of European tourism. And the leader for this project was based in Austria, in Innsbruck, in fact. And we worked on all kinds of different cases in Norway, in Germany, in Austria, in France, in Italy, in Holland as well, trying to understand how we could use tourists and their smartphones. In fact, because all of you have smartphones, you take pictures all the time. And we worked, and I did that work on the French Riviera for two small towns, Mougins and Antibes. And we worked on getting the tourists to use their smartphone to document their experiences, taking pictures, recording videos, texting some information about different touch points, all kinds of different touch points that they would see would be good or leading to a good experience or leading to a negative or not so good experiences. And we learned a lot from that. We learned a lot about the destination, but we learned a lot about what tourists are looking for and what really helps them get satisfied about a destination. Design thinking, we need, and I really encourage all of you to focus on this emerging destination. I'm thinking about here, Montenegro, who are hosting us. Design thinking, making sure that we have a purpose towards quality, towards designing services that will satisfy customers. We need to become our markets. In other words, we need to put our feet in the shoes of our visitors, and we don't do that very often. I encourage you to, if you work in Montenegro, for example, to visit the hotel rooms here, in this hotel, for example, and to see what doesn't work. There's things that don't work, little things. And visitors, as you know, they will write this down on TripAdvisor, and they say, oh, this hotel was nice, but this doesn't work, this doesn't work. And so if we have this design thinking approach, we can do it with visitors to help improve all of our service providers. We need to be disruptors. We need to change the way things have been done forever sometimes, or for a period of time, because things are evolving, customers are evolving, and we need to own, as I say, the change experience. In other words, let's not let the visitors change and we follow them. Let's own the change and be ahead of the visitors. Finally, quality, of course, as we know, is more important than ever. We need to focus on training and human resources. We don't do this enough, even though we have schools everywhere, high schools, universities, higher education programs, etc., etc. I'm currently involved with another EU-funded project, Tempus project, called NETUR, which is focusing on Russia. And for the past 3 years, we have been working with the Russians' higher education institutions who train people for the tourism sector. We've been working with the tourism sector also in Russia. And we try to make some recommendations about improving curricula and improving tourism practices. All countries could benefit from similar systems. Even countries that are well established, I'm thinking about France, I'm thinking about Italy, Spain, you know, who have a lot of visitors, we can still benefit from that. Training and education is key for people working in the sector. I will end with a model, and I'm not expecting you to read the whole thing here and to pay attention to all this, but I'm currently working on this model of destination competitiveness with one of my Spanish colleagues, in fact, from University of Extremadura. And if we look on the left-hand side, we have the tourism destination and the supply side. That's usually what we think about when we manage competitiveness, right? But we forget demand condition. We need to focus on the customers. We need to focus on tourist experience. We need to focus on preconceptions, perceptions of the destinations, how they view the image of the destination. We need to focus on what's happening during consumption and also post-consumption, what visitors do once they come back home, how they communicate about their trip, how they become maybe promoters, if I may say, of the destination. Anyway, we have a lot of work to do still in competitiveness. And the point for us, and this is my last slide, this is a tsunami. We know what a tsunami is like. You know, we've seen a tsunami in Southeast Asia a few years ago. I'm not sure it could happen in the Mediterranean, which is a bit too close of a sea. Yet, it's possible. We can have some earthquakes. But the point here is that many of us are doing business as usual. We work on the beach, wear our headphones, we listen to our music, and we don't pay attention to the wave of change coming. That's what I call the tsunami. And if we don't pay attention to this, we're going to be caught, and it's not going to work. We need to be really careful, and we really need to pay attention for this. Earlier, my colleague said that France was #1 in the number of visitors in the world. Yes, but we are counting visitors' flows. We are not the #1 country with respect to clients or customers. In fact, many of our visitors go through France to go to Spain. And we count them as visitors, but in fact, they go to Spain and spend their money there. So if we look at the real benefit of tourism, economic benefit, France is not doing that well. In fact, revenue per customer or per tourist is quite low in France as compared to Spain. Okay? But yet in France, we're a little bit like this. We think all is well, life is good, the French Riviera is nice, etc., and we need to make a lot more efforts in order to satisfy customers and to be an innovative destination. Thank you very much for your attention.
Zahvaljujemo se profesoru Dimaš. Bilo je veoma interesantno, možda smo malo više minuta potrošili, ali bilo je u svakom slučaju korisno. I mislim da nam je dao puno elemenata za naše zaključke koja se tiču kvalitete, inovativnosti, održivosti. A sada pozivam koleginicu Anitu Demetroadu, Acting Director General Kypris Tourism Organization, da nam da odgovore na pitanja koja smo ranije dostavili, a ja ću iskoristiti ulogu moderatora da je podsjetim na prvo, drugo, treće do šestog pitanja. Znači, prvo pitanje ili first questions is what is the position of Kypris tourism sector in the national economy?
Thank you very much. First of all, on the part of the Cyprus Tourism Organization, I would like to express our thanks to the UNWTO for organizing this Congress. Cyprus Tourism Organization is the executive body for the development and promotion of tourism in Cyprus. Well, As far as the positioning of Cyprus tourism sector in the national economy is concerned, tourism has been one of the most important sectors of Cypriot economy since 1980s, with a high direct and indirect contribution to GDP and employment compared to other EU member states. As such, the sector has been one of the major pillars supporting the effort of the economy towards recovery following the crisis of 2013. The significant growth of the sector fueled by a rapid increase in tourist arrivals and revenue during the years of 1980s, 1990s, before reaching peak figures in 2001, has been followed by a period of relative stability. Tourist arrivals in 2014 recorded a small increase of 1.5% compared to 2013, reaching the 2.42 million mark in tourist arrivals. There were reductions in tourist arrivals from the UK, Germany, the Nordics, and Greece, which, however, were covered by increased numbers from Russia, Israel, and Central European countries. All at the same time, the contribution of the tourism sector to real growth has deteriorated. Based on tourist expenditure data, total tourism receipts in 2013 rose to 2.1 billion, accounting for 13% of total GDP. But if we take into consideration the World Trade and Tourism Council estimates, the total contribution of trade and tourism to GDP, including direct and indirect and induced effects, amounts to 20% of GDP, thus highlighting the importance of the sector to the Cyprus economy. Well, on the other hand, in 2014, tourism revenue fell by approximately 3%. The tourism market is very concentrated and dependent on the UK.
Sorry, it's enough. I suggest a second question. It's enough for this question.
Let me finish the first.
What are the strategic objectives for developing Kyparis to sustainable tourism destination?
The strategic objectives, okay. The Cyprus Tourism Organization aims to strategically develop Cyprus as a sustainable destination. Our efforts towards the goal are clearly reflected both in the Cyprus tourism strategy we have, and the objectives are the following. After undertaking a comprehensive situational analysis of the tourist sector, we have set the following strategic objectives: lengthening of the tourist season, improvement of occupancy rates of the hotels, development of multidimensional qualitative experience, offer of alternative forms of tourism, special interest tourism, for example, improvement of the service quality in the tourism industry, and development of tourism infrastructure projects.
Super. Can you brief us in short on practice applied by Kyparis Tourism Organization towards quality insurance?
Our efforts to address them and maintain the quality aspect in tourism and supported through our legal framework and several quality-related schemes. Our organization's legal framework, which has been recently redrafted, regulates the licensing and supervision of our 80 accommodation units. We have 86,000 beds in accommodation establishments, in hotels, 3,000 catering and entertainment establishments, around 500 travel agencies and tourist guides, through regular on-site inspections. I must mention that we have quite demanding regulatory system with several specifications. But as I've already mentioned, we have redrafted our legislation, and it's important that we did this in cooperation with the tourist stakeholders, the hoteliers, and the owners of other establishments, from both the public and private sector. That's why we aim for increased quality levels, this renewed legislation to satisfy emerging market trends, simplify the whole framework, improve the accelerate procedures, and introduce new and enhanced quality criteria for classification. We have also supported the private sector through the EU-funded program for sustainable upgrading of our tourism infrastructure, as well as other upgrading schemes. For example, improving of appearance of our catering establishments. Apart from this, we facilitate public authorities in improving the safety on public beaches, and we support public area embellishment and cleaning. Moreover, we implement voluntary quality schemes, such as the Cyprus Tourism Quality Label Award, the quality and an incentive scheme for the improvement of infrastructure for people with special access needs, which is important for us. Okay. We have also supported the creation of modern beaches programs like Greening Cyprus Beaches and the Blue Flag Award. We have 58 beaches in Cyprus awarded with the Blue Flag, and we have the cleanest waters in Cyprus. Furthermore, we regularly undertake educational seminars for various categories of tourism professionals.
Okay. Does Cyprus have any strategy to diversify its product and improve its competitive advantages?
Cyprus is not just a sun and sea destination anymore. To this end, a broad range spectrum of special interest products have been developed to supplement our Sun and Sea product. So we have a Sun and Sea Plus to enrich the Sun and Sea experience and to enhance the tourist experience of our visitors and offer a holistic experience. So recognizing the role of special interest tourism to increase the competitiveness and to establish Cyprus as an all-year destination, we set up priorities for the following niche market segments: conference and incentive tourism, health and wellness tourism, rural nature tourism, agro-tourism, cultural and religious tourism, sports tourism, cycling, golf tourism, diving, weddings and honeymoons, gastronomy and wine tourism, and learning tourism. Considerable effort has been devoted to the establishment of specialized associations of the private sector in order to be more effective in our efforts for development in building synergies and promoting every special interest product. For example, the Cyprus Agro-Tourism Company, the Cyprus Health Service Promotion Board, the Cyprus Spa Association, the Cyprus Incentives and Meetings Association for the promotion of conference and incentives, and the Association of Special Interests and Cultural Tourism, and our main partners in these efforts. And finally, the collaboration with certain organizations, such as the Travel Foundation of the UK, the Cyprus Sustainable Tourism Initiative, and others also enable us to achieve our diversification targets.
Thank you. I think you answered question 5 and 6 with this.
Do you want me to proceed?
Yes. I think it's
with
enough.
The seasonality or the seasonality issues? Well, like the majority of destinations, Cyprus faces a seasonality problem as well. That's why we're trying to, because as a destination, we have several comparable advantages, like the favorable year-round conditions, weather conditions, the higher sunshine, the 10,000 years of history. But we're trying to alleviate the seasonality problem We have, for this purpose, we have enforced strong partnerships with our inland private sector, as well as our airports operator. That's why we have introduced new flights from traditional markets. We develop and upgrade special interest tourism, as I told before. And moreover, we give special support to special winter season activities. And it's obvious that our tourism industry offers much more tempting prices during winter months.
Good. Last question, what is the relationship between upgrading quality and Cape Tour in ice markets? What is your case?
I've already covered the whole spectrum of special interest tourists and quality products and services, like sports tourism, conference, medical tourism, and all these. Fundamental knowledge and international market intelligence show that there is a direct relation between upgrading quality and capturing niche markets. On the same time, intense regional and global competition in the niche market business intensifies the need for high standards and quality assurance. That's why the Cyprus Tourism Organization knows that high-quality products and service improve the image of the destination, stimulates demand, and attract bigger numbers in terms of special interest tourists. That's capturing niche markets can also be achieved through large-scale products of high quality. For example, we have large-scale projects which are in the pipeline for licensing. And we have marinas, 2 new, extension upgrading of 1 existing, 1 resort casino in Cyprus, 1 mixed-use resort in Paphos, and we have 4 golf courses, and another 3 are in the pipeline. And 1 standard conference center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was good. Yes. Sljedeći panelist je gospodin, ne znam da li ću dobro pročitati ime, Joe Spintor Aguilar, Senior Advisor for the Energy Division of the Secretariat of the Union of the Mediterranean, Spain. Please, first, your question is brief background information on the Union.
Muchas gracias. Voy a hablar en español, si me lo permiten, y voy a ser muy breve porque sé que vamos justos de tiempo y hay muchos panelistas que quieren intervenir. La Unión por el Mediterráneo es una organización intergubernamental que fue creada en el año 2008, aunque el secretariado no fue operativo hasta 2010. Tiene su sede en Barcelona y está compuesta por 43 estados. Los 28 de la Unión Europea, más los 15 del sur y del este, incluyendo los Balcanes y, por supuesto, Montenegro del Mediterráneo. Es una organización que es heredera directa del Partenariado Euromediterráneo, que algunos de ustedes conocerán como el Proceso de Barcelona, y que tiene como objetivo básico la integración regional y la mayor cohesión entre las 2 orillas del Mediterráneo a través del desarrollo de proyectos e iniciativas concretas en una serie de prioridades que los Estados miembros en su momento acordaron. Prioridades como la educación, el desarrollo del sector privado, el agua y el medio ambiente y la energía y el cambio climático, que es el departamento en el que yo trabajo. Como organización intergubernamental, compuesta, como se imaginan, por una región muy compleja, las decisiones, por supuesto, se toman por consenso, y se establece un sistema de doble presidencia para garantizar siempre la coapropiación por parte del norte y del sur, que en este momento comparten la Unión Europea por parte del norte y Jordania por parte del sur. Nosotros trabajamos básicamente en 2 pilares. Uno es el diálogo regional, intentando establecer una plataforma de consenso a distintos niveles, desde conferencias ministeriales hasta grupos de expertos, sobre los temas, identificando las prioridades y las necesidades comunes de la región, un diálogo que pretende ser inclusivo, y la promoción de los proyectos, en una parte más técnica que consiste, de acuerdo con el mandato del secretariado, en desarrollar proyectos, como decía, muy concretos que tengan un impacto real en la vida de los ciudadanos en esas áreas de interés.
What are the main economic, social and cultural challenges of the Mediterranean in terms of sustainable tourism, development and management? How can the Mediterranean destination establish a common position to cope with the current and the potential challenges?
Nosotros, en la Unión por el Mediterráneo, el turismo, que no formaba parte, curiosamente o paradójicamente, de las prioridades que en su momento establecieron los Estados miembros, pero sin embargo, desde 2010 el turismo se ha ido incorporando de forma natural y no como un reto, sino todo lo contrario, como un aliado, y yo creo que ese es un poco el enfoque que puede ayudar a reconducir nuestro papel en este sector, como un aliado para hacer frente a los retos de la región, a los retos más importantes de la región. El empleo, por supuesto, en una región que tiene unos índices de desempleo más altos, el desempleo juvenil, la incorporación de la mujer al mercado laboral y, por supuesto, el cambio climático. El turismo, en este sentido, se ha ido incorporando, como digo, a las distintas temáticas de forma horizontal en las que trabajamos, como un sector que puede potencialmente liderar y que puede ser un aliado para favorecer esta transición hacia modelos de desarrollo mucho más sostenibles en la región, mediante la creación de empleos cualificados, empleos verdes, la incorporación de las nuevas tecnologías, la atracción de la inversión privada y, por supuesto, convertir el Mediterráneo en una región ejemplar en la lucha contra el cambio climático. Sí, y respecto a cómo, como decía antes, en nuestra organización trabajamos a través del consenso. La única manera en la que podemos avanzar es a través del consenso de los países que forman parte de nuestra organización y, por lo tanto, identificando cuáles son sus prioridades comunes. Y esas prioridades de las que vengo de hablar son precisamente donde creemos que el turismo puede jugar un papel importante. Y más recientemente, que es el objeto de la siguiente pregunta, en el tema del cambio climático.
Thank you. And my last questions, potential investments in the Mediterranean, compatible with green economy principles.
En el marco de ese mandato que tenemos para luchar contra el cambio climático, nosotros presentamos este año una iniciativa con el apoyo de la Comisión Europea y el Banco Europeo de Inversiones. Es una iniciativa de preparación de proyectos que permite a los Estados acceder a las fuentes de financiación internacional que existen para afrontar proyectos de cambio climático. En esa discusión, los Estados miembros decidieron situar al turismo como una de las prioridades, como un sector prioritario en esta materia. Una iniciativa que, de hecho, vino de manos de Egipto a partir de unas experiencias pilotos que ellos han desarrollado y que tiene un marco, si me permiten, muy claro. Existen muchísimos instrumentos financieros ahora mismo disponibles para la lucha contra el cambio climático. Saben ustedes que se ha establecido un fondo verde que está previsto que alcance a finales de año los 9.500 millones de euros. Existe un compromiso por parte de varias instituciones financieras, como el Banco Europeo de Inversiones, de destinar un 25% de su actividad a actividades relacionadas con el cambio climático, un 25% adicional si esas actividades se desarrollan en la zona MENA, en el Medio Oriente y en el norte de África. Y, por otro lado, existen grandes esfuerzos regulatorios por parte de los Estados, pero una incapacidad técnica para poder formular proyectos y beneficiarse de esos fondos existentes. Actualmente, para que se hagan una idea, la región del Mediterráneo se beneficia únicamente de un 2% de los fondos totales disponibles, lo que es una cifra desde luego muy baja y que no se corresponde con su potencial. Egipto había presentado la propuesta, porque ellos están trabajando en un NAMA, en una estrategia de reducción de emisiones precisamente en el sector del turismo, a través de una experiencia, de un proyecto piloto que habían realizado en el Mar Rojo. Se hizo un estudio en torno que abarcó 93 resorts y en los que se estableció que, desde luego, la presencia de energías renovables y medidas de eficiencia energética era prácticamente nula. Los gastos operativos suponían prácticamente un 15% en consumo eléctrico y en el empleo de diésel, que es altamente contaminante, y se estimaba que con la introducción de medidas muy sencillas, con tecnología que ya está disponible y con precios ya mucho más asequibles, era posible reducir esa factura energética hasta en un 50%. Hablamos de la sustitución de la iluminación por bombillas LED, el establecimiento de sistemas de energía solar para generar electricidad en aquellos resorts que no están conectados a la red eléctrica y, por lo tanto, utilizan generadores en base a combustibles fósiles. La posibilidad también de sustituir los calentadores de agua tradicionales por calentadores de agua solares y muchas otras que van desde la iluminación pública, de espacios turísticos, de sitios de patrimonio, monumentos, etcétera. Con unas medidas que ya son relativamente sencillas y para las que existen fondos disponibles, estamos intentando poner en marcha y replicar algunas experiencias que ya han sido exitosas, creando modelos de financiación que involucran al sector privado, pero también con un apoyo inicial público, con este apoyo de las instituciones financieras internacionales y que tienen la potencialidad de poder atraer inversión privada asociada y, desde luego, tener un efecto en la generación de empleo y crear también, satisfacer también una demanda creciente por un turismo verde, un turismo sostenible, de la que creemos que el sector se puede beneficiar.
Thank you very much. Naš sljedeći panelist je gospodin Joe Pinto Barbosa, PR and Communication Manager, European Space Association, Portugal. First question is brief information about association, the association.
Okay. Muchas gracias. Voy a hablar en español también, una lengua mediterránea. Bueno, antes de todo, muchas gracias por la invitación de la Organización Mundial de Turismo. Es un placer estar aquí en Montenegro por segunda vez. Es un placer estar en Budva por segunda vez también, pero primera vez en este hotel. Para presentar la asociación, me gustaría enseñar dos PowerPoint muy rápido, si se me permite. Sí.
Okay. You're welcome.
Bueno, la Asociación Europea, European Spa Association, tiene su sede en Bruselas y representamos 20 países de la Unión Europea, 20 asociaciones nacionales que trabajan y desarrollan este producto que, como todos sabemos, hablamos de salud, hablamos de bienestar y hablamos de turismo. Ahora mismo, cuando hablamos de spas, que es una palabra difícil porque tiene muchas definiciones, nuestra asociación representa una industria que está basada en la cultura tradicional europea de spas, que utiliza los recursos naturales, locales, para cuidar la salud, para hacer prevención de enfermedades, para desarrollar también estados de salud más favorables y, claro, también poner en marcha programas de rehabilitación, de bienestar, de wellness, todo eso. Así que el elemento que une todos los países de la región del Mediterráneo y de Europa y que son representados por nuestra asociación es el agua termal, agua mineral natural, agua del mar cuando hablamos de talasoterapia y otros productos naturales locales como el clima, los barros, que son también materias primas para la actividad que desarrollamos en Europa. Así que esto, cuando hablamos de European Spa Association, cuando hablamos del concepto spa, esto es el tema. Agua mineral, agua termal, con supervisión, bajo supervisión médica, una terapéutica también reconocida por los sistemas nacionales de salud y muchas veces también con prácticas y terapias que son apoyadas económicamente por los estados. Bueno, la situación respecto al sector en la región del Mediterráneo es un poco esta. No tenemos números de todos los países del Mediterráneo, porque, bueno, no representamos no todos ellos, pero básicamente lo importante aquí es entender que cuando hablamos del número de spas que están aquí, número de clientes y también el porcentaje de clientes que frecuentan un spa por comparación con la población de un país no es muy distinta, no es muy diferente de país para país. También en el norte de África, en los países del Magreb, tienen una fuerte vocación y tradición termal, como Algeria, Marruecos y Tunisia. Y bueno, por junto, este sector en Europa representamos más de 1.400 destinos spa, aproximadamente 10.000 clínicas, 10.000 centros termales y otras tipologías de oferta, que este sector es responsable por 750.000 empleos directos y tiene una facturación anual de 45 billones de euros, que es un sector que está creciendo muchísimo en los últimos años y se espera que siga creciendo hasta el 2017 a un promedio de un 9% al año. Y claro que genera también un número, que hablamos de turismo, y este sector genera un número de turistas impresionante y es responsable por 200 millones de dormidas en los hoteles spa que tenemos en Europa. Bueno, esto para presentar la Asociación Europea.
Thank you very much. Mislim da je ovom prezentacijom odgovoreno u suštini na drugo pitanje, pa bih ja prešao na treće. What are the prerequisites of developing spa destination and or spa resorts? Are there any systems for standardization or quality management?
Sí, bueno, los prerequisitos, en mi opinión, son varios. Podemos hablar de 4, vamos. Calidad es un de ellos, claro. La certificación de calidad es muy importante en estos días para el mercado, para hacer una distinción clara de quién tiene cuál calidad en el mercado y quién no tiene calidad. Y eso es importante a la hora de la competición en un mercado que tiene 1.400 destinos. Es un mercado muy duro cuando hablamos de competición, así que hay que encontrar formas de diferenciar positivamente los que están haciendo bien las cosas. Pero antes de calidad, me parece que importante es, hablamos de destinos de salud, hablamos de destinos turísticos, y cuando hablamos de un destino, hablamos de colaboración. Hablamos de parcerías entre todos los actores del destino. Así que, claro que cuando hablamos de un destino spa, todo empieza con un agua termal, un agua mineral, por ejemplo. Pero alrededor tenemos que tener hoteles, tenemos que tener restaurantes, tenemos que tener animación turística. Y para ello hay que trabajar en conjunto con estos actores y hacer las cosas para que otros partners puedan trabajar, promocionar y organizar el producto, también comercializar y promover el producto. Así hablamos de hoteles, de los spas, de agentes minoristas, tour operadores, transportadores y, bueno, otros representantes de los atractivos de un destino turístico. Porque, bueno, la motivación para el turista puede ser la salud, cuidarse, o pasar una semana o 15 días para cuidarse, hacer un programa de rehabilitación, cuidar un problema de alergia, por ejemplo, o pasar unas vacaciones en familia cuidándose, cuidando el cuerpo, cuidando el espíritu y cuidando también la salud. Así, primer aspecto importante para desarrollar un destino spa en Europa es la colaboración entre todos los actores. La segunda es crear la diferencia, crear marcas fuertes y diferentes, que la diferencia sea muy basada no solo en las características del spa, del agua, pero también, y eso me parece muy importante, cuando la gente busca un destino para vacaciones, busca el auténtico, lo que es local, lo que es natural, lo que es basado en la cultura, la historia, el patrimonio del local. Todos nosotros buscamos eso. Hablamos de gastronomía, vinos, cultura, todo eso. Hay que tener pasión por lo que es local y por lo que es único y distintivo de un sitio. Muchas veces visito spas en varios países y bueno, encuentro muchas veces prácticas como tai chi, yoga, eso está muy bien, pero hay que complementarlo con algo local y algo distintivo local. Hay que tener un senso del destino donde estamos. Claro, después desarrollar también el producto, aprofundar, sofisticar el producto y también saber hacer el marketing de ese producto. Así que combinar también todo lo que son los atractivos de los productos spa, masajes, chorros, todo eso, pero combinar con los otros atractivos del destino, como hablaba antes, la gastronomía, los vinos, la cultura, deporte, todo eso. Eso es muy, muy importante porque al final estamos vendiendo un destino turístico. Claro que la motivación es salud, o turismo de salud, pero estamos vendiendo atractivos turísticos de un territorio y hay que buscar también la diferencia. Después me parece también importante que cuando hablamos de spa, de turismo, destino spa, que es importante también intentar captar otro tipo de turista, otro tipo de demanda turística. La gente que no busca un destino para hacer un programa spa, una semana spa, pero que viene para playa, para hacer golf, para cultura, para compras, lo que sea, por motivos de religión, intentar meter los hoteles spa en esos circuitos, en esos paquetes, que me parece muy, muy importante también para desarrollar este producto. Y una otra oportunidad que me parece importante cuando hablamos de destinos spa, poder combinar los destinos spa con un producto que se está desarrollando muchísimo en Europa, que es el turismo médico. Por ejemplo, y crear paquetes preoperación, postoperación, de rehabilitación, hacer esto en ambiente spa y no en ambiente de hospital, que me parece muy más atractivo, mucho más interesante y desde el punto de negocio tiene un potencial también muy, muy fuerte. Así que combinarlo. Y finalmente la calidad, la certificación de calidad. Eso me parece importante, porque la competición es muy difícil y, claro, el cliente cada vez es más exigente. Está buscando toda la información, la encuentra muy fácil en la internet, busca información de otros clientes con los reviews y eso es importante, porque el cliente está buscando referencias para elegir mejor el destino. Así que cuando hablamos de calidad, de sellos de calidad, estamos enseñando al potencial cliente que tenemos un destino, que tenemos un producto de calidad certificado. Esto aporta confianza a la hora de elegir. Además, es importante también porque cuando trabajamos con los partners de turismo, touroperadores, agentes minoristas, ellos están también buscando lo mejor lo que les da garantía de calidad para vender a sus clientes. No pueden arriesgar vender algo que no conocen y entonces es más fácil trabajar con un destino certificado. Desde el punto de vista de salud, esto todavía es más crítico, yo diría. Porque, claro, cuando hablamos de salud, la gente, esto es una elección, para elegir un destino es una elección más difícil, tiene un criterio más apretado, yo diría. Y en este tema, cuando hablamos de salud, hablamos también de seguros de salud, por ejemplo, y hablamos de seguridad social. Y cuando hablamos de seguros de salud, que pagan una parte de las terapias, de los costes con los tratamientos de los spas, los seguros de salud, por ejemplo, en Alemania es un país que exporta clientes para el Mediterráneo, para los destinos spa, pero los seguros de salud solo trabajan con destinos certificados, no trabajan con destinos no certificados, destinos spa. Eso es importante. Así que para el negocio, para desarrollar el negocio, para hacer más competitivo en el mercado, eso es tremendamente importante. Se está haciendo, para terminar el tema, se está desarrollando un trabajo con la ISO, International Standard Organization. La ISO está trabajando en 3 normas de calidad, estándares de calidad distintos. Uno para los medical spa, que son las termas, son los balnearios. Otra para los wellness spa, cuando hablamos de wellness, de bienestar, y bueno, que es un concepto más holístico, pero también es un concepto de turismo de salud. Y también una otra norma para los destinos de talasoterapia, que es turismo de salud con el recurso natural, agua del mar. Y esto está a punto de terminar y va a ser importante porque, claro, vamos a tener un referencial que todos internacionalmente podemos utilizar. Y eso es importante porque al final un cliente que esté en Alemania, en Brasil o en China va a poder comparar la oferta que esté certificada con estos sellos. Además, la Asociación Europea tiene también su sello de calidad, su certificación de calidad europea, que es la Europe Spa, que tiene 2 sellos, Europe Spa Med, de Medical, y Europe Spa Wellness, más orientado al bienestar. Y eso es importante porque tenemos ya 40 destinos certificados en Europa, muchísimos en la región del Mediterráneo. Y eso es importante, una vez más, cuando estamos en el mercado, en la competición, y bueno, tenemos un sello, tenemos una ventaja competitiva hacia otros destinos.
Okay, and my last question, economics a little. What is the economic and social impact of health and spa tourism on the local community?
Es una pregunta muy importante, gracias. Porque,
any examples from Med region, if you
can? Eso es muy importante porque una vez más, cuando hablamos de destinos spa, hay que tener en cuenta que hay que en el concepto europeo de spa, el concepto tradicional de cultura europea de spa, con las aguas minerales, aguas termales, el clima y todo eso. Así que todo empieza donde hay agua, por ejemplo, agua termal. Y en toda Europa donde hay agua termal que se puede desarrollar y que se puede transformar en algo con potencial económico, no está en las grandes ciudades. Así que hay una estadística que apunta que el 90% de los destinos spa en Europa están ubicados en localidades con menos de 10.000 habitantes. El 75% en localidades con menos de 5.000 habitantes. Así que muchas veces en el Mediterráneo, en el norte de Europa, en la Europa central, el destino spa es el único motor económico y de empleo de estas localidades, de estas regiones. Esto es muy, muy importante, porque además no podemos cerrar un destino spa y llevarlo a China, Marruecos, donde sea. Hay que desarrollar la actividad en ese local. Así que hay algunos estudios, por ejemplo, en España, que tienen un programa de termal, un programa de salud muy desarrollado con el apoyo del Estado, hay un estudio sobre el impacto económico. En España, por cada euro que el Estado investe en el programa, ese programa genera 1,7 euros de impacto directo en impuestos para la localidad, para la región. Así que la inversión de 1 euro genera un resultado de 1,7 para el Estado. Eso es importante. En Francia hay otro estudio que habla del impacto social, por ejemplo. Y así que este estudio del Instituto Scherfi apunta que para cada 100 nuevos clientes en un destino spa, estos 100 clientes generan una creación de 4 empleos directos por cada 100 nuevos clientes. Imagina lo que son 4 nuevos puestos de trabajo en una localidad de 5.000 habitantes. Es fuerte, es tremendo.
Very good social impact.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Naš sljedeći panelist je gospodin Inaki Gastelmendi, mislim da se tako. Jeste. Mi smo imali priliku da vidimo i prezentaciju koja je jako dobra, ali nećemo se mnogo, nadam se, zadržavati da ne bi odmah pobjegli u restoran kad vidimo ovako lijepo izložena jela. Izvolite.
Hello, good morning. First of all, I obviously want to thanks to the UNWTO, to Montenegro for inviting me to this conference, and especially want to say thanks for bringing me for this stunning destination. It's my first time in Montenegro, and I hope that it's not going to be the last one. Well, I'm part of the Iberian Corner, but I have a presentation in English. I will do my presentation in English, but I will keep the Spanish for the discussion. But I think we have a fantastic and a beautiful Mediterranean language, and I think it's a good opportunity just to promote it, like Jose and Joao did. He's from Portugal, but his Spanish is perfect. Well, gastronomy. For the Time magazine, gastronomy is the new rock and roll. The chefs are like rock and roll stars. They write books. They have TV programs like Hell's Kitchen, Master Chef. In fact, there is a Master Chef program in Montenegro. Yes? No?
Yes.
Yes? It's good, the program?
It's good, very good.
Really good.
Yes.
Well, in fact, our children want to be chef. Want to be a chef. I remember when I was younger, my brother said to my father that he wanted to be a chef. It was at the end of the 80s, the beginning of the 90s. And my father was close to cry because he thought that to be a chef was not so important. But today, I'm not sure if in Spain it's better to be a chef or to be a football player. Then the things are changing. Then I would like just to point out or summarize some facts and figures of the relation between gastronomy and tourism. We have to say that in recent years, the gastronomy has become an indispensable element in order to get to know the culture and lifestyle of a territory. The gastronomy embodies all the traditional values associated with the new trends in tourism: respect for culture and tradition, a healthy lifestyle, authenticity, sustainability, and experience. Likewise, gastronomy represents an opportunity to revitalize and diversify tourism, promotes local economic development, involves different professional sectors like producers, chefs, food, markets, and restaurants, and brings new uses for the primary sector. This leading role of gastronomy in the choice of destination and tourist consumption has resulted in the growth of gastronomic offerings based on high-quality local products and the consolidation of a separate market for food tourism. And I would like to share with you this snapshot of food tourism in this year. What we are talking about. I'm sorry, I'm going to need my glasses because I'm becoming old, and this is going to be much better. Food tourism is a $150 billion global industry in the words of World Food Trade Association. For example, You know that Spain is a very well-known international destination. We receive more than 60 million international visitors every year, and 9 million of these 60 million visitors came last year to Spain, and their first and main motivation were to taste our wines and our gastronomy. Then we are talking about an important amount of money. And what are the most important destinations and markets in this year? The most important markets are obviously United States, is the main market, Canada, and Australia, and the north of Europe and the United Kingdom. And what are the main and the traditional destinations for food tourism? Spain, France, Italy, Greece. We are talking about the Mediterranean. During the discussions, we will discuss about what is the Mediterranean for the international food tourist market. And in Latin America, we can speak about Argentina. In Asia, obviously, Japan and Thailand. But the number of the new destinations is increasing. For example, in the Mediterranean, Morocco is increasing as a tourist destination for foodies, Turkey, and probably we have to point out the development of three important countries in Latin America. We're talking about Mexico, Peru, and Brazil. And who is the food traveler? This is one of the topics that our coordinator, our moderator was interested in. These are travelers in search of unique food and drink experiences, and they length to be between 36 and 55 years old. We are mixture of male and female, 50%, with higher education. The expenditure of the daily expenditure of food is between 100 euros and 250 euros. Then we are talking about an important amount of budget dedicated to food tourism. They used to travel in couples, and what they really like to do, they want to do winery visits. They want to assist to cooking classes. They want to participate in food tours. They want to obviously to enjoy special dining. But I would like to point out that one of the characteristics of the food tourism is that we are not talking only about the restaurant. We are talking about many things that tourists can do and can enjoy in our destinations. They like to participate in events and festivals, and they want to visit markets and farmers. And just to finish my short presentation, because I said, my coordinator, that it was going to be just 5 minutes. Is okay? I mean, time? Yeah.
Well, trust in this moment.
Thank you. Some food tourist trends. The 55% of our foodies are motivated by the search for authenticity. Then we have a good opportunity in the Mediterranean to develop this niche for tourism. They're interested in the value for money and the quality price. It's not just about Michelin star restaurants. In fact, probably less than 2 or 3% of our visitors go to Michelin restaurants. Then most of them go to medium-class restaurants, and this is what we have to work with them. 22% of food tourism promotion is done online. Our tourists want to participate and learn something new. They want to have a different experience. 63% of travelers take and share pictures of food, and this is sometimes is complicated in Michelin star restaurants. We know that there's an important rise of slow food movement, and I think it's a good opportunity for the Mediterranean to develop this kind of strategies. Our travelers spend between 35 and 50% of their budget on food, and this is really important, because this is one of the things that I wanted to point out to thinking in something specific to the strategy of the Mediterranean. They prefer to combine culinary and cultural or natural activities, and we are not talking about a tourist that they're only interested in food. They're interested in food, but they're interested too in culture and in nature. And what about what happens in the Mediterranean? I think it is going to be the topic of our discussion. Thank you very much.
Yes, Hvala puno. Mislim da smo odgovorili na veći dio pitanja. Možda bi mogli da kratak osvrt dobijemo na dva pitanja, posljednja. Znači, how can we integrate gastronomy in our destination marketing plan and strategies? Very short, if you can.
Como dije anteriormente, voy a pasar al español para hacer un poco de promoción de mi lengua mediterránea y solidarizarme con José y con Joao. Yo creo que hay un elemento básico en el desarrollo de una oferta de turismo de gastronomía y en la capacidad de integrar la gastronomía en el desarrollo y la promoción del turismo. Y en primer lugar es tener una buena comida. Y esto parece que es obvio, pero en realidad, tratando de ser provocativo, he de reconocer que uno de los mayores dramas que tenemos, no solo en el Mediterráneo, sino a nivel global, es que en general la gastronomía en destinos turísticos es bastante mala. Y en muchos casos, afortunadamente las cosas están cambiando, tienen poco que ver con la gastronomía local. Con lo cual, yo creo que el primer paso es ser conscientes de la importancia que tiene la honestidad y la relación con los productos locales a la hora de desarrollar nuestra oferta gastronómica. Esta es la clave. Y después, desde el punto de vista profesional, yo creo que hay dos elementos claves en el desarrollo y en tratar de integrar la gastronomía dentro de la oferta turística de un destino. En primer lugar, es hacer, no sé si es exacta la expresión, pero hacer una cartografía del turismo gastronómico, es decir, cuáles son los elementos que identifican y diferencian a nuestro destino de otros destinos turísticos, porque estamos hablando de patrimonio cultural. Cuando hablamos del aceite de oliva, hablamos del pan o hablamos del vino, estamos hablando de patrimonio cultural, con lo cual tenemos que identificar cuáles son las bases de nuestros elementos de diferenciación. Y en segundo lugar, es una pieza para mí tan importante como la primera, es tratar de agrupar a todos los agentes que intervienen en el apartado del turismo gastronómico para trabajar juntos. Yo pondría como ejemplo el trabajo que está haciendo Miguel en las Islas Baleares, en este desarrollo de los clústeres. Yo creo que estas dos iniciativas, tener una cartografía de lo que significa la gastronomía en el territorio y identificar a los actores y trabajar juntos, yo creo que es un elemento clave para el desarrollo de una oferta en la que la gastronomía juega un papel en el desarrollo y promoción de un destino.
Thank you. At the end, economics and social impact of gastronomy tourism on the local community. If you can, one successful stories.
Sí, como he destacado en la presentación, estamos hablando de un negocio de 150 billones de euros, una cantidad muy importante de dinero. Y solo destacar otro dato. Hay estudios en Estados Unidos desarrollados por la World Food Travel Association que destacan que hay más de 27 millones de norteamericanos que viajan al extranjero y una de sus motivaciones principales es realizar actividades gastronómicas. Con lo cual estamos hablando de un mercado extraordinario, ¿no? Y yo creo que es una gran oportunidad porque, además, uno de los elementos muy interesantes del turismo gastronómico es que es muy transversal a los distintos sectores. De hecho, precisamente, uno de los esfuerzos que están realizando muchos destinos es el convencer al mercado, es decir, que el turismo gastronómico no se cierra en las puertas o en el local de un restaurante, sino que se trata de poner en valor y hacer compartir la experiencia y, además, distribuir de la riqueza entre no solamente el sector turístico, los hoteles, los restaurantes, sino también introducir al sector primario dentro de la actividad turística, para tener un elemento también de mantenimiento de puestos de trabajo dentro del espacio rural y la posibilidad de desarrollar pequeños destinos con un carácter muy importante desde el punto de vista gastronómico y tratar de incorporarlos a la oferta turística. Y sobre todo hay que destacar una cuestión muy importante del turismo gastronómico, y es que ha surgido en varias ocasiones a lo largo de esta mañana, que es el elemento de la desestacionalización. Precisamente una buena parte de las temporadas gastronómicas no ocurren durante la temporada alta de turismo. Cuando uno quiere disfrutar del mejor turismo en Galicia, por ejemplo, no puede ir en verano, porque el mejor tiempo para el marisco en Galicia es el invierno. Con lo cual, la gastronomía nos aporta un elemento muy interesante de desestacionalización. Y aquí es donde el Mediterráneo puede jugar un papel muy importante, porque estamos hablando de un territorio muy amplio y muy vasto, con gastronomías muy diversificadas y muy variadas y muy ricas, y que pueden hacer que, si trabajamos conjuntamente en un proyecto, que me gusta citar el elemento de gastrodiplomacy, y trabajamos juntos el norte y el sur, el este y el oeste del Mediterráneo, yo creo que podemos convertirnos, que de hecho en parte lo somos, como el gran icono en el desarrollo del turismo gastronómico, y tener un argumento, una línea argumental para explicar el Mediterráneo, no solo por conflictos, sino porque creemos que precisamente si algo nos une en todo el Mediterráneo es precisamente la comida, la gastronomía y la forma de disfrutar y de socializar la gastronomía a nivel mundial.
A sada prelazimo sa hrane na kulturu, iako je kultura hrane značajan element ukupne kulture, ali idemo sada na čisto kulturne teme. Riječ ima naša koleginica Jelena Žarić, savjetniku za internacionalnu kooperaciju i evropske integracije u Ministarstvu kulture Crne Gore. Ja ću podsjetiti na pitanja. Prvo bi pitanje bilo kakva je pozicija kulturnog turizma na Mediteranu i ima li ovdje mediteranske kulture?
Dobar dan svima. Evo, pozdravi u moje ime i ja želim ispred Ministarstva kulture da se zahvalim organizatorima što su nas pozvali na ovu konferenciju. Moje izlaganje će, nadam se, biti kratko i nadam se inspirativno za mnoge od vas. Naime, kada govorimo o turizmu generalno, ne možemo apsolutno da ga odvojimo od kulture. I upravo iz tog razloga cijenimo da je jako značajno naše učešće na ovoj konferenciji i upravo to izlaganje i tema koja se vezuje za kulturni turizam. Moje konkretno pitanje se odnosilo na ideju, to jest da li uopšte postoji mediteranska kultura kao takva. Područje Mediterana kroz istoriju jeste bilo povezano. Različite istorijske okolnosti kao građani i pripadnici Mediterana dijelimo. I to je nešto što je apsolutno uticalo na kulturnu baštinu koju danas imamo u našim mediteranskim zemljama. Radeći u Ministarstvu kulture, ja sam svjedok toga da mnogi regionalni međunarodni projekti koji se ostvaruju sa mediteranskim državama upravo uvijek u sebi imaju taj segment restauracije kulturne baštine. Jer jednostavno vjerujemo da ta zajednička kultura jeste nešto što nas povezuje. Konkretan primjer toga jesu mnogi projekti koji se realizuju u saradnji sa UNESCO-om. Znamo da je ta lista svjetske baštine nešto što negdje povezuje sektor kulture i turizma. Za kulturnu baštinu je jako značajna iz razloga što lokaliteti koji su na nju upisani imaju neku sigurnost u smislu njihove restauracije, konzervacije, održivog korišćenja, a sa druge strane sa domena turizma znamo da uvijek posjetioci teže ka tome da posjećuju lokacije koje su upisane na UNESCO listu. Ja bih navela samo jedan pozitivan primjer, a to je da je Crna Gora zajedno sa Italijom i Hrvatskom uključena u projekat transnacionalne nominacije venecijanskih odbrambenih tvrđava od 15. do 17. vijeka koje bi trebalo, ili nadamo se da će biti upisane na listu svjetske baštine UNESCO. To je samo jedan od projekata koji dokazuje da jednostavno ta zajednička istorija i tradicija Mediterana negdje jeste reflektovana i kroz savremeno doba i da se ta kultura mediteranskog područja dijeli između naših naroda. Meni je jako drago da su kolege prije mene govorili o gastronomiji. U Ministarstvu kulture, kada govorimo o gastronomiji, posmatramo je kao nematerijalnu kulturnu baštinu. I to je jedan također značajan i ovako za mene, a vjerujem i za ostale, posebno inspirativan dio kulturne baštine. Jer to nematerijalno samo po sebi jako lako prelazi granice. Mi sa našim okolnim državama, bivšim jugoslovenskim, ali zašto i ne sa Italijom i Albanijom, dijelimo te neke aspekte tradicije, običaja, onoga nematerijalnog, što danas zovemo crnogorskim, ali opet ga ne možemo vezivati samo za Crnu Goru. To je nešto što što je karakteristika cijelog regiona, a onda i Mediterana kao regiona i kao takvog. I eto, napomenula bih da na tom fonu gastronomije, kada je Crna Gora radila evidenciju, to jest popis tih svojih nematerijalnih elemenata koji mogu da dobiju status kulturno dobro, jako se puno gastronomskih proizvoda tu našlo. I ta tradicija vina, korišćenja maslinovog ulja, specifične vrste sireva, dakle svakako je nešto što možda se na prvi pogled ne posmatra kao kultura, ali definitivno jeste baština države za koju se vezuje.
Dobro, ja se zahvaljujem. Mislim da je koleginica Žarić u suštini pokrila sva tri pitanja njenim jezgrovitim odgovorom. Jeste, i zahvaljujem se i sada imam zadovoljstvo da dam riječ uvaženom kolegi, izvinjavam se što ću loše ime pročitati, Emand Heisen, Deputy Chief for Petra Archaeological Park, Jordan. Vrlo interesantan slučaj i izvolite. Izvinite, ja sam trebao prvo pitanje da pročitam. How is Petra positioned in the overall tourism in Jordan?
First of all, I would thank the World Tourism Organization for inviting me to this very important event, and as well to extend my thanks to those who really follow up with me during the past 2 months, as well as my thanks to the government of Montenegro for this one hospitality. Talking about, let me say, tourism in Jordan, we can differ between two segments. One, what we call domestic and Arab tourism, and the second, what is the cultural tourism addressed to the international tourism coming to Jordan. I am from Petra, just a little bit of orientation. Petra is in the southern part of Jordan, very close to Aqaba. Petra is enlisted in the UNESCO since 1985, and in 2007 was elected also as one of the new 7 wonders. It's the most attractive or visited place in Jordan for international tourism. It generates around 85% of the entry fees of all archaeological sites in Jordan. The history of Petra is almost came back to, let me say, the 4th century BC, when the Greek historian described the people of Petra as nomad. And then this is the missing part of the history of Petra, when he described them as nomad in 1312, 4th century BC, and in the 2 centuries, whether BC and AD, we see those who were nomad, who don't plant, who have nothing, have this very advanced and, let me say, technology and of, let me say, architecture, water harvesting. They derived even the Arabic alphabet from the Aramaic language, etc. Then Petra was, let me say, lost in 1812. The Swiss traveler, Johannes Ludwig Burckhardt, rediscovered Petra and represented it for the Western people. The first tourist group came to Petra in 1929. Then it was not so important for Jordan tourism in the eastern part of Jordan, as Jordan used to have, let me say, the eastern and western part of the Palestine. So Jordan relied always on the religious tourism to the Holy Land in Jerusalem and Bethlehem. And then when we lost Jerusalem and Bethlehem in the war of 1967, we started to check what we can promote. Then we started with Jerash and Petra. Actually, tourism boomed in Jordan, starting from the peace treaty that has started in 1991 in Madrid, but unfortunately it hasn't come to an end up to date after 24 years, and I think, and as everybody knows, the problem of the Middle East is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Once we have resolved this issue, then tourism for sure will recover and boom in the region. Tourism boomed in Jordan between 1995, after the signing of the peace treaty with Israel, up to 2000. Then in 2000 we have the second Iraqi Creek. Then we don't have tourism until 2005. Then boomed again from 2005 to 2010, when we scored in 2010 around 1 million visitors to Petra. And then from, as you know, 2011 started what's so-called Arab Spring, and up to date we are really witnessing a very sharp decrease in terms of international tourism to Jordan and to Petra as well. This is very brief about the tourism in Jordan and Petra.
Thank you. The second question is, what is the governance structure and model of the archaeological cities in Jordan?
Archaeological sites actually are under the responsibility of the Department of Antiquities and the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. But in Petra, we have a special case because in Petra, according to a royal decree issued in 2009, to establish a special zone in Petra where we have, let me say, a local government with 5 commissioners who are looking for the managing of the Petra and how to make use of tourism to the Petra region as a vital role for the development in the Petra region as well. Again, talking about Petra, we are talking about the whole Petra region. We are talking about 755 square kilometers, where the park is almost the third of this area, which is 264 square kilometers is the park, the archaeological park of Petra. Yes.
Okay, thank you. How can cultural tourism allow destination to become more competitive, attract investment, create new employment opportunities, promote multiply linkages to other industries, and even revive lost tradition, activities, and customs?
Actually, talking about cultural tourism in the age of globalization, I guess, is the remaining issue that, or is the proper culture or the own cultural heritage of each country. And here, I guess this subject has been very well covered since early morning with all panelists. But I want to focus on 2 major issues. As Murphy said, the tourism product is mainly from 3 major components: the government who make the law, the capital, investors, and then we have the locals. So locals, whether they like or they don't like, they are a very important part. And I guess as Mr. Dimanche at the beginning mentioned about the importance of residents, here what I have also in the coffee break discussed with Mr. Miguel Payeras, I guess, yes, Payeras, about the telling the proper story. And here I guess we have 2 stories to tell. One is the proper story of your own heritage, and the other, the story that you share with other countries, mainly in the Mediterranean region, when we talk, for example, about the Hellenistic era and Greco-Romans site in the. So residents are very important for 2 major things. One is because they are part, and how we can encourage them to be part and to reflect the local culture in the project. And the second, which is, I guess, should be the case in the Arab world, which is where we lose, for example, the domestic tourism. For example, in Petra, 95% of tourists are international tourists, where we lack, for example, Arabs and Jordanians, for example. So cultural tourists is not yet attractive for, let me say, the Arab maybe region. And that's why I guess introducing our proper culture, interpreting our culture to local, encourage them to visit. This will help us also to address the seasonality of tourism in our regions, because we are witnessing a sharp decrease in tourism, for example, in the region, but it could be also covered, for example, through domestic tourism in the region. The second also issue, when we interpret our history, I guess we need to normally, what is happening, I would say maybe in Jordan or in the Arab countries, we talk about cultural tourism product, but what is on the ground is actually a site visit to an archaeological site. And there is a big difference between visiting an archaeological site and let me say, experience a cultural product. So a visit to an archaeological site saying this has been in the 1st century BC or AD and this has been developed without linking this with the local people who are living whether inside or surrounding these archaeological sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you answer all.
The 4th question.
Thank you again. Our last panelist, our friend from Slovenia, Gospodin Marian Hribar, Special Advisor of the UNWTO Secretary General. Ja sam sa zadovoljstvom pogledao njegovu prezentaciju, nalazim da je veoma interesantna, sigurno ćete i vi isto zaključiti. Izvolite.
Okay. Okay, let me first of all give you a short explanation. So being 10 years ahead of tourism sector in Slovenia, I just finished my mission working for Slovenian government and became a member of UNWTO staff. I'm glad to participate here. I will focus on some data about Slovenia. Later on, I'll be very brief and also very concrete regarding the question which were put to me. Well, first of all, I would like to give you just short explanation. It's just the way how Slovenian tourism has been developed in the last 20 years. As you see, Slovenian tourism has been growing very fast, much faster than the total average in Europe as well in the world. I will focus on the first question which was put to me regarding the strategy of niche marketing, so it's not a coincidence that everybody knows the Philip Kotler's Bible of marketing, I would say, and it's not a coincidence that within the marketing mix 4P scheme, the product is the first P to be mentioned. Without the product development, promotion, placement, and physical evidence cannot reach the level we would all expect. So the strategy we put together in Slovenia, and I'm glad also to welcome here my colleague, my ex-colleague, I would say, Ms. Mateja Tomin-Vučković, she was the writer of this strategy. We put some basic pillars on this strategy. What I would focus is to put importance on the partnership procedure between private, public, and also civil society, and this is a very, very important part of the success we were witnessed in the last years. Also, this year it will be a record year for Slovenian tourism. And related to the region, I would like to express my appreciation to all of our neighboring countries. It's much easier to develop tourism in the region between in the Mediterranean region, but also we should not forget Austria and Hungary, which are and some other countries which are not here, but very, very important to be part of this region, to be able to develop tourism in such an intensive way. Sustainable development, also, of course, one of the basic elements of the strategy. Very important part is awareness raising in all segments of adopting the strategy. The mission and the vision, very clear. Slovenia has set very optimistic goals and very concrete steps to adopt not only the strategy but also to achieve all the goals which were put there. And very important is also to communicate the importance of tourism within the country. It hasn't been very easy issue in Slovenia, which was 20 years ago not very, how to say, traditional tourism destination. And the vision is that tourism will contribute to the social welfare and reputation in the world. Well, this is the story. This is the product development. Green, active, and healthy Slovenia. I think we have we put all together also in the slogan "I feel Slovenia" all these green elements, and which is also, and what is also very important, to put all these elements into tourism products itself. Partnership, very important, and I will finish my presentation. I tried to focus on public-private partnership regarding development of tourism products. Some of best practices, Postojna Cave, many of you know this tourist attraction with more than 600,000 visitors every year. Some protected area management, also maybe not that important from the economic point of view, but very, very important from the ecological part and a commitment to sustainable development. One of the most beautiful valleys in the border, close to the border to Austria, maybe one of the best example. And this is the stand of Slovenian Tourist Board, reflects also a very green message, and wooden stand. We got Slovenia got several medals and best prizes for in Moscow, in Berlin, in London, as one of the most how to say, creative, fair approach and fair presentation. And last but not least, this is our Tina Maze, the best skier in the world, Olympic and world champion. She became also promoter and testimonial of Slovenian tourism, and most probably she will be a promoter long life under the long life contract, and we are glad that she found herself also very much how to say, dedicated in promotion of Slovenian tourism. That's it.
Hvala lijepo. Prezentacija je bila efektna, kratka i mislim da je pokrila ono što smo u pitanjima očekivali. Ja bih samo imao jedno dodatno pitanje. Posebno me je zanimalo i impresioniralo iskustvo sa javno-privatnim partnerstvom u Sloveniji i vi ste naveli 3 primjera dobre prakse. Radi komparacije sa našim slučajevima u južnijem dijelu, interesovalo bi me ko su partneri privatni za ova 3 uspješna primjera, ne po imenu, nego da li su domaći iz Slovenije ili su iz inostranstva, pošto mi dolje imamo naviku da rađe partnerstva sa strancima uspostavljamo nego sa svojim stanovništvom.
Evo, nastavit ću ja malo na crnogorskom, na srpsko-hrvatskom, kako kažemo, jeziku. Evo, partneri u ovim svim projektima su, znači, public-private partneri su sve kompanije iz Slovenije. Imamo vrlo dobra iskustva time, znači partneri su država, lokalne zajednice i privatna poduzeća. Mi smo otvoreni normalno za sve ostale investitore iz Europe ili širem iz svijeta, tako da nemamo tu nekih preferencija, ali za sada, evo, najviše interesa pokazali su ulagači iz Slovenije. Možda je to jedan nedostatak, to moram iskreno reći. Slovenija je u zadnjim godinama verovatno malo premanje pažnje posvetila traženju stranih ulagača. Proces privatizacije nije još završen koliko brzo bi trebao, ali raduje to što smo evo sad dobili neke nove vlasničke strukture sa strane hrvatskih investitora, sa strane srpskih investitora, Rusa, Engleza, tako da nadam se da će u Sloveniji sad krenuti i taj voz malo brže.
Dobro, hvala vam. A sad je vrijeme za vaša pitanja i eventualne komentare. Ko želi da postavi pitanje panelistima? Bili su jasni u svojim izlaganjima, ali moguće da neko želi da postavi dodatno pitanje. Po svoj prilici ne želi, a i bliži se vrijeme ručku.
Dakle, pozivamo ih na ručak da dođu u restoran i u 3 nastavimo.
Dobro, i imam obavezu da vas obavijestim da ste od strane organizatora pozvani na ručak i zamoljeni u 15 časova da se ponovo vratimo u salu i nastavljamo sa radom. Dobro, ja vam se zahvaljujem na saradnji, pažnji i prijatan ručak.
There's a question.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third session, Cruise and Maritime Tourism Challenges and Opportunities. We have very interesting session and we will hear different experience. Our session contains of 7 presentations, and dear speaker, panelists, propositions are very clear. Keynote speech maximum of 20 minutes, and each presentation is maximum of 15 minutes. Please follow the schedule. When you complete all presentation, we have 15 minutes for question, answers, and discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Franz Lampmeyer, Advisor, Director General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries European Commission. His topic is the Pan-European Dialogue on Cruise Tourism. Please.
Thank you, dear moderator, and I'll try to stick to the time, as you said. Knowing well also that it's a very difficult moment of the day because it's the moment after the lunch, a very nice lunch. So my role is now to stay awake myself and to keep you awake as much as possible during this presentation. I think I'll make already a teaser about the message I want to give mainly through my presentation on the Pan-European Dialogue on Cruise Tourism. Because this dialogue, as you will hear later in my presentation, is something that came from really the stakeholders, and the stakeholders, who are they in the cruise industry? You have on the one hand the cruise operators, of course. On the other hand, you have the ports, because cruise ships usually do go to ports to then send people on land. And the third stakeholder group, I would say, are the destinations. And very rightly so, the UNWTO has set this conference about destinations, destinations in the Mediterranean, destination management. I think it's a very good choice, and it's also a very good choice to choose cruise tourism, which is one of the booming subsegments of tourism, certainly also in the Mediterranean and worldwide. On this occasion, of course, I would also like to thank very much UNWTO for organizing this. And also, of course, Montenegro as a young country, but as a splendid country, as we can all see now, and a really very good organization and a very good welcome that you reserved for us here. Now, setting a little bit the scene, we came to all that from the side of the Commission because we did last year a communication, a strategy, a European strategy for coastal and maritime tourism. Why is that? We have a framework, an overall framework in maritime policy, which starts from the fact that everything which is related to the sea is connected. So whatever you do, either tourism or drilling for oil or fishing or going for some minerals in the sea, anything you do, or coastal buildings and so on, always has an impact also on other uses of the sea. So there comes this blue economy view that the European Commission has put forward since 2012 and even earlier, and it was also taken up by the member states and by partner countries around the Mediterranean and around the world, I would say. And 2 years ago, we came out with a strategy for this blue economy, and one of the key sectors that we identified in this strategy, believe it or not, is coastal and maritime tourism. Coastal and maritime tourism, we have been looked at a little bit strangely, because tourism is, as we all know, a mature sector. It's not something completely new, innovative, like maybe seabed mining or blue biotechnologies and so on. But we have realized that tourism, and especially also coastal and maritime tourism, employs a lot of people and generates a lot of income. We've heard some figures already this morning on that subject. Here are the figures that we have from 2012. These are estimates. Not easy to estimate these figures as well, because immediately you have to question what is belonging really to the coastal and maritime tourism and what is still urban tourism and so on and so forth. I don't want to go into that. That would be much too long. But we all have a feeling here, I think, all of us who are in the tourism business in one way or another, that there is a big part of tourism which is happening, which is coastal, which is happening using the sea. 4 out of 9 nights, it's another figure, are spent in coastal areas. And we all know also that there is an increasing demand for sailing and nautical tourism, other sports events, diving, cruising, we'll come to it, and so on and so forth. And coastal and maritime tourism is actually the biggest maritime sector overall. So this is an important message. The cruise industry is also a major part of this coastal and maritime tourism. Here I'm using the newest figures from CLIA, the Association of Cruise Operators, from 2013. They claim that they generate in all of Europe, including Norway, but I think Croatia is not in the figures yet because they had a statistical problem, but it's an order of magnitude that we can look at. 330,000 jobs, direct and indirect, and over 39 billion total output. But as we all know, also in tourism in general, but also specifically in coastal and maritime tourism, there are a lot of challenges. We have gaps in data and knowledge. There is a big fragmentation amongst the stakeholders because we have, I think, way over 90% of small and medium enterprises in tourism. We have the seasonality problem. We have a lot of pressure on the marine environment and a huge competition for space that we can see all around the Mediterranean coast especially. We have problems of connectivity in many ways, but also, for example, connecting inland attractors, inland sites with the coast. Especially also problems with, for some islands and remote destinations. Then a general problem for the tourism, of course, the diversification of the offer. We have heard something about that already today as well. The skills gap, if we want to improve the quality, of course, we need to first and foremost improve the quality also of people, of jobs, of people employed and their skills. And not adequate or not sufficient use of modern technologies and innovation. Oops, it's the wrong button. So there is this strategy. I don't want to go into too much detail. We constructed it around 4 pillars. You can find all that on the website of the European Commission, of course, and I brought some folders because we made some folders last year describing the strategy, which are also outside at the registration desk. So the 4 pillars are to stimulate performance and competitiveness, to promote skills and innovation, and to strengthen sustainability overall, and to maximize also the use of EU funding, because this is another strange issue in many areas, but specifically also in tourism. There are funds available, there are a lot of funds available, but member states and regions are not always able to spend them or to spend them fully at least. So this strategy, and I have to add here that the competence for tourism at European level is only a complementary competence. Of course, it's the member states, and sometimes even the regions which have the first competence for this issue. It's a local and regional business first and foremost, but the European level has a certain complementary power to complement the action of member states. So what we have done, we have proposed 14 actions that we are promoting together with the stakeholders, the member states, the regions. But on top of that, of course, stakeholders, regions, and member states are invited also to do their own, continue to do their own business and come up with even more measures and projects. The Pan-European Dialogue, I'll come to it in a minute, was then launched in March in Brussels. It is really something which came out in the consultation phase that preceded the strategy for coastal tourism, which was very much asked for by the stakeholders. I'll go into more detail about that a little bit later, describing what we decided there and what are the next steps. We had another conference earlier on in the year on clustering. We have heard together today already also that clustering is an important tool to bring about innovation, to improve quality, and to bring about the change which is needed to improve the products. Other key actions, and I mentioned this because it's also important for tourism overall, but especially also linked with cruise tourism, because cruise tourism, as all the other subsegments of coastal tourism and tourism itself, are never all alone. They're always interlinked for the demand for space and also for the mix of tourism offer that you want to choose for your destination. So we are working on the qualifications for professional yacht skippers, where we are assessing their situation, where also the consultation has brought about some issues and some problems. Also about the safety equipment which is required for nautical tourism in recreational boats. There are some differences between member states which hamper apparently the development of this subsegment. We're looking into diversification issues, innovative marina development, also an important issue. I think we will hear a little bit more about that even during this session. And we published an online guide on EU funding. So, as I said before, implementation is not something that the European Commission can do from Brussels in a centralistic way. Of course, we are concerned concerning the funding and so on, and we can help, but it's first and foremost the regions, the municipalities, the member states who have to bring about this implementation, to set targeted actions, to make their tourism offer sustainable, and to take the necessary initiatives to step up the quality. Of course, one important issue in all that is cooperation and dialogue amongst regions, amongst countries, across the borders, transnational projects as well, because for cruise tourism and nautical tourism it's very evident, but also all other forms of tourism, of coastal tourism, because of course you are in competition, but somebody said 3 weeks ago when I was in another conference in Greece, we should not so much compete each other, but complete each other. And if somebody this year goes to Montenegro to spend his holiday, maybe they go next year to Greece and another year to Italy. It's not at all the case anymore that people used to go for 20 or 30 years always to the same place for their holidays. So I think cooperation, complementarity is certainly an important issue here. We have in this very region, the Adriatic and Ionian Sea, since 1 year a macro-regional sea basin strategy, which is a more structured form of cooperation, and tourism is an important pillar of it. It's one of the 4 key pillars that were chosen, and Montenegro, together with Greece, is actually a leader in the pillar on blue economy and blue growth. And the last point here for the implementation is that in the operational programs of the structural and investment funds, of these big funds, European funds, we have insisted with member states, because here again the member states are the masters of the game. The Commission is only checking if everything is going right, but we insisted that it is coherent with this overall European strategy on tourism, and they put also maritime and coastal tourism in their programs. So very briefly now to the Pan-European Dialogue. It was launched in March, as I said. The 3 groups, and I come now to my teaser from the beginning, are the cruise operators, the ports and destinations. And cruise operators are very well organized, as we know. Ports, thanks God also. We are very glad that we have found, especially in the Mediterranean, but also in other sea basins, a very strong association of cruise ports, because the European Association of Ports, which is ESPO, which is the overall organization for ports, has until recently, about 2 or 3 years ago, not been so much interested in passenger shipping, of which cruise shipping is part. They were much more into goods. But thanks to these cruise associations, we have one representative here also in our panel today from MedCruise. We have very strong interlocutors for this dialogue. But the third one, as I said, is more complicated, because of course destinations are much more heterogeneous. They have not only cruise tourism as an interest. They have all the other parts of the tourism mix that they offer. So it's an appeal also to you here and to your administrations to take part in this dialogue and to mandate people and to participate and share. This dialogue will not happen only by conferences, but it will also happen in a virtual way online, so it's an invitation to take this up. In the launching conference, we managed to have over 200 participants, actually, which was a very good output. And here I list again the challenges for cruise tourism, which is important to highlight because they're a little bit different from other general challenges. We are, of course, as a cruise destination, Europe, also in competition with other markets. We have strong growth rates in Southeast Asia, of course, but also very strong still is the Caribbean. So we have to watch that. Of course, on the other hand, the Mediterranean, especially being the second worldwide destination for cruise ships, I think as for the sun, sand and sea tourism, it will always be a destination, but it's up to us, up to you, to bring about change and to transform these possibilities, these opportunities in real added value for your concrete destinations. We have issues with the visa policy, both for crew members and also for cruise passengers, because from outside the EU, we have a lot of cruise passengers, more and more coming also from Russia, Brazil, the Asian market, where the industry has come to us, and there's a review of the EU visa policy currently ongoing. Then, of course, but maybe our friend from MedCruise will talk more about that, the berthing issues, the congestion of ports, then the waste which is generated by cruise ships and needs to be brought on land in ports, port reception facilities. There is a European directive on that as well. For destinations and for ports, of course, it's difficult if the predictability of visits is not assured. Then there is an issue also of the real economic impact and infrastructure investments, which is very linked to that. So the very good outcome of this launching conference of the Pan-European Dialogue is that all participants, all these three stakeholder groups agreed largely on a conference summary and made these commitments. A commitment to sustainable development of cruise, coastal and maritime tourism, a commitment also to involve the whole tourism value chain in the benefits and in the deliveries of this activity. Also, a very important commitment to guarantee the well-being of coastal and insular populations. I mean, of course, this is a declaration of purpose. It's not yet a law, and it should not become a law, but it's important that there is a clear agreement on all these commitments. Then, of course, port efficiency. The multiple functions of ports are recognized. They are the ones to provide facilities and infrastructure. We need to interlink this dialogue also closely with other fora, such as, for example, the Sustainable Shipping Forum, and we are not interfering into their field. Like when there is legislation or European legislation involved, then the fora which are already set up and are dealing with them should continue to deal with them. The cruise forum should not substitute itself to that. An approach by sea basin where needed, that is to be developed in the coming months and years. Then also the commitment to pursue an integrated approach at local, regional, national and European level, and to encourage all stakeholders to be involved in decision making. This is the appeal also to destinations mainly. Regional dialogues will follow, and the main stakeholders, the three groups, agreed to establish a cooperation platform, because it is not something that should continue being done or promoted only by the Commission. It should become really a stakeholder-driven process. I don't know how much time I have still left, but not much.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And of course, I think this is our aim is to develop quality services and to enhance the position of Europe as a coastal destination over and above, but also through cruise tourism. We had then, as a follow-up meeting on the 28th of April, a smaller meeting just with the representatives of the three stakeholder groups. And we decided to organize together regional dialogues in the Baltic Sea, in the Mediterranean, and in the Atlantic over 2015-2016, There is a concrete plan also maybe to have in the Mediterranean in October back-to-back with another event from the ports, this first regional dialogue for the Mediterranean. Other workshops and meetings and events we should use to promote this dialogue, so this is actually something which I'm currently doing at this very moment. We also want to seek synergies with the regional, macro-regional strategies that I mentioned before in the case of the Adriatic and Ionian strategy. And then probably later in the year 2016, we will organize another European event to harvest what has been achieved by then. There is also a possibility to organize thematic seminars. Of course, key challenges remain. This is a picture I took myself last summer when I was on with another hat in a meeting on an airplane carrier in Italy, and just opposite there was this cruise ship. So I think security, of course, is not something that we can immediately influence from our side or from tourism ministries, but it's also one of the big challenges, and we have at European level at least, the member states have brought about last year this European maritime security strategy, where we have a whole series also of actions which should go in a way to do what we can to bring about as much as security and of course safety also in order to have a situation where tourism and also cruise tourism can thrive. Integration of local and regional authorities, I've said it, also the local societies. We know that there are many people also critical of such mass arrivals through cruise ships, and we need to make sure that this subsegment of tourism is well connected, well linked, well planned, and well integrated with all other coastal uses that we have. So, in conclusion, the Pan-European Commission can continue to act as a facilitator and support stakeholders and enable them, but it should be and remain a stakeholder-driven process. These are the links for finding more information. The agreement on the conference conclusions can also be downloaded from the website, and I really would like to thank you and be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard our keynote speaker, Mr. Lampay. Thank you for very inspiring presentation. Our first panelist is Ms. Olivera Brajovic, General Director of Tourism Development and Standard Directorate, Ministry of Sustainable Development and Tourism, Montenegro. Topic is Cruise and Maritime Tourism Challenges and Opportunities. Please, Mr. Brajovic.
Zahvaljujem i pozdravljam sve prisutne. Zahvaljujem se i na pažnji. Zahvaljujem se i na pažnji koju nam ukazujete nakon ručka i na vašoj koncentraciji da slušate i ove naše sledeće prezentacije. Danas smo imali prilike da čujemo puno interesantnih podataka i činjenica, ne samo o razvoju i o turizmu u smislu globalnog fenomena, već i u smislu pozicioniranja Mediterana na turističkoj mapi svijeta. Kao što znate, turizam je najbrže rastuća svetska ekonomija, a plažni i nautički turizam su polja njegovog najvećeg rasta i najvećeg djelovanja. Razvoj nautičkog turizma utiče na bolje pozicioniranje i prepoznatljivost destinacije. Imali smo prilike da čujemo da je Mediteran druga po redu destinacija u cruising turizmu, a naravno tu postoji i šansa nas u Crnoj Gori da iskoristimo tu prepoznatljivost Mediterana i da razvijemo one potencijale koji su komplementarni ovakvoj vrsti turizma, ne samo cruisinga, već i nautičkog turizma. Prednosti osnovne koje donosi razvoj cruising i nautičkog turizma se odnose na smanjenje, prije svega na smanjenje sezonalnosti, posebno u rezortima koji su bazirani na suncu i moru kao vrsti ponude, što smo imali danas takođe prilike da čujemo da je Mediteran još uvek najinteresantnija destinacija upravo iz ovog vida turizma. Takođe, ova vrsta turizma privlači visokoplatežne turiste koji dnevno potroše mnogo više novca nego druga kategorija posetilaca. Pored toga, ovakva vrsta turizma služi kao katalizator razvoju komplementarnih biznisa i koji se odnose upravo na razvoj lokalne zajednice, odnosno deluju pozitivno i socio i ekonomski na lokalnu zajednicu u kojoj se ovakva vrsta turizma razvija. Naravno, pozitivno utiče i na kreiranje turističkog proizvoda koji se bazira na specijalnim uslugama i na specijalnoj opremi u rezortu koji se, naravno, koji pruža usluge vezane za nautički turizam i razvija, naravno, potpuno novu vrstu turističkog proizvoda. Nautički turizam je pozicioniran u osnovnim strateškim dokumentima Crne Gore, kao što su strategija razvoja turizma do 2020. godine. Takođe, njegova pozicija je obrađena u materijalu koji se bavio pozicioniranjem i uticajem razvoja nautičkog turizma u Crnoj Gori, a takođe nalazi se i u agendi reforme turizma, odnosno u akcionom planu za pripremu turističkih sezona. Crna Gora kao nautička destinacija, znači, s obzirom na svoj položaj i na geografski, pre svega, položaj na Mediteranu, u odnosu na to da je Crna Gora pre svega primorska jedna zemlja, postoji veliki potencijal za razvoj nautičkog turizma u Crnoj Gori. Ono što država radi je da pripremi pravni okvir i investicioni okvir koji će biti privlačan za razvoj investicija u nautičkom turizmu, koji se ne odnosi samo na poboljšanje hotelskih kapaciteta i dodatne infrastrukture, već se i odnosi na razvoj infrastrukture potrebne za ovu vrstu turizma. Kad pričamo o ovom turizmu, onda ne pričamo samo o kruzing turizmu, već tu mislimo i na jahting turizam i na sve one druge vrste koje su povezane sa, da tako kažem, sa vodom. Tu mislimo i na uvođenje hidroaviona koji se ne bi samo, i prije svega odnose se naravno na more, ali i na unutrašnjost Crne Gore, s obzirom na veliki broj jezera koje imamo. Poslednje 2 godine Crna Gora je postala interesantna nautička destinacija, prije svega zahvaljujući razvoju Porto Montenegra, luksuznoj mega jaht marini koja je locirana u Tivtu u Kotorskom zalivu. Takođe, pored Porto Montenegra, u Crnoj Gori već postoji nekoliko investicija koji razvijaju i ovu vrstu turizma, odnosno rade na izgradnji infrastrukture koja će da omogući dalji razvoj nautičkog turizma. U ovom trenutku mi u Crnoj Gori imamo 1413 privezišta u Baru, Kotoru i Porto Montenegru. Prema planiranim aktivnostima na ovim lokacijama, ali uključujući i razvoj novih projekata kao što su Luštica B i Porto Novi, očekujemo konstrukciju od još dodatnih 1810 vezova u nekoliko narednih godina. Imali smo priliku da čujemo i o značaju koliko je kruzing značajan i profitabilan deo nautičkog turizma. Prema izveštaju Evropskog kruz konsula, kruzing industrija je lider u evropskom ekonomskom obnavljanju. Čak preko 6 miliona Evropljana je u 2014. godini koristilo kruzing izabralo kruzing turizam kao svoj vid odmora, uprkos ekonomskoj krizi i ekonomskoj situaciji koja je bila i u ovoj godini loša. U Crnoj Gori kruzing je u ekspanziji. Prema oficijalnim obavještenjima koje mi imamo, kruzing sezona u 2015. u Crnoj Gori će trajati do decembra, a planirano je pristajanje preko 400 kruzera i nešto više od 420.000 putnika. Danas je samo luka Kotor na listi Medi Kruz luka u Mediteranu. Prepoznajući ovaj značajan segment i značajan razvoj nautičkog turizma i potencijal Crne Gore kao kruzing destinacije, mi smo, u toku je priprema studije koja treba da da odgovor da li je i luka Bar pogodna za razvoj kruzing luke, kako bi na neki način i smanjili pritisak koji postoji u Kotoru i s obzirom na ovaj veliki broj putnika i veliki broj kruzera koji dolaze gotovo svaki dan u Kotor kada podijelimo taj broj kruzera sa brojem dana, ispadne da su i jednog dana i više od jednog kruzera u prosjeku. Ono što radi država takođe je da svoje aktivnosti sprovodi u cilju razvoja Crne Gore kao visoko kvalitetne turističke destinacije, ali prije svega i nautičke destinacije, i u tom smislu u decembru prošle godine održana je prva nautička konferencija koja je izazvala veliku pažnju u ovom sektoru ekonomije. Ovaj događaj je okupio oko 70 učesnika i osim toga što je na neki način vršio i dao priliku da vidimo pregled onoga što je do sada urađeno u razvoju ove industrije, tokom te nautičke konferencije dati je određeni predlog mera i daljih aktivnosti u kom smislu treba dodatno unaprediti pravni okvir i pojednostaviti procedure. Malo prije smo čuli u izlaganju gospodina o preprekama i na neki način izazovima kojima se suočava nautički turizam, a koji se odnose na teške i komplikovane viza procedure, pogotovo za članove posade, takođe se odnose i na lošu povezanost. Znači, sve su to neke od tema koje su bile na dnevnom redu nautičke konferencije i koja je poslužila da da jedan novi impuls, jedan novi dodatni podsticaj i nama u vladi da se usredsredimo svoje aktivnosti i da zadržimo tu konkurentsku poziciju Crne Gore u smislu privlačenja investicija u nautički turizam. Ja sam nešto pobrkala tu, a dobro. Ovo su neki statistički podaci iz 2014. godine gde se vidi da postoji značajan rast u smislu dolaska putnika koji izaberu svoj način svog prevoza prema Crnoj Gori morskim putem da dođu. Znači, imamo značajno povećanje i stranih brodova i naravno kruzera, a i imamo podatak da je prošle godine preko 350 kruzera došlo u Crnu Goru sa preko 300.000 putnika. Razvoj nautičkog turizma ima veliki broj benefita, direktnih i indirektnih, ekonomskih na prvome mjestu, ali ne manje važno i socijalni uticaj. Dobrobiti za lokalno društvo i za državu se odnose na dodatni prihod koji se generiše iz raznih taksi i koncesionih naknada, povećava se broj malih i srednjih preduzeća, povećava se zaposlenost, povećava se atraktivnost lokacije i države, povećavaju se i podiže se kvalitet smeštajnih kapaciteta, povećava se broj noćenja, naravno podiže se, odnosno raste cijena zemljišta u konkretnom području i naravno podiže broj i demografsku strukturu populacije zbog migracije ljudi koji traže bolje poslove i koji podižu time svoj životni standard. Benefiti koji se odnose na marine i na luke, odnosno na investitore i vlasnike luka i marina, takođe se odnose na dodatni prihod, na prihod preko dodatnih servisa i usluga u hotelima, u restoranima, u raznim prodavnicama, naročito one koje se odnose na specijalne proizvode za kruzere i servise koji su potrebni za tu vrstu turizma. Benefiti koji se odnose na lokalnu zajednicu prije svega se ogledaju u dodatnom prihodu preko dodatnih servisa koji se razvijaju uz destinaciju kao luku, kruzing turizma. Svi ovi benefiti su jako značajni, međutim ne trebamo da zaboravimo i onaj uticaj koji ima razvoj nautičkog turizma na životnu sredinu i koji je izuzetno značajan. Iz tog razloga moramo biti jako pažljivi u upravljanju razvojem ove vrste turizma. U svakom slučaju oni ne mogu ići jedni bez drugih, samo održivo upravljanje resursima može da obezbijedi održivi razvoj turizma i bolju valorizaciju resursa koje ima Mediteran, ali to pitanje mora zajedno da poveže i administraciju sa jedne strane, poslovnu zajednicu, a i civilno društvo, kako bi zajedno radili na onim zadacima koji će omogućiti očuvanje prirodnih resursa teritorije i napraviti, odnosno stvoriti uslove da nautički turizam bude održiv. Iz prostog razloga, mi to svi znamo, turisti biraju ove destinacije i destinaciju kao što je naša destinacija, žele da vide netaknutu prirodu, ali naravno i zagađivači su najveće te netaknute prirode, tako da u tom smislu pažljivo se mora upravljati i razvojem ove vrste turizma. Ako znamo da je 75% procenata zemlje voda, onda možemo da budemo svesni koliko je značajno očuvanje tog prirodnog resursa i koliko ono značajno može da utiče na dalji razvoj turizma. Razvoj nautičkog turizma takođe doprinosi razvoju povezanosti destinacije, pristupnosti destinacije, ali naravno i boljeg pozicioniranja destinacije na nautičkim mapama Evrope i svijeta. Sve je na nama da znamo da iskoristimo najbolje što je moguće naše potencijale, ali da istovremeno zaštitimo životnu sredinu, unaprijedimo je maksimalno i obezbedimo održivi razvoj kako nautičkog, tako uopšte turizma u Crnoj Gori. Zahvaljujem.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brajovic. And now, Mr. Francesco Di Cesare, President, Risposte Turismo and Scientific Director of Adriatic Sea Forum. He's talking about cruise and maritime tourism in Mediterranean. There is still space to improve the benefit for the involved destination. Please, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. Of course, I would like to thank the organizer to have invited me at this very interesting conference. I'd like to spend my time trying to point out few arguments and info, even comments, even personal comments, if you may, if you allow me to do this, about cruise and maritime tourism, of course, in the Med, but focalizing the attention especially on the work that destinations are making or are expected to make. First of all, it's quite important for my vision to underline the fact that the maritime tourism, it's a global phenomenon. It's an overall industry and sector, and although we could recognize internally different sectors, such as, for example, the cruise industry, the ferry, and the nautic, there are many specific elements, but at the same time, many common elements, and we should start more and more than what we did in the past to approach this industry as just one. That's the reason why, for example, together with colleagues in my company, Risposte Turismo, we decided to launch 2 years ago in 2013 a new event, which is called Adriatic Sea Forum. Of course, easily to understand by the name, through the name, dedicated and focalized on the Adriatic, but on the whole maritime tourism. So all the traffics of tourists through the sea, into the sea, and because it's important not only for the single operators, but mostly for the destinations, I mean governments, national governments, or regions, and so on, to approach those sectors as a whole phenomenon. Just to give you some numbers, of course we are interested in the whole Mediterranean, but just to pay attention to the Adriatic at a glance, for the maritime tourism, more than 20 cruise ports, for plus than 4.6 million passenger movements, more than 40 ferry ports with over 17 million passengers, and more than 320 structures for boat tourism, around 80,000 moorings. We decided also to measure in some way the intensity of the different regions all across the Adriatic, the intensity on the maritime tourism, combining few dimensions related to cruise, ferry, and boating. And you can see at a glance the different colors that we decided to assign to the different regions. Of course, it's a personal evaluation. Maybe you could do differently, you could act differently, but it's just a tentative and a joke, if you want, to give an idea of how Adriatic nowadays is working on these very important sectors. Few numbers, maybe other numbers have been already provided, but we know that cruises it's a very growing industry. In a worldwide perspective, you can see the graph above. The numbers do not stop and going on and on and on and growing. Although in the different areas, something different happened. For example, Mediterranean, the Med knew its first drop in 2014, especially for reason to be reconducted to the choices of cruise companies in terms of deployment. If you see to the plans of the cruise companies for 2015, so this year and the next year, we should see numbers start growing again. About ferry, probably most of you know that the ferry industry knew few quite challenging and difficult years. Nowadays, it seems to have a new, a new growth from for the curve, a new growth of the curve. So probably numbers will grow in the future, but the ferry industry have suffered, for example, from competition from other kinds of transportations. But still, Europe and even the Mediterranean, of course, it's probably the area in the world with most traffic, most ferry traffic. And I'm referring just to the passenger component of ferry traffic. About Nautic, more than 4,000 marinas estimated in Europe, and there have been 217 marinas staffed to welcome super yacht have been counted. The Mediterranean Sea attracts 70% of the world charter activity, so once again, it's a huge industry with huge potentialities for this area. But the question is, could we refer to just a number to see the growth, to approach the growth? And I would like to show you a slide that I've already presented in Brussels during the session moderated by Franz at the Pan-European Dialogue. And I tried with this one to simply underline that there is not just a bigger growth, but we should focus on a better growth. There are many indicators that we should consider. There are many indicators, of course, related to environment, related to jobs, related to social conditions, and not only to economic impact. We should focus on sustainability. Once again, sustainability not only from the environmental point of view, but also from many other points that are able to express and measure the concept of sustainability. So we should really try to widen our idea of what is growth and how we could grow in the future, even thinking just to maritime tourism. Numbers, it doesn't matter. You already know many of these numbers. Others have been already pointed out. It's not easy to find numbers, for example, for the ferry industry. It's easier to find numbers for the cruise industry, for example. It's easy to find numbers to measure the offer for the nautical sector. It's very difficult to measure the demand for the nautical sectors, but we try to find numbers, even produce numbers when we have time and budget to do this. But what is quite important for my presentation is to see together with you who is acting and who is getting benefits from this kind of industries and traffics. So many players involved. You can recognize a lot of names and stakeholders and operators. For many of them, probably the maritime tourism is just a part of their business, it's not their core business, but it's quite important. If we would like to reduce all these names to few of them. Probably the most involved ones are shipping companies, of course, passenger terminals, port operators, national governments, marinas, tour operators, and ADV, charter companies, and of course, single destinations. I will be back to the destination in a while. Just want to share with you other 2 or 3 slides to point out why the Med gain this kind of success, and a lot of success will gain in the future. Because Med has many factors to leverage on in this typical and specific competition. First of all, for example, just to list a few of them, the large variety of options to keep kinds of instability. This is very important. This is very important for a big area such as the Mediterranean. And it's important also considering the competition with other macro areas in the world. Second factor I would like to point out is the heterogeneity of destinations and ports and shore experiences that works from tourists coming from the sea. So they could choose in a very, very deep and long catalog of options. It's another quite important issue especially for this kind of tourism. I mean, the tourism to the sea and through the sea. And finally, a lot of attention on the maritime sector, industry investments, and the desire shared by many stakeholders to draw a development path. So let me say that it's a sort of industry à la page in this moment. Many people are discussing about this. Many people are paying attention to this. So probably this is the right moment to take some decisions trying to address in the right way how we could manage this industry. And finally, because we are in an area with so many advantages and because we could get benefits more and more, the question that I would like to, that I try to address to myself, and of course it's a question also for you, is if destinations have already gotten all the benefit they could have gotten, and especially what destination could do in the future. So if they could do more for acquire more. And what I can do, what I can say to you, some thoughts of mine, is, for example, that destinations must speak and discuss with maritime stakeholders. We have to increase and improve the dialogue between the destination representatives, maybe the DMO, for example, and people doing this kind of businesses, people managing this kind of companies. Second point, destinations must cooperate in order to get higher global results. There is something very interesting in this industry, and is that itineraries are at the base of the formula, I mean, the formula of vacation. So if it's a multi-destination experience for the demand, it should be approached also for the offer as a multi-destinations packages or products or experiences as well. So that's the reason why we could stress the concept that destinations should work together, because tourists in this case are not looking for just one destination. Others, understand the business and get ready. We already gotten advices from other speakers to work on education, but it's very, very important because it's for a lot of people, for a lot of operators, for many operators, and even public decision makers, it's an industry quite new. We should be prepared to speak with each other and to face and address all our decisions concerning these sectors, or just this industry, if you would like to consider all the sectors included in the maritime tourism. More quality and creativity in the local offer. That's another point that destinations should work on. Because there is a higher potentiality to promote the destination, but tourists should be positively surprised. There are many ways to surprise the tourists, but we should remember they, of course, could activate a word of mouth, as for many other kind of tourist experiences, but they could come back, and probably the second time not as a maritime tourist, but with a different desire to make a different kind of experience. But we should gain their satisfaction in while they are, for us, maritime tourism. And to finish, a proactive approach is needed. This is very important. It's something, for example, cruise companies quite often complain about. Destination couldn't expect ships and boats to berth when shops and the whole city are open. They should in some way understand and study the rhythm of this kind of demand and adapt, if possible, of course, until a limit, to adapt their business hours, their work to this rhythm. And finally, higher benefits come with stronger commitment. There is no need, there is no obligation to consider maritime tourism as a priority, but if you would like to consider as a destination the maritime tourism as a priority for our future, not only an economic future, as I said before, so we need to concentrate, and probably we need to reserve budget, attention, competencies, skills to these sectors. Otherwise, of course, benefit don't come without stronger commitment. And I'm done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cesare. And now, Mr. Guy Antonielli, Deputy General Manager, Monaco Government Tourist and Commission Authority. The team is Cruise and Maritime Tourism, please.
Thank you. I will speak in French, so take your translator, please. Nous parlons depuis ce matin de la Méditerranée. La Méditerranée, cette mer qui nous unit, mais nous avons vu des photos, mais qu'est-ce que c'est vraiment en termes d'image pour une destination? Alors, je vais juste vous demander une minute de fermer vos yeux. Please, close your eyes. Et imaginez la mer. Qu'est-ce qui vous vient à l'esprit? La liberté, la nature, la qualité de vie, les vacances. Ce sont tous ces éléments extrêmement positifs que nos destinations associées à la Méditerranée transmettent dans l'imaginaire collectif. Cependant, une fois que nous avons dit ça, nous savons tous que ces images, nous devons les promouvoir. Pour les promouvoir, nous devons faire confiance aux professionnels du privé, dans ce cas particulier aux croisières. En 2013, 6 millions de passagers ont embarqué sur un bateau de croisière dans un port européen. Tous ces visiteurs ont choisi cette croisière en consultant soit des sites internet, soit des brochures papier. Ces brochures relevaient de 77 compagnies qui exploitaient des bateaux en Europe. Ces 77 compagnies sont autant de possibilités de promouvoir nos destinations, que les gens achètent la croisière ou non. Il s'agit pour nous, destinations, de formidables pages de publicité. En effet, les clients effectuent leur choix en fonction de deux composantes. Les navires, qui sont de plus en plus luxueux, de plus en plus grands pour la plupart, mais également des destinations. Les destinations, comme le disait Francesco, ont donc une part importante à jouer, parce que nous voulons sans doute, pour certaines, que les croisières et les yachts viennent chez nous, mais les compagnies de croisière ont également besoin de destinations qui jouent le jeu avec elles, qui proposent des produits de qualité et qui soient innovantes. Cependant, pour accueillir ces bateaux, les ports de Méditerranée ont dû changer. Il y a peu, nos ports ressemblaient à un petit port de Sicile ou de la Riviera française, composé essentiellement de pêcheurs. Aujourd'hui, les services que demandent les plaisanciers, que ce soit de la fourniture d'eau, de la fourniture d'électricité, du traitement de déchets, de l'amusement, simplement des bars, des cinémas, des lieux de vie autour des ports, ont obligé ces endroits à changer de forme, ce qui a parfois conduit à des difficultés avec les locaux. Là encore, la destination se doit d'être proactive pour aider le public et le privé à saisir les opportunités, à saisir les enjeux. Un autre phénomène aujourd'hui est prégnant, c'est la croissance importante de la taille moyenne des unités. Le segment des méga-yachts, c'est-à-dire plus de 40 mètres, est en croissance extrêmement rapide. Le 5 millième bateau va être livré en 2015 de cette taille. 56% de ces bateaux naviguent en Méditerranée occidentale et 15% en Méditerranée orientale. Nous sommes le cœur du marché pour ces navires. Cependant, cette course au gigantisme ne concerne pas que les yachts. Elle concerne également les bateaux de croisière. Aujourd'hui, un bateau comme l'Anthem of the Sea, avec 348 mètres de long et 41 mètres de large, débarque 4900 passagers d'un coup. Quel port était capable de le recevoir il y a une vingtaine d'années? Aucun, si ce n'est les ports de croisière, les ports de commerce, excusez-moi. Donc, les destinations ont dû faire le choix, soit d'accueillir des navires de croisière dans les ports de commerce, avec toutes les difficultés que ça implique, c'est-à-dire régulièrement loin du centre-ville, soit modifier les ports en ville, soit accueillir les bateaux au large et faire des transferts par navette. Le transfert en navette a un énorme problème, moins de passagers descendent du bateau. Si le passager descend loin de la ville, il y a beaucoup plus de chances qu'il achète une excursion qui ira loin de la destination qui est censée recevoir le bateau. C'est aujourd'hui ce qui nous pose le plus de problèmes. Pour revenir sur cette problématique, la qualité des bateaux est quasiment inversement proportionnelle à la taille aujourd'hui. C'est-à-dire que les méga-yachts sont les yachts les plus luxueux, tandis que les bateaux de croisière, même si les plus grands sont bien plus luxueux que les plus petits qui existaient il y a 30 ans, les bateaux de la catégorie luxe sont les bateaux de taille moyenne, exploités par des compagnies comme Seabourn, comme Star Clipper, comme le Ponant. La question qui se pose aujourd'hui pour les destinations est essentiellement les destinations et les ports peuvent-ils et doivent-ils choisir entre ces différents types de tourisme? Doit-on choisir entre des méga-yachts et un bateau de croisière un peu plus petit? Doit-on accepter de recevoir d'énormes paquebots de croisière en consentant tous les sacrifices financiers et structurels qui sont nécessaires pour les accueillir? Il y a là une vraie politique publique d'aménagement du territoire qui est à discuter. En effet, pour certains territoires extrêmement restreints, un nombre limité de passagers va avoir un impact très important. Pour des très grandes villes, pour que l'impact soit ressenti, il faut que le nombre soit extrêmement conséquent. Pour venir directement justement sur le poids économique de ces différents secteurs, une enquête réalisée en Provence-Côte d'Azur en 2012 fait état qu'un méga-yacht dépense en moyenne 90 000 € par mois en dehors des frais de carburant, de salaire et d'entretien. Cependant, il n'est pas précisé où il les dépense. On peut régulièrement constater que dans les méga-yachts, l'avitaillement se fait par des camions qui descendent des Pays-Bas et qui n'achètent rien sur la Côte d'Azur. Donc effectivement, il s'agit là d'une magnifique vitrine. Nous continuons à promouvoir la Côte d'Azur avec des magnifiques yachts. C'est une très belle image. Est-ce réellement un impact économique important ou, pour poser la question différemment, plus important que l'impact économique des croisières? En 2014, à Monaco, nous avons fait réaliser une enquête sur plus de 7000 passagers. Ce qui ressort, essentiellement, on me demande quelle est la dépense moyenne par passager. Je peux vous dire aujourd'hui que la dépense moyenne ne veut rien dire. La dépense moyenne varie de 60 € pour un passager d'un bateau premium en escale à 460 € pour le passager d'un bateau luxe qui à Monaco comme port d'attache. En effet, nous nous sommes rendus compte qu'environ 50% de ces passagers dorment en principauté avant ou après la croisière. Cependant, comme je vous l'ai dit, pour d'autres destinations, mais c'est particulièrement vrai pour Monaco, nous n'aurions pas la possibilité d'accueillir toute l'année d'immenses paquebots avec la même capacité hôtelière. Il s'agit donc encore une fois, si on veut accentuer la qualité de l'accueil, de faire un choix sur la clientèle et d'orienter les actions marketing en fonction de ce choix. Le dialogue, et je remercie Francesco de l'avoir dit, est aujourd'hui la base du travail. Les destinations doivent non pas prendre la main, mais permettre à tous les acteurs de discuter ensemble, que ce soit les commerçants, que ce soit les agents maritimes, que ce soit les ports, que ce soit les croisiéristes. En effet, tout le monde n'a pas les mêmes intérêts. L'agent maritime veut vendre une excursion. Il la vendra peut-être plus cher si l'excursion va loin. Le commerçant souhaite que les passagers viennent acheter chez lui. La destination souhaite l'intérêt de tous. Le croisiériste veut maximiser ses profits. Il convient donc d'inventer des nouveaux produits, d'être proactif. Pour vous donner un exemple, nous avons mis en place, à l'instar d'autres ports, sur des bateaux luxe, des excursions privatives, des excursions pour un très petit nombre de passagers à destination d'un magasin de luxe qui va être ouvert à leur seule intention pendant 2 heures. Ça s'adresse effectivement à une clientèle très particulière, mais c'est un nouveau produit et les compagnies en demandent. De même, les destinations ne doivent pas se concentrer uniquement sur les produits marchands. L'activité la plus régulièrement pratiquée par tous les visiteurs dans nos destinations est la promenade, la visite à pied, le plaisir de découvrir une destination par soi-même, de regarder les paysages et les monuments. Il est donc extrêmement important pour que l'accueil soit apprécié, que les cheminements piétons soient pris en compte, que l'information sur les sites à visiter facilement soit distribuée aux croisiéristes. Nous centrons aujourd'hui notre conférence sur l'accueil. En principauté, le gouvernement a lancé depuis 2 ans ce qu'il a appelé un plan accueil. Nous considérons que le premier point de l'excellence, c'est l'accueil réservé à tous nos visiteurs. Quel que soit ce visiteur, que ce soit un visiteur qui dépense quasiment rien parce qu'il veut juste faire partie du rêve et visiter la destination, ou que ce soit un visiteur qui a un pouvoir d'achat très important et qui va nous en faire profiter. Du moment que l'accueil est le même pour tout le monde, la destination aura un taux de satisfaction très élevé. Concernant la plaisance, je peux vous citer, en termes de qualité, une action qui est menée depuis l'année dernière. Les industriels du yachting en principauté ont créé sous forme d'association un cluster. Une des premières actions de ce cluster a été de sensibiliser la direction des ports et la destination au fait que l'été, lorsqu'énormément de yachts et de méga-yachts mouillent en rade, les tenders n'avaient pas d'endroit spécifique pour débarquer les passagers. Donc, ils s'arrêtaient soit à bord d'un autre yacht, soit sur un ponton de fortune, soit un peu n'importe où. Depuis cette année, un ponton est dédié, un touch and go pour les tenders, avec un accueil, avec des boissons fraîches pour les gens qui vont descendre et un poste d'attente pour les véhicules qui viennent les chercher. C'est un premier point. Ce n'est pas quelque chose de très compliqué, mais c'est un premier point et c'est souvent sur le premier contact que l'accueil va être le plus important. Et je finirai en reprenant cette phrase encore une fois. Nous considérons que le premier point de la qualité est l'accueil fait à tous les visiteurs dans la destination. Merci.
Thank you, Ms. Antonielli. And now, Mrs. Despina Shisto, Head Department of Sitting of Tourist Port, Directorate of Spatial Planning and Infrastructure, Ministry of Economy, Infrastructure, Maritime Affairs and Tourism, Greece. Her topic is marine tourism development through tourist port networks, the case of Greece. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to begin by thanking the conference organizer and their collaborators, not only for inviting us to speak, but also for the excellent organization too.
Thank you.
Everything was excellent. As we all know, only too well over the past few years, Greece has been weathering an economic crisis. However, this fact should not be an obstacle to the development and protection of our natural resources. The planning for maritime infrastructure, such as the tourist port network and cruise infrastructure, has the potential to develop, considering the fact that the country has made great strides in implementing new guidelines and adopting policies and European directives relating not only to maritime policy, but also to the promotion of its tourist product. A basic premise is the reinforcement of the firm belief that the seas, coast, and ocean can play a pivotal role in the development process. Maritime economic activities should be combined in smart ways so as to harness synergies and potential for the establishment of crucial poles of development, such as the tourist spot network in accordance with the principle of sustainability. Let's say something about basic principles and key elements of Greek national strategy for tourism and tourist sport. Ministry strategy in the sector of maritime tourism takes into account the key assumptions and commitments under the existing legal framework of European directive, regulation, and the harmonies of the potential offered by the blue economy. Of course, we have the sustainable development of the tourism sector as reflected in the draft guidelines of the 2040-2020 strategy in the tourist sector. Due to its economic significance and impact on the local communities, maritime tourism contributes to job creation and to development. According to the draft guideline of Greek national strategy in the tourist sector, we have mentioned that tourism is crucial because it accounts for approximately 1/5 of the Greek economy. The key principles of the Greek national strategy for tourism are, in short, the quality of the development and the enrichment of the traditional model with new tourist product and special interest tourism. We have entrepreneurships through facilitating investment, securing the high quality of infrastructures and services, and finally, investment in human resources. The key value are, as you see, the protection and promotion of values, protection and rational utilization of natural resources, promotion in the outwards orientation and the Greek enterprises, promotion of greater competitiveness. Let's see something about the main medium-long-term objective and the priorities for tourist sport. The main medium-long-term objective of the Greek strategy is the simpler legal framework for tourism businesses. At the first time, the expansion of the tourist period, the development of thematic tourist products together with the upgrading of tourism services and human services training. As far as the tourism sport are concerned, core priorities contribute to the sustainable development of destination are siting but not in any way, siting based on rational criteria and minimization of environmental impacts for the establishment of a primary system of tourist sport, marinas, and the secondary, like shelters and anchorage. Something more is the exploitation of natural and cultural resources, ensuring stability and increasing competitiveness, attracting new investors and managers to operate the tourist sport facilities. Maritime history in Greek tourist sport. Okay. We have tourist sport from ancient years. This is not something new. But the tourist sport has developed under the Greek Tourist Organization after 1950. The current form of the network might not be our highest expectation, nor are we totally satisfied with it. But it is a sector relating to human resources, to the exploitation of natural resources and the economic strengthening of associated operators. As regards the tourism, as the cruise sector in Greece, it has been active for some decades. But during the recent years, there have been efforts to adjust to the constantly changing conditions of a very demanding market, to attract investment and to consolidate home porting. In Europe, a large proportion of yachting takes place within the Mediterranean basin. So, we are not alone. All the countries around us and with us have to cooperate one with each other. Let's say something about the legislation in Greece. The basic legislation framework at the national and regional level in the sector of maritime tourism, and in particular in tourist sport, is briefly laid out by the Basic Law 2160 in 1993. as amended and enforced. This law includes the basic provisions regarding the establishment and operation of all types of tourist sport and the rights and obligations of their operators. Something new, but very important, is the special framework for spatial planning for tourism, in which recreational boating is in cooperation in a special category of maritime tourism together with cruise sector. Information, maps, and everything you want about tourist sport, you can find it in our website, the Ministry of Tourism, mintour.gov.tr. Now, the main law of, that we have for tourist sport, sorry, is established 3 types of tourist sport. We talk about marinas, shelters, anchorage, a 4th category of tourist sport established by this law, but proved unnecessary and was abolished with recent amendments. Now, we have the primary system, that is marinas, the secondary is the anchorage yacht shelter, and we have 10 recreation zoal boats with general homogeneity as regards climatic wave patterns characteristic. The total number of tourist sports in Greece is about 154, with management bodies, which includes municipalities, port funds, municipal port funds, private individual companies, etc. Around 80 of these are in operation or semi-operation, and others are still in construction. Now, in these photos, you can see some type of marinas in Greece. In Lefkada, in Crete, in Athens, Lesbos Marina, in north and south Greece. We have the kind of tourist port that is smaller in the size, like Poros, Paxi, Kefalonia, Meganisi, Ithaki. There are a lot of places that they can go to tourist ship there. Now, let's see something about the new legislation. In Greece, in recent years, we have efforts to supplement or amend the existing framework for the establishment and operation of tourist port, combined with other relative parts of Greek legislation. Example of this simplification of the procedure relating to siting, concession, and license of tourist port, the reduction of the amount of documentation submitted for issuing operating licensing, and the protection of the investors in the Administrative Act. Basic reference is made to the Special Authority for the Promotion of Tourist Investment Licensing, because which prioritizes important tourist investment, offering comprehensive customized support to each investor at all stages of investment. We would like to stress the establishment of the Hellenic Republic Artist Development Fund, which, among other focus, on ways to improve and accelerate the process of concession of rights to use, operate, manage, exploit small port and tourist port. For example, Marina Alimos. Now, we have new, after all the amendments, we have new procedures. The existing procedure after the latest amendments for the framework for the establishment and operation of tourist port provides that the siting of marinas should be 1 or 2 stages. We have the difference that if we had a big area after 50,000 square meter, or a marina that is situated within an archaeological site or a site in special interested, or traditional communities, then we have to proceed with presidential decree. The first stage, the presidential decree, is issued with outline the general design of the marina, defines the permission of the land, defines all the buildings, what the permission that the operator wants to have to do. And for on the second stage, we have joint ministerial decision issued by the Minister of Tourism and Environment, Energy and Climate Change, after obtaining the assent of the Tourist Spot Committee for the approval of the proposed harbour project and the environmental condition for its construction and operation. As for cases of holiday villages with joint ministerial decision again, it is also possible to approve the siting of tourist port, provided for by the relevant spatial planning, development plan for public property, including their environmental terms. Now, we have the design and operation of tourist port is affected of very many factors, I say, such as the relevant policy guidelines, the national strategy for development, the legislative framework, the development laws. Each country has different ways and different laws. The financial factors, the seasonality, this is a very big problem, environmental protection regulation, etc. Now, the comparative advantages of our country. I think that Greece is a very known destination. The comparative advantages of our country such as its landscapes, the monuments, the insularity, and ability to offer a safe and internationally recognized tourism destination, can be exploited through the establishment of tourist port and thus benefit both tourism and the country itself. Not wishing to tell you more, I would like to say that it should finally be stressed that the key axis for the promotion of the sector of maritime tourism and sustainable development of the tourist destination of our country will be the good working relationship between the public and the private sector. Bearing in mind, of course, the EU 2020 target, we mustn't forget the employment, the innovation, the climate change, education and social exclusion, and the draft guidelines of the National Development Strategy in the sector in tourism in 2040 to 2020, which is directly linked to the priorities set out in the Partnership Agreement, New National Strategic Reference Workshop for the same period. The latest pronouncements place maritime tourism as a major pillar for the development of our country's economy, with the main priority to attract investment and to create jobs. Basic guidelines of the new NSRF are to enhance competitiveness, to extraction of the business and the development of human resources, protection of the environment, and the shift to a green economy. The accomplishment of sustainable destination development is feasible through the rational design port network as a link between a marine and an inland area. This is very important. The port is a gate from the sea and to the sea, from the land and to the land. So all the organization and all the planning for these ports must be very, very careful. Thank you very much.
Ms. Despina, thank you for your presentation. Now, my colleague, Professor Srećko Pavro, PhD, Adriatic expert, Croatia. The topic is systematic approach to nautical tourism in Croatia. Okay.
First, I want to thank you to WTO and Montenegro for inviting me here and giving me opportunity to present Croatian approach to sustainable nautical tourism in the future. Next, during the presentation, I want to promote another one nice Mediterranean language, Croatian language, and I will continue speaking on Croatian, actually a little bit garnished with Mediterranean dialect, since I'm from Split. Thank you. Next. I'm coming actually professionally and personally from nautical tourism 100%, starting sailing with 10 years old, and professionally nautical tourism since 25 years ago with my first skipper job on yachts. As I said, I'm working as a professor on Croatian University of Split and Bern in Zagreb, in Montenegro, University in University of Novi Sad in Serbia, and then in United Kingdom University of Wales. I led few the most important Croatian nautical tourism projects, study of nautical tourism in Croatia in 2006, yachting berths in traditional ports on Croatian islands, it was government project in 2002, and county projects of Rijeka County, which is actually implementation of study of nautical tourism in Croatia, in Primorsko-Goranska County in 2012, and action plan for nautical tourism development in Split-Dalmatia County, in my county, finished this year in April. Author of more than 60 scientific papers and passion ocean experience. Dobro, što se tiče prezentacije, praktički želim pokazati prvo taj naš Jadran kojega smo promovirali čitavo ovo vrijeme i kojega dijelimo sa nekoliko susjednih država, a mi kao Hrvatska koja najveći dio obale, preko 6000 km obale posjeduje, po meni ima i najveću odgovornost za očuvanje od zagađenja i za budući razvoj. Mi smo u Hrvatskoj kroz različite projekte, počevši od studije pa strategije razvoja nautičkog turizma, dali smjernice kako upravljati našom obalom. Istina, za razliku od Crne Gore koja posjeduje relativno puno manji resurs nego mi smo si mogli dopustiti da neke dijelove obale trajno zaštitimo. Zabranom izgradnje marina, zabranom pristupa potencijalnim zagađivačima, ali smo zato postavili pravila i dali smjernice za budući razvoj ostalih dijelova. Poznato vam je ko je od vas jedrio na našem Jadranu i plovio tuda, da je to jedan nezaboravni arhipelag od preko 1200 otoka, 1246 otoka, otočića i hridi i sa bezbroj prekrasnih uvala, zaljeva, mjesta za sidrenje prirodno zaštićenih za smještaj nautičara, kao i jedan prostor sa prekrasnim tradicionalnim lukama koje potiču još od antičkog doba, dijelom zaštićenih čak i UNESCO-vom zaštitom. Studija nautičkog turizma koju je hrvatska vlada naručila 2005. godine okupila, praktički ja kao voditelj projekta okupio sam nekoliko hrvatskih instituta i još preko 30 znanstvenika i stručnjaka s područja nautičkog turizma da objektivno sagledamo potencijal, smjer u kojem se želimo razvijati i kvantitativno i kvalitativno odredimo šta mi želimo da danas sutra kako da je naš Jadran po pogledu nautičkog turizma izgleda. Ono što nas je zateklo s vanjske strane, dakle na području tržišta, je da su se nekakvi trendovi u nautičkom turizmu na Jadranu promijenili. Naročito radi toga što su se u vremenu 90. godina kad je naš nautički turizam stagnirao, u međuvremenu brodovi s kojima se plovi, dakle plovila u nautičkom turizmu su postala sve veća, koriste se više puta u godini, ali u kraćim periodima. Tranzitni vez se povećava i želja nautičara je da u tim kratkim razdobljima u kojima plovi želi šta više toga konzumirati iz razloga šta možemo se zaboraviti na nekadašnje krstarenja od 2, 3, 4 tjedna, jer danas je naročito kriza u Europi i tržište ne dopuštaju toliko izostajanje s posla i stajanje. Počeli su se vraćati gosti koji su u međuvremenu 90-ih potpuno bili nestali, Britanci, Skandinavci, koji su, podsjetit ću, kraj 80-ih godina bili najzastupljeniji. Danas su to Njemci na našem Jadranu, a kraj 80-ih su to bili Skandinavci. I konkurencija na Mediteranu, neke države koje uopće nisu poznavale nautički turizam u vremenima kad smo mi imali lanac od 21 marine u sustavu ACI-a kao što je Turska, su danas lavovi nautičkog turizma. Misija studije iz koje je proizašla strategija nautičkog turizma Hrvatske je bila da stavimo nautičara u centralno mjesto i da istražujemo njegove želje i potrebe i nastojimo organizirati da mu se pruži usluga, naravno služeći se uslugama i servisom lokalnog stanovništva, jer naša krilatica, kad smo radili studiju, je bila da Jadran ne smije postati jedrilište i kupalište za turiste i nautičare, da je to prvo prostor na kojem ljudi žive i da u čitavoj toj održivosti jedna od najvažnijih stvari je ta da očuvamo kvalitetan život na našim otocima i priobalju, koji trend je 90-ih, 2000-ih godina smanjenje depopulacija stanovništva jako uzeo maha. Vizija nautičkog turizma je bila da uspostavimo, znači, ravnotežu između budućega razvoja i zaštite okoliša iz razloga što ono što smo mi zahvaljujući našoj nerazvijenosti uspjeli očuvati je ono što je prije rekla kolegica iz ministarstva, Mediteran kakav je nekad bio. Što znači u našoj svakoj marini i danas se može ujutro umjesto se može birati između umivanja u WC-u ili kupanja u moru, skoka sa pramca broda u more. Dakle, još uvijek je to čisto i moramo postaviti pravila zaštite okoliša, što danas najrazvijenije zemlje nautičkog turizma nisu uspostavile na vrijeme, nego sad naknadno pokušavaju se vratiti u taj segment kvalitete ponude. Znači, stvoriti nekakvi, kao taj naš Jadransko more kao najsjeverniji zaljev, autodestinacija iz najbogatijega srednjeevropskog tržišta, da postane nekakvi raj za nautičare u srcu Europe. Shodno tome uključili su se naše kolege iz Instituta za oceanografiju i ribarstvo i stvorili smo i Urbanističkog instituta Hrvatske, stvorili smo pravila po kojima ćemo ocijeniti svaki komad naše obale sa aspekta različitih kriterija, predložiti konačno rješenje sa obavezom čak izmjene prostornih planova. Nas je dočekalo, kad smo počeli raditi studiju, to da je recimo u nekim županijama su bile želje za izgradnjom 150 marina, dakle županija Zadarska sve zajedno ima 150.000 stanovnika, do Dubrovačke koja ih je željela 13, a ima u ovom trenutku samo 2 ozbiljne marine. Istre, koja je jedina vodila računa o izgradnji suhog veza, a suhi vez je i sa ekološkog, ekonomskog, nautičkog, svakog stanovišta jedno rješenje za sve brodove do 12 metara po filozofiji koju su u Americi izmislili. Brodovima do 10 metara nije mjesto u moru, jer je preskupo trošenje akvatorija na takve brodove. Dakle, analizom potreba i analizom svih karakteristika našeg priobalnog područja stavili smo to u proces više kriterijske analize i različite potencijalne lokalitete vrednovali, ocijenili i dali preporuke za konačno rješenje u kojem smjeru bi trebao ići naš nautički turizam u sljedećih 15 godina. Kriteriji kod odabira lokacije, dakle za isključivanje pojedine lokacije za dalji razvoj nautičkog turizma sa ekološkog aspekta smo stavili jako rigorozne. Ukoliko se radi o bilo kakvoj vrsti zaštićenog područja smo isključivali i rekli smo na tom području se marine ne mogu graditi. Na nekim područjima na kojima bi došla izgradnja marine u svađu sa postojećim gospodarskim djelatnostima kao što je uzgoj ribe, uzgoj školjaka, evo ga, također smo isključili. Na nekim područjima gdje su povremeno ugrožena područja ušća rijeka radi mriješćenja ribe, toga također smo ih isključili, čisto radi toga da raspolažemo velikim resursom, a želimo ga očuvati. Tako smo se čvrsto držali kriterija da zadržimo atraktivnost koja nas razlikuje od ostalih. kakvi su naši ciljevi bili i rezultati ovog našeg istraživanja su bili da nautički turizam Hrvatske mora postati, zauzeti mjesto u ponudi nautičkog turizma isto onako kakvo zauzima kvaliteta našeg akvatorija. A to je, i Lonely Planet je to 2 godine zaredom nas odredio kao najjaču nautičku destinaciju, Cruising Association engleski 2 godine zaredom također prije toga. Dakle, prepoznati smo i na odgovarajući način smo kroz istraživanje i ovu studiju radili istraživanje na terenu tijekom sezone i istraživanje u nautičkim klubovima tijekom zime da bi dobili pravu sliku i odgovor na pitanje šta nautičari danas sutra očekuju da će doživjeti na našoj obali. Rezultati, zaključci će biti ovdje prezentirani. Studija inače ima 280 strana, čitava prezentacija studije traje 2 sata. Kroz završnih nekoliko slajdova u kojima ćemo dati znači, odgovore na pitanja gdje tih 15.000 vezova će se smjestiti. Kroz 4 slajda ćemo to reći. Dakle, grupirati sljedećih 5.000 vezova u okruženju zračnih luka kako bi se potakao i grupirao cruising, charter turizam, iznajmljivanje brodova, iz čega recimo na nekim lokacijama je to mali broj za napravi dodatnih, kao što je u Pulja, do nekih kao što je recimo u Dubrovniku veliki šta bi trebao napraviti. Sljedećih 5.000 tranzitnih vezova i dijelom stacionarnih marina treba napraviti na otocima u tradicionalnim lukama. Evo, ova slika je marina u Milni na Braču. Dakle, po uzoru na taj način iskoristiti infrastrukturu, ozidanu obalu koju nismo ni sami sagradili, nego smo naslijedili od Austrije, kao i sve svjetionike i luke na otocima, iskoristiti, a sve na dobrobit lokalnog stanovništva koji će kroz usluge u nautičkom turizmu možda nekoga zadržati da se ne iseli sa otoka, a možda danas sutra kad taj nautički turizam dođe na razinu razvijenosti koju bi željeli potaknuti da čak i neko nakon završetka škole poželi se u mir otoka živjeti znajući da tamo ima osiguran posao. Organizirati luke za prihvat mega jahti. Prema Camper Nicholson listi mi raspolažemo sa nekakvih 650 vezova za mega jahte. Ja kako s njima surađujem sam ih pitao dajte recite mi da znam gdje ću preporučiti. Mi praktički dobro organiziran vez za mega jahte, ne računam sada ovdje ono što su nekad bile mega jahte 2000-ih, sve preko 25 metara, dakle brodove preko 50, 60, 70 metara, mi osim unutar lučkih područja koje su luke otvorene za javni promet nemamo i to je i nešto slično kao što je Porto Montenegro, niti u vizi nemamo. Počela se sada uređivati jedna marina, ali u perspektivi bi ona mogla to početi, dakle marina Mandalina Šibenik nešto postati, ali u ovom trenutku mi odgovarajuću ovu marinu za mega jahte nemamo. Naša tradicionalna plovidba ovim turističkim jedrenjacima, koja naša pomorska povijest seže u 16. stoljeću smo u nekakvih 50 godina Dubrovačka republika je dominirala na Mediteranu i ispred Venecije i ispred Dženove. Dakle, tradicija postoji, tradicija brodogradnje postoji. U malom mjestu kraj Splita sa 1500 stanovnika ima 220 brodova za krstarenje. Dakle, za njih organizirati u suradnji s turističkom zajednicom u mjestima na otocima i na obali prihvatne vezove na kojima će se vezivati, na taj način raditi promociju sveukupnog turizma kroz tradicionalni kruzing. Što se tiče kruzinga, dakle, jahting smo u ovome dijelu zaokružili sa nekakvim zaključcima i još samo 2-3 slajda ću pružiti iz područja kruzinga jer će moj sljedeći govornik koji se sa tim aktivno bavi reći najnovije podatke i najnovije trendove koji idu. Dakle, ovo je nekakvi kolač gdje se šta događa na svijetu u cruising turizmu. Kao što vidite, nakon Amerike, odnosno Srednje Amerike, Kariba, Mediteran je tu odmah do i na tom Mediteranu mi nastojimo uzeti svoj dio kolača. Na Mediteranu su se u posljednjih 5-6 godina napravio jako veliki broj luka za prihvat kruzera, odnosno kao takvi su nominirani, dakle za manje, velike i najveće kruzere. Hrvatska je definirala neke od tih luka koje će biti duž našeg Jadrana kako bi rasteretila Dubrovnik, jer Dubrovnik je danas 85% hrvatskog prometa kruzinga. U Splitu se gradi privez za kruzere, u ovim drugim gradovima također se neka infrastruktura počela uređivati kako bi privukli klijentelu ne možda na ovima najvećim kruzerima, već na srednjima i butik kruzerima koji donose i klijentelu puno dubljega džepa. Kao što vidite tu u kruznim putovanjima u Republici Hrvatskoj u 2014. godini smo zabilježili u nekim razdobljima relativan pad, ali praktički ovo se odnosi sve na Dubrovnik, jer Dubrovnik je nositelj naših 85%, pa kako diše Dubrovnik, tako diše i čitav hrvatski cruising turizam. Evo ovako smo na ovaj način odredili, odnosno usmjerili za kakve ćemo brodove promovirati, odnosno razvijati infrastrukturu, usluge i mogućnosti ovih dodatnih usluga izleta i promocije čitavog područja okolo luke duž našeg Jadrana. Dakle, ove destinacije za velike kruzere ostaju Dubrovnik, Split, Zadar, Rijeka, Pula, a kao što vidite tu, znači od Šibenik, Rovinj za Santna za kruzere, ali kako je ona volumno centar grada je jako mali, on se mora odrediti, distribuirati se moraju ovi veći destinacije, jer dolaskom većih brodova niko nije zadovoljan, nisu zadovoljni lokalni gosti jer se stvori ogromna gužva, nisu zadovoljni ti ljudi s kruzera jer su opet upali u veliku gužvu i jedino što imaju one slike što su slikali s palube kako se prilazi Korčuli koja je predivna, prekrasna, sve, ali onda kad se ne naputi skrca njih 1500, ona nema taj kapacitet za pojestje. Evo ovo što sam malo prije bio rekao, dakle statistika doduše 12, prošle godine je nešto još manja, nisam uspio pripremiti. Dakle, Dubrovnik je glavnina našega uopće čitavoga cruising prometa, ali kolega će o tome detaljno i iz prve ruke ispričati. Ono što su donijele zaključak studija održivog razvoja cruising turizma koju je izradio Institut za turizam 2006. godine, na kojima sam zajedno s njima sudjelovao. Donijeli su neke smjernice na kojima moramo raditi, naročito na edukaciji i promociji i guranju razvoja komplementarnih usluga koje se mogu gostima sa kruzera pružiti, kao i tada 2006. se pričalo o usklađivanju zakona i regulacije. Danas više se o tome ne treba pričati, jer praktički svi ti brodovi sa kruzera moraju imati isti tretman u Hrvatskoj kao i u svakoj od drugih zemalja Europske unije. To je olakšalo nama nešto i za mega jahte, o čemu smo prije razgovarali, da Crna Gora ima probleme i to, jer praktički onako kakva su pravila postoje u Europskoj uniji, moraju postojati kod nas. Znanstveni i stručni projekti za pojedine destinacije, kako bi se šta veći benefiti za lokalnu i regionalnu upravu, dakle za stanovnike, izvukli iz postojanja kruzera, su dobrodošli i po meni određenje u nekom smjeru razvoja cruisinga, to nije stvar koja je gotova. Treba disati na tržište, stalno istraživati šta se događa i kao što rade Med Cruise i druge cruising organizacije kao oni koji neposredno prodaju uslugu, i lokalne i luke i gospodarske komore gradske i regionalne moraju disati zajedno s njima, prikupljati informacije i poticati budući razvoj. I kao zaključak, znači taj sustavni pristup ovome razvoju nautičkog turizma u Hrvatskoj, on mora pružiti jedan integralni razvojni program za čitavi Jadran iz razloga što u našem ustavu piše, samo što se jako rijetko sa tim na taj način i odnose čak i naša ministarstva. Brzo se to zaboravi. Piše da su hrvatski otoci područja od posebnog državnog interesa. I to je podcrtano 3 puta, to otočani viču. Ja sam porijeklom otočanin, znam kako se, doduše dolazim sa relativno možda uz Mali Lošinj najbogatijeg otoka, s Korčule. Po meni, kad govorim prezentacije, jedina 2 otoka u Hrvatskoj koja bi se mogli se zavezati i odvesti ko Maltu na sredinu Mediterana su Lošinj i Korčula. Ovi svi drugi su toliko vezani na kopno i kroz razvoj nautičkog turizma treba se stvoriti to da recimo oni otoci koji se nalaze super blizu, tipa preko Brač, ne moraju biti naslonjeni toliko na gospodarstvo sa kopna, nego da se sve razvije kroz različite poticaje. Odavno postoje inicijative za bescarinskim zonama, posebnim poticajima za poduzetnike, ali nažalost do sad se to još nešto nije dogodilo. Stalno treba istraživati potražnju i sve više profinjene zahtjeve nautičkih gostiju, jer njih treba držati kao kap vode na dlanu. Oni su 5 puta veći potrošači nego hotelski gosti, ali dakle kad kažemo to 5, to je 5 ili više. Ako im se pruži, u Monaku je više od 5, jer im se pružila takva usluga i to, ali 5 je najmanje, jer on kroz tu potrošnju i kroz uopće imanje posjedovanje nekog broda ili iznajmljivanje skupih brodova koje spada za normalne građane u jedan veliki luksuz, on traži takav način života i takav provodi za vrijeme toga kratkog boravka na brodu. Nadam se da sam vam na ovaj način otprilike pružio sliku našeg strateškog pristupa nautičkom turizmu, razvoju nautičkog turizma u Hrvatskoj, sve u želji da istaknem i podcrtam ono na čemu inzistiramo, a to je da rezultati nautičkog turizma moraju biti na dobrobit lokalnog stanovništva, o čemu govori ovaj moj zadnji slajd, jer bez komunikacije s lokalnima i rezultata koji će njima poboljšati kvalitetu života i održati život na nekim područjima, postaćemo safari park. Hvala lijepo.
Thank you. And now Mr. Christian Pavic, Senior Vice President of MedCruise, Port of Dubrovnik. The topic is Cruise and Maritime Tourism Challenges and the Opportunities.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and share the experience of the MedCruise. MedCruise is an association of cruise ports in the Med dating back in 1996, when the first colleagues recognized the importance of joining together and promote the Mediterranean area as one. Today in numbers, MedCruise members represent 20 countries, 25, almost 26 million of passengers, and 13,000, almost 14,000 cruise calls. We are 74 of us representing more than 100 ports, all together with associate members, meaning the business companies which are related to cruise business and they are willing to join us. As you can see, the growth of the Mediterranean area of our members, this is the MedCruise statistics, down the year you will see the number of ports represented that year. You can see that 10-year growth is 83%. The reason why we are in stagnation are different. One of them is the Asian market. Is it really emerging as they are saying today, or is it maturing at the moment? I think it's both. The Asian market is new golden egg for the cruise companies. They are bringing the new ships, they are getting more yields in the area, so for that reason we see the ships deployed in the area. On the other hand, Europe in overall faced a crisis in recent years, so it takes some time to recover from it. What we are doing in MedCruise, we are promoting the Med as the area. So we are looking all together with other associations to increase the number of passengers from the source markets of the existing one, meaning European countries, and looking for the new one as the Asia is. As colleagues were mentioning before, you can see here the limitations of the berthing in our member ports. Increasing the size of the ship, you can see there is less ports that can accept the mega ships nowadays, like Oasis, Allure, and these mega monsters. One of the challenges that we are facing in our ports and also destination is that ships are bigger and bigger by year. If you see the order book for up to 2020, the average size is more than 3,000 passengers per ship. In future years, for sure, we will see the growth of these numbers, the average cruise passenger per call. Like I said, the image does matter. If you're bringing Allure of the Seas, which is 2020 GTs, bringing 6,000 passengers and more than 1,500 crew, for sure, it will affect the destination that we are talking about. There are some figures just to see the size of these ships. What we are facing as well, and we are discussing internally, and we are trying to find the best practices, is operational issues in our ports, like Shorex activities, how we can improve them, what are possibilities to interporting. Interporting is the port that will do turnaround. The passenger will embark not in home port, just on one port in the itinerary. We are also facing, and one of the limitations for the external Asian market is Schengen and visa issues. Schengen rules and implementation, something that we are working closely together with European Commission, and visa issues for the crew members, because we are having some crew members from different nationalities not allowed to embark in European countries so easily. When we are talking about position of the Med, comparing to other destinations, we can see that revenues of cruise lines are already high, meaning they are making good profit on the Shorex and other initiatives in the ports. On the other hand, the port use are already low. That's one of our strengths. What Guy said before, and what is really important, and thanks to the European Commission, we're going to bring this European dialogue on a regional level soon, that we need other stakeholders involved in our business. We needed more cooperation in between ports and destinations, because port without destination means nothing. Destination is the one that brings the passenger inside destination. What we need to improve and how we're going to improve it, I'm going to go through next slides. Before that, a couple of challenges that we did on our internal study. We find out that major issues are, one of the major issues are relationship with the people and business around the ports, relationship with the city of arrival and local authorities, transport infrastructure to and from the port, and the mobility to and from the port. Meaning that working together with destination, we can improve this one and make more satisfaction to our passengers. We need to work together. Why? Because resources are not available to all of our ports. As a Med Cruise, we are having big ports, we are having small ports, some ports that are just finding their place on the market. We have to be aware that cruise lines do not deploy ships to the port, they deploy to the region. It doesn't matter if it's West Med, if it's Adriatic, East Med, Black Seas. They choose itineraries targeting marquee ports and finding another small ports to fulfill their itinerary. So for that reason, we need to promote the Med area altogether, act collectively, and find solutions to make this business sustainable. On our general assemblies, we are networking, we are having the workshops trying to find solutions to make this business more convenient for all of us. Also, together with CLIA, we are making together action in training of the travel agents to promote the Med area. What we did internally is some economic statistics reports, benchmarking, etc. The tools that we are using, we are trying, as one port you cannot reach all the source market that you are targeting. It doesn't matter if you are transit or you are turnaround port. So for that reason, we are, as a Med cruise, working together and promoting the Med area. Doesn't matter if it's, like I said, through the CLIA program, to the classic market in Europe or United States, or to new market in Asia. We are doing some professional development courses, taking the best professionals from the business to give us the new ideas, the new look on it. Also, we are trying to share good practices among us to find, and one of the outcomes is Med Cruise guideline on bird booking process, because we are facing in our ports a lot of challenges in bird allocation processes. Some ports having it, some others don't. So facing that, some of the companies are doing double booking, creating a mess on it. You're relying on that call, and then you find out that they double book it in a neighboring port, and they are not showing to your. At the end, Med Cruise is well-balanced association serving ports of different sizes and from diverse regions, countries, and cultures. And like I said before, our scope is to balance the maritime, which is most often we heard about the maritime part of our business, not tourism dimension of that part. Thank you very much for your attention. I was trying to keep it short to be on schedule.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Tony Brown, Director Porto Montenegro Marine, topic opportunities and challenges. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organisers of the event for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. And I think you can all have a deep breath. I'm the last presentation for the day. Thank you for your staying power. I will be as brief as possible. Okay, I know this section is about the cruise ship, or primarily about the cruise ship industry. A brief introduction to myself. I'm a former super yacht captain, so I know very little about the cruise ship industry. But I do know quite a bit about super yachts and marinas, and I'd like to talk about opportunities and challenges, primarily focusing on Porto Montenegro as a bit of a case study, and the opportunities and challenges that we face here in Montenegro. I think these, whilst I will be focusing on a specific region, are fairly universal across the Mediterranean marina tourism market. So, to introduce you to the super yacht industry, there are currently 5,700 super yachts globally. The size of the super yacht fleet has almost tripled in the last 20 years, and there's approximately 175 super yachts delivered every year, with 734 under construction at the current time. What's important to note with these statistics is that there's continued growth in the super yacht industry in terms of new builds, and that growth continues pretty much irrespectively of what's going on with the global economy. Whilst there may have been a slight slowdown in the order book in 2008, it was insignificant in comparison to what effect you see on the more budget areas of tourism. What this means in terms of marinas is there's a continued demand for super yacht berths, and right now there's a big supply-demand imbalance. In Italy, there's 4 boats to every berth, and in France and Spain, there's 2 boats to every berth. As Porto Montenegro went through its early feasibility studies and concept designs, this was one of the important strategic decisions that we made to focus on a superyacht marina as opposed to another marina with 12 to 15 metre berths. Why Montenegro and the Adriatic? Well, the government of Montenegro has been a huge partner in the development and success of Porto Montenegro. In 2008, it passed the law on yachts, which was a very yachting-friendly law. They have a great taxation scheme. It's, as you can see by this photo here, Montenegro's beauty is absolutely outstanding, with many UNESCO protected sites. It's central to one of the fastest cruising grounds in Europe. As we've seen from our friends in Croatia, they have more than 1,000 islands up there. That, in truth, is probably one of the biggest draw cards for Montenegro. It's under 3 hours from most European cities by plane. It's leading the world in tourism growth and has a generally favourable economic and political climate. Looking at Porto Montenegro, this is our current development plan. I'd like to focus your attention onto the blue area of marina berths and the upland development, which has the numbers 1, 2 and 3. That's what we've currently built at Porto Montenegro. I think if anybody's been to Porto Montenegro, you'll see that there's a substantial village. There's plenty to do and see. We have restaurants, bars, retail, a list of amenities, as you can see down the side there. I won't go into the detail of them. But I'll also draw your attention to the light pink area on the left-hand side of the slide, which is the future development for the marina, and the dark area on the right, which is the future upland development. To date, in terms of upland, we've only developed just over 20% of the site, so there's still massive potential and growth left in Porto Montenegro before it reaches completion. A little bit more detail about what we've done. You can see a photo of the marina looking from the sea back towards the development. In terms of our bespoke retail, F&B and amenities, as Porto Montenegro developed and our client base developed, we looked at their needs and we catered for their needs at the particular time. So services that we put in place, bars that we put in place, shops that we put in place was literally catering for the yachting market and our residential market. We to date have over 50 shops, restaurants, we have an infinity pool, yacht club, nightclub, but we've still got 30,000 square metres of commercial GBA to develop. You can see there on the left-hand side at the top is the 5-star Regent Hotel, which opened last year. We have sold over 195 luxury residences, and again we have over 200,000 square metres of residential GBA to develop there. And in terms of the marina, we have 83 years left on our concession. We've built over 450 berths to date of the 850 that we have in our concession, and we love to tell everybody how good we are. We do it all the time, but we also like to have other people tell us if we're doing it right as well. So we've had the Yacht Harbour Association come down and evaluate us. That happened 5 years ago, and we were awarded 5 gold anchors, which is the highest level you can receive. And also this year we were awarded the Super Yacht Marina of the Year, which is a pretty high accolade. So thankfully other people believe in what we do as well. Porto Montenegro's economic impact in Montenegro has been fairly significant. There's been over 360 million invested so far in the project. We've donated more than 2 million euros to the local charities and community projects. Nearly 22 million euros has been collected in VAT. We have had over 5.5 million visitors to Porto Montenegro from 2012 to date. And we've created over 1,000 jobs. Now that's definable jobs. We believe the indirect employment to be well above that 1,000 jobs. The underpinning industries that are supporting Porto Montenegro in terms of mechanics, electronics, sail repairs, upholsterers, suppliers, provisions, taxi drivers, flights, limousines, etc. we think have a huge impact on the local employment levels that are almost difficult to get an accurate figure for. Arrivals into Montenegro via air and sea, I think these figures were shown earlier, but 1.8 million passengers last year, 10,300 aircraft and 4,200 vessels. In terms of continued opportunities, as I mentioned earlier, Montenegro adopted a very yacht-friendly regime which allowed Porto Montenegro to thrive and prosper. And I can't express enough how important that yachting-friendly regime was in the success of Porto Montenegro. Some of the benefits, as you can see there on the slide, 9% company and capital gains tax, only 7% VAT on marine-related services, and 0% VAT on charters. Tax and duty-free fuel, which can provide a saving of up to 45%, which if you're fueling a vessel that takes 400,000 litres at a time, that's a pretty big saving. And it's outside EU tax and import regulations. In terms of flexible cruising regulations, there's no restrictions to pick up and drop off of guests. You can make multiple changes to the crew manifests, availability for foreign yachts to remain in Montenegrin waters with no restriction to time, and no charter permit required. It's only a cruising permit. A vignette is required, and that figure there is for 24 metres and above. So it's very friendly, and again I will stress that apart from the vision and the money that has been spent by the foreign investor, these yachting-friendly laws have been the reason for the success of Porto Montenegro. Opportunities in future growth. So I showed you what Porto Montenegro has to offer. We still have a lot of development left to undertake, but there's 4 other big developments in Montenegro at the moment. There's Oroscom on Lustica with a €1 billion development. There's Porto Novi. I say Porto Montenegro so much I mix it up. Porto Novi with a €500 million development in Kumbo. Duckley Gardens and Budva Marina, they're redeveloping the Budva Marina and spending €550 million on a luxury residential complex. And Plavi Horizonte with another €350 million sand beach resort. So there's significant foreign investment coming into Montenegro, and I'll relate back to one of my earlier slides when I talked about high-end tourism. The developments are all aimed at the higher-end tourist market, which, as I mentioned, is less susceptible to financial downturn than the lower-end market. So I think Montenegro has made a very good strategic decision to follow that higher-end market. Challenges. Now, I was asked to be provocative in my presentation here, so perhaps this is where it gets a little bit more provocative. Maintain a clear and consistent offer and benefits to the super yacht industry. So I mentioned the law on yachts being one of the most important reasons for the success of Porto Montenegro. They will also be one of the most important reasons for the success of Porto Novi and Lustica Peninsula and the redevelopment of Budva. If the law on yachts changes, I think there will be an impact to all of the developments, not only in terms of what's to come, but in terms of what's been created here to date. Capitalise on the differentiation from high-end luxury taxation in neighbouring countries, i.e. Sardinia. So the point there is that countries, and I'll use Sardinia as an example, in 2009 they introduced a €10,000 anchoring fee for any super yacht that came into Sardinia. Overnight, the industry collapsed. The super yachts did not come back for 5 years. They're still recovering from it. I think that's a good example of a short-term opportunity to increase revenues and not looking at the longer-term gain that can come from capturing this market and retaining this market. Continuing to invest in facilities to support year-round business. There's been some talk, I think, amongst the colleagues here and from some of the earlier presentations today about the seasonality of the yachting sector, the cruise market sector. And it is very seasonal, and I think Montenegro has a shorter season perhaps than some of the other areas in the Mediterranean. In order to create a year-round destination, things like golf courses are needed, but for the yachts in particular, a shipyard is absolutely paramount to create that year-round home port for these vessels. To date, Porto Montenegro has been in discussions with a couple of different shipyards and the government. We're still in discussions and hopefully we'll see some sort of fruition, and a shipyard will be developed in Montenegro in the near future. When I say shipyard, I'm talking about a super yacht repair and maintenance facility, so transforming one of the old commercial shipyards into a state-of-the-art, environmentally friendly super yacht repair and maintenance facility. And then stabilised fees and a welcoming regime. I've talked about the fees with using the Sardinia example. I think a welcoming regime focus needs to continue on customer service, not only from the marina providers and the ports and harbours, but also from the public servants that are controlling the borders, controlling the harbour, in the harbour master's office, the customs, the immigration. I think a certain amount of training needs to take place in terms of customer service. And then staying loyal to the long-term tourism strategy. And that is really reflected on not only the budget tourism, I say budget, but the lower to mid-end tourism, but also remaining loyal to that higher-end tourism desire that the foreign investors have and the government of Montenegro have in Montenegro, that we believe will continue to not only benefit Montenegro, but Croatia, Italy, the Adriatic, and the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, we thank you for very interesting presentations. Now is time for questions, answers, and discussion, but I'm sorry, but I think that we have no much time, 10 minutes. Have you any question for our panelists? Yes, please.
Ian Taylor from Travel Weekly in London. What's the single biggest challenge each of the panelists believes the sector faces, or their bit of the sector? And is it on land or sea?
Excuse me, question for Mr. Lampier. Okay.
If I can start, do you mean for cruise tourism or for nautical tourism? Because we talked about both.
That's for you to decide, really. Yeah, you know, for the sector, for cruise and maritime tourism.
Well, if I can take the cruise tourism first, I think from what we have seen so far with this dialogue, the most important challenge is for destinations how to best capture the opportunity which is undoubtedly linked to cruise tourism. Because in the overall discussion, of course, and I think it's also a question of better informing the citizen, we often hear criticism of this, cruise tourism and the trend to even bigger and bigger ships and so on and so forth. And of course, there are issues there. But I think if destinations manage to get to grips with the environmental challenges which are linked to it and the socio-economic impact, if you will, then this can really be turned into an opportunity, into a long-term sustainable good development for tourism, because through cruise tourism, even if it's a certain segment that not everybody, of course, would want him or herself to do cruises or cruises on very big ships and so on, but it's also a good entrance and a good showcase for destinations, for tourism destinations to become known to potential markets, because people who are going on cruises for whatever reasons, from whatever market, especially also from faraway third country markets, then come back to some of these destinations they have touched through their cruise itinerary. Some of them, of course, not all the thousands and hundreds of thousands. That I would suggest this is, from my view, the biggest challenge.
Okay. Question? Any question? Okay. I'm not sure that we have a time.
Oh, I know that we have not.
Quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. No, if I could point out something, I do agree with what Mr. Lampliman said. I think that the critical point is to, first of all, to choose if, as destination, we would like to invest in this kind of tourism, I mean, cruise and maritime tourism combined together. If yes, to work on it in the right way. Let me just underline that there are huge potentialities to grow, but not because those are sort of ideal tourism, but potentialities are in fact because maritime and cruise tourism are or is still a niche tourism. That's something that we should say. Numbers are growing, but compared with other kind of tourism are still little numbers. So there is space to grow, but the challenge is to let this tourism grow in the right way.
Pa mislim da je jedan od najvećih izazova upravo iskoristiti benefite koje pruža razvoj kruzing i nautičkog turizma, stvoriti povoljni investicioni ambijent u cilju ostvarivanja što većeg prihoda i većeg doprinosa lokalnoj zajednici, ali naravno uz istovremeno zaštitu životne sredine. Znači, najveći izazov po meni je u stvari pažljivo upravljati čitavim procesom kreiranja destinacije kao jedne kvalitetne i uspešne nautičke i kruzing destinacije i istovremeno čuvanje prirodnih resursa koje u stvari i prave tu destinaciju, čine je jedinstvenom i unikatnom.
Il faut également préciser que c'est une clientèle très particulière qui reste très régulièrement peu de temps dans nos destinations. Elle doit se traiter beaucoup plus comme une clientèle d'excursionnistes, c'est-à-dire de visiteurs à la journée, comme de touristes qui vont rester là plusieurs jours. Donc les démarches des destinations pour promouvoir la destination envers ces personnes sont extrêmement différentes et une réflexion marketing doit être menée très en amont.
First of all, I would like to say that sustainability is the most important thing. From the other hand, we have the balance. So we must focus that the tourism sector and the cruise sector with maritime tourism have to be in balance with the local point, the topic of the area. So the key tourist destination must be attractive to not only to the cruise sector and to maritime sector, but to the residents themselves. So we must have a sustainable development. This is the only thing that I can say. Thank you.
That is growth and benefits for local inhabitants, actually for the populated areas, because our sea and our aquatorium is not sailing, regatta or bathing area. It is place where people used to live for 1,000 years, and if there is no benefits for them there, we don't need tourism.
Many things have been said, so it's very hard to be one of the last and say something smart. But for sure, some challenges that we are facing in destinations, like lack of communication in between all stakeholders, is something that for sure is, from our perspective, is influencing the business.
I know we're short on time, and I think I probably answered the question with my last slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, thank you for your time. I wish you a pleasant stay in Budva, and I have some information for you. We have a bus for Old Town, Budva, at 7 o'clock, tonight and buzzed for gala dinner in front of Hotel Splendid to Hotel Avala in Budva at 8 o'clock p.m. And the second information, we will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you for your time.